I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I sympathize. I mean, a lot of innocent people died. The CIA trained the pilots that flew the planes. War is a game like chess, and innocent people get caught in the crossfire. Billions are spent on military defense, satellites and global intelligence, and it don't make no sense. If we take 70% from the rich in taxes, 40% from the working class in taxes, spend the money on education, healthcare, homes for the homeless, jobs for the unemployed, the crime rate will decline. Time for us to start using our minds. America needs reform, social democracy to replace capitalism. Feed the poor, shelter the homeless, and create jobs. It's simple.
I live my life in a city, overfilled with crime, intoxicated with pity, suspended in time. Every day it's a struggle between life and death. Gotta juggle with fate before my last breath. It's a test, my only quest to beat the odds. So I hold my own when times are hard. I was dealt bad cars, born broke and poor. The lack of food in my gut got me hungry for more. Growing up in the hood, watching the sunset, a gray cloud over my head follows my every step. They say life is a gift, so be happy to live. But life in the ghetto is too negative. Drama in the streets, I can't sleep, I'm hearing gunshots. Flying bullets be making bodies drop. My neighborhood is full of crooks with bad looks, smoking weed, clocking cheese, living like wild G's. DC is giving birth to killers, baby mothers on welfare and drug dealers. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want George Bush's war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. Born alone, die alone. God set me free from this world of agony. Ain't no love in the streets. Another murder occurred. Another brother got shot. Died from one to the dome. Outlined in chalk. Brotherly love is needed. I see our future depleted when brothers die in the line of crossfire. So many mothers cry, feel the pain of a lost one. Only 21. Tell us what should we do? It's on you. Young, black, and thuggin'. This ain't living. My road dog doing 5 in prison. And I miss him. Gotta follow my vision to keep from going under. We all numbers doing time on the block. Ducking the cops. Take a look in my eyes. Tell me, what do you see? The future is dark and we don't have a clue. Mr. Bush, please open your ears and listen. It's a war going on. America is a prison. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 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 It's the city of politics and phony smiles. Politicians run a game on the low profile. It's the home of the president and first lady. Maybe Bill didn't fuck Monica. Do you think so? I don't know, but to me it's a shame. So many lives being sold for profit and gain. And I dwell on the south side, 4th and L, living here, watching my people make crack sales. Willie Bowtie is shutting us down, so we rally for the hospital, holding it down. Population control steady, holding us down, so we rally for the homeless, shutting them down. I remember Gary Graham, so I'm kicking the facts. Ain't no love for Bush, cause he killing all blacks. Come on, what's going on in the nation's cap? 30% homeless, hopeless, and most of them black. 2001 was a hectic year. Demonstrations and protests. Power to the people with guns. Fight back, take back, stand up, move up, rise up, stand up, take back, fight back, take back, stand up, move up, rise up, stand up, take back, fight back. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want George Bush's war. 5, 6,
Alrighty. How's everybody doing? Yo, that was a track I made with my man from DC, Black Divinity, like damn near 20 years ago. Hold on, let me think about this. What the is it? What was this? This is like, yes, this is 20. You know what? That track might have been 20. This track is even older than 20 years. That's that's an old song. Oh my goodness. I forget. Time goes by. But yeah, Black Divinity was holding it down with those lyrics right there. And they even have more relevance. I mean, not more relevance, but the same relevance today because as you could see, the same shenanigans is going on. The same shit that he was talking about in that track is the same shenanigans going on today. Uh in the world with black folk, black Americans, you know, it would be great if I knew a track that spoke to black folks' plight in Europe, politically and all that. But I don't, to be honest with you. But maybe somebody should make one, right? But maybe more people will take note. But that track, yeah, it's 20 years old, and well, damn, well, damn. Yeah, but in any case, it goes in line with today's show because today's show, how about that? Today's show is about, well, we're going to start off with something that's happening right now that's very current, and that is the international news because it's been some more news that's come in, more news that's come in, and that sheds a little bit more light on what's going down in the Middle East. And it's not obviously, um, as we discussed a couple of days ago, it's obviously not what is on the surface. This is not simply Palestinians and Israeli people fighting. This is way, way, way more than that. Um, this little incident apparently didn't just happen with the help of Palestinians. Palestinians most likely, as reports are saying, didn't have much to do with the planning and logistics behind that attack. So, so we're going to cover some of that today, and then after that, we're going to get into some conscious community shenanigans, and or we might do first, even before we do that, we might do some human and civil rights news. But let's start here because this is the hot topic, Israel and Palestine. Now, let me see if I can make this a little larger, bring it up, see if it's exactly. Now, Israel's military is preparing to go into Gaza, the Gaza Strip. And for those that don't know what the Gaza Strip is, let's take a little look at that also, just to show people because it's a small little place. It's a tiny place. It's a tiny place, but it exists. Let me see here. Let's see if I can bring that up. If anybody can see, hold on 2 seconds. I'll bring it up on this one. Yeah, actually, I had it. I don't know. I must have erased it my uh out of the Spotify. But I mean, I'm sorry. The hell am I talking about? StreamYard. Let me see here if we can get it up on the map. Maybe India Today has it. Here we go. All right. Let me see. Just for reference, I'll put this one up and then we go back to the article. Yeah, there we go. So this is you know what it looks like today, and as you can see, there's this little strip over here to the left of the screen, this little yellow thing, and that's the Gaza Strip. Palestinians live there, and Palestinians today, this is the Palestinian territory. Palestinians may live in Israel, two parts of Israel. They're Israeli citizens or residents, but this is what's left of the Palestinian territory. The whole place used to be called Palestine, but because of that old agreement made, back in the what it was 40s, late 40s, something like that. Um, this is what is becoming that situation. So this is the Gaza Strip, and yeah, the Gaza Strip is where they plan on, where the Israeli military plans on launching their assault, essentially. And yeah, so according to World News, this is ground news media, and they report from, you know, they share media reports from different outlets, and give you some kind of idea here. So this article would be right up in the center. So kind of it's just fact based, not less opinion based. But it says Israel's in its final stage of preparing. So let me blow that up for y'all also. And I'll drop it in the link as well. Israel is in its final stages of preparing for the significant ground operations in Gaza, involving an attack from air, sea, and land. The expected offensive is a response to the previous incursion by Hamas militants that resulted in the death of civilians on both sides. Israeli leader, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, have issued stern warnings and expressed their intention to wipe out Hamas. Right. So that is what they say, is the gist of it, with what's going to happen. But, you know, what is behind it? A lot of people are asking what is behind it, because it does look kind of ridiculous. You know, none of these countries, I mean, well, Israel makes some weapons, but, they rely largely on U.S. weapons, weapons aid, you know. Um, Pretty much the situation regarding the Palestinians and Israelis, it is a situation that has been created from policy, out of policy. Sadly enough. Hey Beverly, how you doing? Yeah, and Andrea is here. Also, hey Andrea. Yeah, and today, 40 years later, some odd years later, this is what you get out of it. There's been fighting going on for decades, skirmishes. Every year or so there's a big skirmish, right? And So people have gotten kind of used to that, but there are some questions, like how did Hamas uh stage the attack? How could they put that attack together? I mean, and what was the attack composed of? um Yeah, it's not like attacks in the past, apparently. And so the question is, who was behind the planning and the logistics? And are they Palestinians? And yeah, here we go. Okay, Afemi. Yeah, you said Israel created. Let me drop the link. I'm sorry. Um, yeah. So it's, as you can see, even this statement, it kind of shows you how the policies and the activities have been all over the place, to where today people, you would be hard pressed to say that it's really Palestinians anymore. You know what I mean? Well, Hamas is not really, who knows what they are, but they primarily they've been getting funding from and support from Iran for decades, right? That's been the accusation. And yeah, and yeah, so that's kind of what one of the understood factors. Just like Israel has been getting support from the U.S. and the EU and different EU states, and on and on. But yeah, it gets more interesting. So who's behind it? right? And what's the likeliness of it expanding to other regions like Lebanon? I mean, Hamas is in Lebanon, you know, and what is that going to look like? Uh, Let me go back to them. Let me put up one of these maps right here too that I have. Another one in here, so while we take a look at this. Um, yeah, what is that going to actually look like when they, if Lebanon is hit, would Lebanon enter into it? What are the real goals behind it, behind this attack? And it seems the further I've been looking into this, the more it looks really strange. It looks less and less like this is something of Palestinian doing, you know, and it's in the news, Andre. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Yo, let's review that. Yeah, we can start off there. Let's review that. Let me see here. Um, oh, right. Here I am. Let's see here. Let me put this in the chat for folks who want to read this later. Um, and then go on. But let's see here. Who is this up? Right. Who created? Let's see. Who created Hamas? Right. Well, it's so funny for me because you might have to jump up here and explain that. But it says here, what do you mean when you say that, Femi? Do you mean they supported Hamas against the other Palestinian Authority? There's been some vying for power in Palestine, over some time, over decades. It's similar to how the U.S. created the Mujahideen to fight against Russia, but then they turned around and became right. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I get you now. Right. But so far, this is true. So far, what they're saying is that it's Hamas who organized the attack. But for what reasons? And what do they benefit? Um, Hamas has been aligned with Iran, uh, pretty much. For that's pretty much the thinking, the general understanding that Hamas gets support um, from Iran. And let me see here. Let me type something up here. Control F. Okay, 1 out of 37. Let me see something. Right. You see other attributes other attribute the rise of the group to the state sponsors, including Iran. Right. Um, Here we go. 1999, Hamas was banned in Jordan, reportedly in part at the request of the United States, Israel, and the Palestinian Authority. Right. So the Palestinian Authority was not for Hamas. Right. Now, right, and they're in the West Bank. So let me see here. Palestinian Authority, National Authority, commonly known as the Palestinian Authority. Officially, the state of Palestine is the Fatah-controlled government body that exercises partial civil control over the West Bank areas A and B. Right, as a consequence of the 1993-1995 Oslo Accords. Right, so they had some legitimacy, but here it says Hamas was banned in Jordan. Um, right, Jordan's King Abdullah feared the activities of Hamas and its Jordanian allies would jeopardize peace negotiations between the Palestinian Authority and Israel, and accused Hamas of engaging in illegitimate activities with Jordan. In the mid-September 1999, authorities arrested Hamas leaders Khalid Mashal and Ibrahim Goshe on their return from a visit to Iran. Right. And it goes on. There's going to be a lot of mention of Iran through this, you know, Hamas wiki page. They've been, Iran is pretty active in the Middle East. And let me see here. Go to Google and type in Israeli government created Hamas. Oh yeah, did I do that? Let me see here. Okay. Israeli government created Hamas. Let's see here. How Israel went from helping create Hamas to bombing it. Yeah, this is 12 hours ago, actually. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Let me also put this up in the chat. Let me see here. Oh, yes, y'all. And like the video for those that's watching and listening. Yeah, let me see here. Right. Yeah, so let's read here. Let's see what it says. How Israel went from helping to create Hamas to bombing it. What is this on the side? No thanks. Hamas has roots watered by Israeli funding, former military governor of Gaza admits. Right. Hamas would and this is let's see here. TBS news outlet. Hamas would not exist in the current form without Israeli government involvement, highlights a recent piece published by The Intercept. The article by Mehdi Hassan, a British American broadcaster, and Dina Saeed Damel, a multimedia journalist based in New York, suggests that Hamas, an acronym for the Islamic Resistance Movement, created was largely influenced by resources provided by Israel. This isn't a conspiracy theory. The Intercept article reads, the article refers to commands from Israeli officials such as Brigadier General Yitzhak Segev, a former military governor in Gaza. Segev reportedly stated his part in financially aiding the Palestinian Islamist movement, vowing it as a counterweight to the secularist Palestine Liberation Organization and Fatah Party. Right. You see, a counterweight to the secularist Palestinian Liberation Organization and the Fatah Party. You know, that's led by Yasser Arafat, who himself referred to Hamas as a creature of Israel. The Israeli government gave me a budget, Segev confessed to the New York Times reporter, and the military government gives to the mosque. In a startling revelation, Alner Cohen, a former Israeli official who worked in religious affairs in Gaza for over 20 years, told the Wall Street Journal Hamas, to my great regret, is Israel's creation. According to the Intercept article, during the mid 1980s, Cohen even wrote an official report to the superiors warning them not to play divide and rule in the occupied territories by backing Palestinian Islamists against Palestinian secularists. Yes. And did I put this up in the chat? Let me make sure. TBS, let's see here. Right, it's there. And yo, what's up, Shaka? What's up, bro? And it's actually, this what's going on right now seems to be full of this type of behavior and activity behind the scenes, which is pretty much why you can pretty much say this is not Palestinian. This is not a Palestinian born thing that's happening right now. It's almost everybody else and anybody else but the Palestinians, and wildly enough. But let's examine more. Two seconds. Let me see something here. All right. So let's see here. Right now, it appears that oh right. So you're saying, Femi, you're saying that that although Iran has been backing Hamas for some time, at its conception, it's really an Israeli conception. Uh, right, from one of the parties, I guess, party leaders. And if to me it appears that's what you're saying, but I mean, do you think? Let me see. The traditional resistance movement to Israeli oppression was the PLO, right? Um, Palestinian Liberation Organization. They were a moderate group. Israel needed a more extreme boogeyman. Well, it appears they got one. But check this out. Um, what do you think about this? Have you heard anything about Afemi? Have you heard anything about what do they call this? Let me look at my notes here. Oh, as a matter of fact, I don't even need to look at the notes. I can just go right over. It's still up on here. Okay, let me see something. Google uh G20 G20 summit Biden, and what is it? What is this called? Let me see here. Where is this at? Okay, right here. This thing right here. Uh
Very good evening and a warm welcome to the leaders from the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment event. This event marks the launch of the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, IMEC, in the esteemed presence of leaders of
you know
various
what? The audio is not good. Let me see if I can go to a different one.
My first encounter.
Yeah, because the audio doesn't seem to be so good on that one. Let's see here.
So G20, ladies and gentlemen, has not just been a huge game changer. It has also showed us that if you have a big idea, you dream big, and you believe in your idea, everything is possible. Something that the Prime Minister, the entire team of our bureaucrats, our Sherpa, all our ministers have been able to achieve. Now, one very fascinating thing that a lot of you viewers have been talking about, had wanted to put our spotlight on, is the economic corridor. Now, this India, along with the US and several major economies,
Did y'all
as
hear
our
that?
Sherpa, all our ministers have been able to achieve. Now, one very fascinating thing that a lot of you viewers have been talking about, had wanted to put our spotlight on, is the economic corridor. Now, this India, along with the US and several major economies, remember, has announced an ambitious India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Now, what would this do? The Prime Minister has emphasized on the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of all the nations while he promotes this connectivity initiative. Now, what is this new economic corridor all about, and why is this, ladies and gentlemen, such a big deal? Many say that this is an alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative that was jointly announced by the leaders of the US, of India, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, France, Germany, Italy, and the European Union on the sidelines of the G20 summit.
Did y'all hear that? Did you hear that? Economic pipeline. An economic pipeline from. Now let me just go put this up real quick while I pause that, so we can take a look at what we're really talking about here. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, let me remove that comment. And also this one, excuse me. There we go. From India to the United Arab Emirates, which is just to the left across the water, into Saudi Arabia, and guess where? into where? In leaving, it leaves the Middle East through. It leaves the Middle East through Israel. Yes, the pipeline is. Let me see. It is primarily these nations. Hold on 2 seconds. Is primarily economic corridor. Economic corridor mentioned in the G20 with Biden. That's 2023. Includes India, United Arab Emirates. I hope I'm spelling that right. Sometimes my English spelling is getting messed up with my Danish. Emirates, right? Here we go. Saudi Arabia, Israel. Boom. And guess who in it? Guess who it's not going to include? Guess who it won't include, y'all? Iran. It's not going to include Iran. And I think this is what folks are actually, pointing out is very interesting because there's some treaties. Oh, let me see what James said here. We bomb other economies' economic pipelines and then offer up a great idea of an American lead. Now, check this out, James. The U.S. apparently they don't get, they get the trade. They get the trade out of this. I mean, of course, Europe gets trade out of this, but what the U.S. gets more than that is their biggest reasoning behind supporting this is to get the hell out of the Middle East. They don't want to be in the Middle East. Apparently, this is because everybody else, these countries here, India, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, they get way more out of this. I mean, they're getting the big dollars basically through this. This is like something they're pushing for. You see, Biden, of course, he's pushing for it. And the reason why I say it that way, well, let's just check it out because apparently they have some agreements set up, right? And the agreements, let me go back to my notes here because we can call some of this up too. Oh, and by the way, let me drop the link in case somebody wants to hop up. Here we go. Yeah, the pipeline. What's in it? It's trade. See, brother, there's a different pipelines that's going on. They're not literal pipelines. They're trade routes, and some of the trade routes are train. Then it could shift to a car, or buses or trucks, things like that. 18-wheelers, this kind of thing. And so they make these pipelines, and there's a few of them functioning right now, but they've been trying to strengthen this forever, right? And of course, security is a part of that. And that's what we're going to get into in a second. But trade of what? Goods, brother. Goods. All types of goods. All types of goods. All that stuff coming from India that India gets their hands on or grows or produces or buys from regional nations, right? Will get on that pipeline, go right across that water. See, the water is part of the pipeline. That means ships. They will go on ships, land in the United Arab. You know what? Let me just put a map up on the screen. Let me draw that up. Okay, it's called the India Middle East Middle East economic corridor. It's called a corridor. I'm sorry, and I keep saying pipeline. I'm sorry, that's the wrong language. But here I'm gonna bring up this article to clear that up. real quick. Yeah, sorry about that. Just to clear this up, because I shouldn't even have to really be winging it. But here we go. India, Middle East, European Economic Corridor, right? So folks can, you know, see, this is 4 days ago, right? There's a lot of articles about this recently, and apparently it might connect a little bit. Let me drop that in here too for you, those of y'all that want to see my Google search if it fits. Does it fit? All right, maybe it will. Let me see here. Exactly, it is about the first world, but check this out, bro. All right, so let me go to the first article here and let me read it. Well, first let me read the chat. I'm sorry before we go into this. Let's see, because I see it's a lot of comments. I don't want to go by them all. Where were we at? Peace. Let me see here. That's Norma X. What's up, Norma X? Good to see you. Peace and energy, global black family. We need to keep asking for our inheritance stolen from us by European. This war is a distraction. Yep. Half of the G20 is already in BRICS and BRL. I mean, the bad men move in silence, bro. So they said it, but you know, I guess people now always following what these jokers are up to. But it's likely this attack. Here's the kicker, because there's security deals that go with these trade deals. You see that corridor, the same countries that are part of that corridor, to as part of the deal, right? They've been putting pressure on the U.S. to give them more weapons for security. You see what I'm saying? Like, so the trade, it goes kind of hand in hand with the security. What's up, Donnie? All right, there you go, bro. Good to see you, man. America is promising an economic pipeline to the world, but can't offer it to itself. Uh, well, the U.S. has the big has the lion's share of everything, pretty much. But at this point, it's not really just the U.S. I mean, these countries, they want this. They're asking. See, there's they get more out of this. I mean, the U.S. gets something out of it, but believe it or not, these countries, they want this. They're competing against each other, brother. And so the US can only decide how it wants to engage this competition, and that's where it becomes problematic, because it's not about their friendship at all. It's about who's going to do what for who, and what the price is going to be, and what does everybody get when they split up the pie. We bomb other economic pipelines in and offer. Right, I got you. True. I don't get this part. Okay, let me see. Yeah, hopefully we explaining that. But the trade of what? All right, there we go. Yep, exactly. It's just trading stuff, all kinds of goods, mostly stuff you and me could buy at Walmart. Yeah, exactly. But what stuff, fam? Yeah, okay, there you go. He's like, India doesn't have that much. India's got resources, brother, and a lot of it is in, like you said, clothing, stuff you buy at Walmart. A lot of that stuff is coming out of India, brother. Because somebody's doing the labor, the labor intense jobs. They're doing it for a cheaper buck. And it's not only India. It's India gets its hands on stuff too, but the corridor starts at India. Again, it's not only India. You got to keep that in mind. Solar battery charger so far. All right, I see y'all. All right, let me see here. All right, so let me get back to this part. Now, the economic corridor. Let's go into it on Wiki here. India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. The India, Middle East Economic Corridor is a planned economic corridor that aims to bolster economic development by fostering connectivity and economic integration between Asia, the Persian Gulf, and Europe. The corridor is proposed from India to Europe. through the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and Greece. Notice who's not mentioned. You see, um, background September 2023, the Memorandum of Understanding. A Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, is a type of agreement between two bilateral or more multilateral parties. It expresses a convergence of will between the parties, indicating an intended common line of action. It is often used either in case where parties do not imply a legal commitment. Right. So just a promise, promissory note or understanding that they're going to work on this. Now, check this out. The project is launched to bolster transportation and communication links between Europe and Asia through rail and shipping networks and is seen as a USA counter to China's Belt and Road Initiative. You see this? Okay. So this is the other plan up for, other thing that's operating, and the belt would be the blue one, right? The Memorandum of Understanding document has only mapped out the potential geography of a corridor that will compete against the Suez Canal, right? Now, in September 2023, Turkish President Recep Erdogan criticized the project for bypassing Turkey and has vowed for an alternative route, the Iraq Development Road Project, which is investigated and envisaged, to connect the Persian Gulf with Europe through a railway and highway via ports in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Iraq, including the under construction Grand Fall Port, coast of Iraq. Right. Okay. So this is another alternative plan. So let's go back here a little bit. So those are the countries that stand to get something out of it. The main line shared parties. But all right. So now let's go back. Let's go back a bit. Let me see here. We can go back to the map and take a look here. Now, it's really interesting because now on the surface it seems like this isn't much, but the thing about it is that the countries want things to they start. What happens is that they have an agreement, but then if you want to the agreement, they know that the U.S. wants this corridor to be created, right? Because for two reasons. It's a competitor to China's corridor, and it gives them a reason, an opportunity to basically help bolster up security and get the heck out of there. Now check this out. Because there's another agreement in the works. Check this out. Let me see something. This one right here. Can y'all still see this? This was already in the works. Check this out. Can y'all see this? Middle East Strategic Alliance. This is another project, and that the U.S. has been pushing, and it's changed names. It didn't start with Biden, but Biden has a new name for it. What's up, Tyrone? Better call Tyrone. Call him. Yeah, man. It's getting interesting, right? As they say in Nelly's song, it's getting hot in here. What's up, bro? It's getting hot in here. What you think about this? The Middle East Strategic Alliance.
I just recently came up on that news about Hamas, but the thing that folks should remember too, because I saw someone in the comments mention that this has been going on for like 1,500 years.
3,000. 3,500
yeah.
years to be exact.
Yeah. Not 1947. That's when, you know, these different European governments decided that they wanted to find a homeland for the Jews after World War II, after, you know, the Holocaust.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't remember that they had a lot of different places that they were considering. Palestine is what they eventually settled on, but they were
Mhm.
considering Uganda at one time in East Africa. They were
Mhm.
considering Somalia, Ethiopia, a couple of them other
Mhm.
countries around there in East Africa. They were considering Tasmania down by Australia. They were considering
Mhm.
Alaska. They were considering Guyana down there in South America. There's all kind
Mhm.
of places that they were like this stuff that's going on in Palestine right now. This could have been easily in Uganda where we saw this happening. But
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It is interesting. Yeah. Go ahead. Keep going.
this
The
this
dynamics. The
yeah,
dynamics. Yeah.
this thing with Hamas and everything, man, I hope I can get this out right. There's a thing that Caucasians tend to do when it comes to these genocides that they carry out. They like to make it as protracted and drawn out and long term as possible in order to normalize it in people's eyes. And consequently, they
You sure that?
pathologize any kind of
But
resistance. What's that?
oh, you just saying Machiavellian. It's just Machiavellian. It's hard. It's got so many moving parts that it's covered well. It has a surface, then it has you could get under the surface a little bit, but to get to the root of it is quite complex. But I
Well,
mean, the reason why. Go ahead.
no, I was
It's
just saying they
deception, very deceptive,
just
essentially.
just like just like what they did with us, where they dragged out um genocide for hundreds of years, and they just
Hmm.
make it to be like a normal thing where you have people coming from Europe, white people coming from Europe, and deciding that, oh, they want to start a life, you know, a new life here and whatnot, and they just make it look like the
Right.
genocide is just this thing in the
Machiavellian.
background, and it's just
Right.
this normal thing.
Yeah. Those
Um,
people are real. Those people are real. But the problem is they're being used as pawns.
yeah, the thing that they
And
want to do, you know, the most is to try to keep that genocide out of the foreground, out of the conversation.
right.
So
Yeah. The
if you can
slow death.
imagine, if
The
you can
slow
imagine,
death.
like when you had black folks back in the day in America, um, marching against Jim Crow, because you know the whole world calls what Israel is doing an apartheid state. Apartheid is just another word for Jim Crow.
Hmm.
So if you can imagine back in the day when you had black folks marching and, you know, protesting and whatnot or whatever, the whole world saw those images of black
Hmm.
folks again just walking hand in hand, singing, you know, just begging for fair treatment and whatnot. And you
Hmm.
had white folks beating them with batons, hosing them down, sicking dogs on them and whatnot. The whole world
Hmm.
saw that stuff, and America lost all moral authority. You know what I mean? The
Yes.
whole world was on the side of
Saw it.
black folks in the situation, basically. So
Right.
they had a thing where they had, you know, the media was still fairly new, television and whatnot, right? So they didn't handle that too well. Um, you know, they before that they black folks on TV mainly as like servants and
Jigaboos,
that kind of thing. Yeah,
basically.
people aren't gonna think that what you're doing to people in a position like that, they won't see it as justified.
Mm-hmm.
After that civil rights movement and whatnot on television, it became all about showing black people as a bunch of criminals and savages and troublemakers and whatnot. All of a sudden, we started having a whole lot of 1 hour, dramas that have to do with like lawyer shows, judge shows, cop shows, all that type of stuff. And they just they stopped showing the other side. They stopped showing the lives of black people dealing with racism and whatnot. All going now was just the perspective of the state. The same thing happened again in South Africa with their movement. This time in the 80s, it was apartheid was done by like 91, 92 in South Africa. But those kinds of images went out again to the world of black people peacefully marching, just begging to be treated equally, and a bunch of white people just beating them up and stuff.
Right.
So the Israelis, they learned from that because they're doing this exact thing in Palestine. So they know that it can't be a situation where they just have, because even though everybody encourages the Palestinians to be exactly like that, while you're getting genocided out of here, what you're supposed to do is write articles about it, try to start some dialogue about it, peacefully protest, so on and so.
Resistance.
Yeah. Even though international law says that they have a right to resist with arms, but whatever.
Right.
That's what the media promotes. But Israel knows that they can't justify stuff that they really want to do to those people unless they have something like Hamas, a group like Hamas. So that's really what that's all about. Like,
oh, okay. So you don't think you think Hamas is being funded by Israel to mess up Palestine, the Palestinian situation? Right. That's what you say?
It wouldn't be the first time that we find out that some terrorist group over there is being funded by the West.
Right, but do you still think they're being funded? Because that article we just read, it's like you said, they admitted to funding Hamas, even in its inception, right?
Yeah, I have no idea. You know what I'm saying? There's no way for me to know if they're still being funded by them, but I wouldn't be surprised by it, because a lot of these terrorist groups that America throws out there as these boogeymen, you'll find later on that America's behind them, or even dictators. You'll find that America is actually behind a lot of these dictators that later they want to take out and whatnot. America was behind, what's his name, from Iraq. America was behind old boy in the Congo that the war popped off over. I forget his name, but you had Mobutu propped up by them for years, and then after that they had another guy up in there. So this is like par for the course for these.
But check this, is counter. Like, look at this. Just because of this attack, look what came out of this. Saudi Arabia puts Israel, not because of Hamas, because of Israel about to go into what is it? It's not the West Bank. It's the I'm sorry, man. What is this? What is that called? That little portion of Palestine called again? Gaza. That's right. The Gaza Strip. Right. This is what. So, and you see, this is also another United States. This Saudi Arabia is working on all of these things that the United States has in play in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia is a part of all of it and a big player, right? So now look.
Saudi Arabia has been committing genocide against the people in Yemen for years, aided directly by America.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say was that look at one of the consequences here. Let me make this smaller because I can see it might be too big on the screen here. In 2 seconds, let me put my headphones on. 2 seconds.
There's a report that I was reading about this morning too, where U.S. government has banned U.S. diplomats from using certain terms whenever they're talking about this latest, flare up with Israel and Palestine. That they're not supposed to use any terms such as de-escalation,
Mm-hmm.
just anything having to do ceasefire. They can't use that. Anything that encourages peace, they're not supposed to use those terms.
Oh yeah. Well, they're gonna have big. It's turning into something big because look at this. Oh, let me turn something out. I can hear the music is up a little high in the background. You see this?
Yeah.
It's having some effects on it's actually creating complications. Should I play this? Let's see here. It says Saudi Arabia is putting United States-backed plans to normalize ties with Israel on ice. Two sources familiar with Riyadh's thinking told Reuters news agency, signaling a rapid rethink of its foreign policy priorities as war escalates between Israel and Palestine group Hamas. The conflict has also pushed the kingdom to engage with Iran. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman took his first phone call from Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi as Riyadh tries to prevent a border surge and violence across the region. The two sources told Reuters there would be a delay in the U.S.-backed talks on normalization with Israel, which was a key step for the kingdom to secure what Riyadh considers a real prize of a U.S. defense pact exchange. You see? And I'm pretty sure that defense pact that they're talking about is the one we were just talking about there. What is it called here? Let me pull it back up. It's the defense part of the trade alliance, MESA, right? That we were just speaking about. 2 seconds. Hold on. Let me. Sorry about that. Right. It's the MESA pact. So Saudi Arabia, this little thing with Israel, I don't want to call it a little thing. This thing with Hamas and Israel, it stands to mess up the military pact that that the U.S. says they're trying to create with Saudi Arabia, with the United Emirates, and whatever, I mean, if you're going to have a war, then obviously it's going to affect all those things. Let me see something here. We should read on because it's some specifics that's involved in this issue, this peace thing. Israel, right, is looking to get Saudi Arabia to acknowledge them as like an official state, the state of Israel, which would, be good for them. That's what they say they've been looking for, right? Now, one of the demands is that they give back the land in the West Bank. And it's presumed that they, this incursion into the Strip is definitely, putting that on play as part of this reversal. So what are your thoughts on that?
That's Palestine that they're talking about, right? That wants that recognition.
No, I don't believe Israel has recognition from Saudi Arabia. There's Arab countries that don't recognize Israel. There's some.
I don't care. Most of the world don't recognize Palestine. Like when you look up, is Palestine a country? You get all kinds of like weird, complicated ass answers. I don't care about. I mean, I get why Israel wants that kind of recognition from Saudi Arabia. They just want everybody to buy down. Like when you said it, in my mind, I heard Roman Reigns, acknowledge me. So, I get it.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I don't feel no way about
it. Of course they would want that, right? But it's some other things they want too, obviously, and the other thing about Saudi Arabia really wants this peace pact with Israel because they're getting weapons for it. They would end up getting in this peace pact. They will end up getting the weapons that the United States gives Israel.
Yeah, so they can continue to exterminate the people in Yemen and stuff, no doubt.
I mean, exactly. You see what I mean? And also, it would give them an edge over Iran. Theoretically, right? But so it seems like this is getting really complicated. But again, you never know where it's going to go until everybody plays their cards, But let me pivot over to this article you just put up here. 2 seconds. I wonder who. Oh, what's up, David? I see David in the chat too. Let me see here. All right, this one is from Huffington Post. Let's see here. Stunning State Department memo warns diplomats no Gaza de-escalation talk. Yeah. And Israel as Israel escalates its offensive, U.S. diplomats are being discouraged from publicly using 3 phrases that would urge calm. Damn. That's I mean, when did they do this? Because it's even more embarrassing when it gets out in the media. It's like whoever thought this up just got exposed. As Israel escalates its attacks on Gaza, the State Department is discouraging diplomats working on Middle East issues from making public statements suggesting the U.S. wants to see less violence, according to the internal emails viewed by Huffington Post. In messages circulated on Friday, the State Department staff wrote, a State Department staff wrote that high-level officials do not want press materials to include 3 specific phrases: de-escalation, ceasefire, end to violence, bloodshed, and restoring calm. Damn. These are like really useful terms, though. The revelation provided a stunning signal about the Biden administration's reluctance to push for Israel restraint as a close U.S. partner expands the, it's not looking good, this issue, because the problem is that, well, they want them wiped out, right? I mean, that's what some people say, that's a theory. Some people definitely believe they want to wipe, and it looks like that, right? There's parties in Israel, because Netanyahu is said to be the conservative, right? or the moderate one, right? And then the other two parties are supposed to be like, yeah, we want them wiped out, right? That I think that's what's going on right here. And so I feel you, but check this out. Saudi Arabia picking up the phone and talking to Iran. I mean, they're being very progressive in their engagement, because it doesn't seem like they want to sit back and get the axe in the back by just hoping everything works out for its best and that they're safe. You know, it doesn't seem like they're betting on somebody coming to save them, which puts them, you know, and everything else they have kind of in line with Iran almost.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. What you think? The U.S. plans on forcing everybody's hand?
I mean, the U.S. What keeps coming to my head. I hate that I don't have the mind.
I'm speaking politically speaking. Sorry, just to be clear.
I hate that I don't have the mind to remember names sometimes. But there's this famous video of this like this former government official, U.S. government official, way back in the early 2000s, talking about U.S. plans to start wars in, it was like 6 or 7 countries in the Middle East. That's like, it's well known that that's America's whole thing for that region, is to keep them unstable and just in constant wars, so that they can always just happily be going in there and getting the oil and, you know, so on and so forth. But that's perpetual warfare. That's all they see for that area.
Right, but can't they do that without exterminating the Palestinians?
Yeah, but where's the fun in that?
Where's the fun? What's up, Fight Doctor? Where's the fun in that?
I'm telling you, these people, and they're sadists. They enjoy people suffering. Plus, they just want Israel, period, to be like a really just totally secure military base as far as they're concerned for themselves, the U.S. They want that like locked down, that spot just locked down for themselves.
Well, it seems like lately politically, you know, Saudi Arabia is looking for more guarantees, like not looking for promises, looking for like, so in terms of their relation with Saudi Arabia, you know, there was a time where Israel could promise to do stuff, like you saw the constant incursions into the West Bank, where they're taking more land when they're supposed to not be taking any land. They're not supposed to be building settlements, but then they're building settlements. They went against their word so many times that it seems like it's put them in a situation with Saudi Arabia, at least, because they're a power in the region, you know, where they don't have to take promises anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the U.S. is going to back Israel if anything goes down, but I doubt it. I never really see any of these either the terrorist groups that they have out there, the Al Qaeda's, the ISIS and all that, and I never see a lot of those Islamic countries. They don't really bother Israel like that. I mean,
no, they don't. They don't bother Israel. They don't bother Israel.
I see them having issues with each other, but I don't really see them bothering Israel like that.
Yeah, they have divides. They have divides. You know, in the Islamic world, you could say, and then between states also. You know, I guess it's compounded by them being different states as well. You know, but because they don't, you know, they don't all seem to, you know, there's religious beliefs, and then there's money at play. You know what I mean? So I guess there's you know, they have those two dynamics, and money seems to, you know, be a real winner in this one, you know, and religion a little bit less, even though they kind of pivot to it sometimes. The US seems to pivot to it a lot in its discussions, but to me it looks like more money driven than anything else. The religious stuff is kind of worn off, you know. I mean, even with Iran, I mean, do you think nations are like Hamas, for example, or who else is aligned with Iran? Nobody else is aligned with Iran in the region.
Russia.
It's only Russia, but they're not even in the region. I'm talking about the Middle East. Nobody else is. No one's aligned with Iran. Iran seems to be like a powerhouse standing on its own, and it seems like they are the most threatened. That's what I was getting at.
I don't think Iranians are seen as Arabs.
No, they're not. They're Asians, brother. They're Asians. They're not Arabs. They're Asians.
That might have something to do with it. I don't know. I think they're also like not as strict as a lot of the other Muslim countries out there in that area.
Well, they got stricter. You know, they have gotten stricter in the last few decades, man. Since what I think they say the Shah of Iran came back into power, they became more strict slowly, more, you know.
Well, that, you know, America's behind the Shah, right?
Right. That's what. Yeah, they supported him to do the coup, and I think the family fled to the U.S. too. Even the king of Iran or something. I believe so. Let me double check, because sometimes if you haven't looked up, you know, these things and discussed them in like 10 or 20 years, you could mix it up with something else. But let me just look at this. Who the hell is behind that? Let's see here. Google. Where did the king of Iran flee to? Bahamas. Okay, damn. Although the Shah did not abdicate, a referendum results in declaration April 1979 in the Islamic Republic in Iran. The Shah traveled to Egypt. Oh, okay, hold on. This is not it. Sorry.
He eventually ended up in the U.S. The Bahamas was just somewhere that he went through.
I think so. Hold on. Is it this one? Hold on. Now, is that the king? Yes, this is him, man. This is him. Another Shah took over, and that's who the U.S. supported. But the U.S. supported another Shah to go against this guy, right? And this guy ended up in the U.S., I believe. Let me see. What does it say here? How does it? Iranian American, right? Historian of the wrote in. Hold on. He's the crown prince. Well, does it say where he died? I don't even think he's in the picture.
It's funny, you always hear about a lot of these coup leaders and dictators. And when I say coup leaders, I mean those that actually take out democratically elected governments, right? I forget the dude's name, but the guy that was the leader of an organization called FRAPH, FRAPH, down in Haiti, when they ousted
it was this. You see this? This is what the coup was about. Oil. Nationalizing the oil.
Yeah.
And it's nationalized anyway today, but so they lost that battle. But that's why they kicked this guy out.
Yeah. Anytime you get a leader in there that actually wants to do something for the people, it's coup time.
I believe he lives in the US, man. Let's see here. Yeah, but go ahead. Sorry about that. I just wanted to.
The guy who ousted Aristide in around 2003 or 4 or whatever, he ended up coming to America, hiding or whatever in America. Dude that was a dictator down in what was it, Chile or whatever. He came up here too. These are guys that were backed by the U.S. and they're like these major international criminals, and they come and find refuge in America.
Right. That's interesting, right? I mean, look, the Shah traveled to several countries before entering the United States in October '79 for medical treatment of his cancer. In Tehran, Islamic militants responded November by storm. Okay, the approval campaign. Yeah. So I believe that's where he stayed. That's why. So he went there for medical treatment. And let me see. Where did the Shah of Iran live after fleeing? Let's just. Shah died in exile. Okay, he died in Egypt. Okay. Okay, there we go. And he was granted asylum by Anwar Sadat. That's an interesting note there. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that actually. Yeah, so he didn't die in the U.S., but that's Egypt. I mean, come on. So what's that? That's a similar dynamic too. But what do you think about this? Then I can just ask you right out. What do you think about this theory that Iran has the most to fear from Saudi Arabia normalizing relations with Israel and having a trade and military pact? Because this is what people are saying is behind the Hamas attacking. This is what's going around. It's not in the news. I'm just saying folks are starting to,
like Iran could somehow suffer from that militarily or economically.
That Iran is the loser with the military pact that's proposed for the Middle East, which includes Israel, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and let me see, who does this military pact? Let me just, before I mess up, I don't want to let's go back to this one. Let's go back to this one here. I mean, there's different articles on Mesa, but we can just take a look at this one, and then folks can decide. It says the Arab world needs collective security architecture. The U.S. project of the Middle East Strategic Alliance could, in theory, be a step forward, especially as it links military security to political and economic security. But so far, Mesa has been conceived to meet U.S. needs, to target Iran and to reduce U.S. regional presence without allowing China or Russia to gain influence, while disregarding the properties and constraints of the prospective Arab member states. The U.S. and Arab officials acknowledge that Mesa is a collective work in progress. Another working group meeting on Mesa is expected to take place later this month. Now, let me see. This is not a new article, though. So I'm guessing because, yeah, this is about Trump. This was back with Trump. Hold on. No. Let me come back out of this. It's called Mesa. Okay. Let me check out one more article on this one. Mesa. Security. It's a security pact. Now why? It's so funny. When I came out of this, I didn't find another article. That's so strange, man. Mesa, Middle East Security something agency, right? Okay. All right.
I'm guessing America wants to also maybe try to speed up that next world war. They kind of see themselves losing a little bit now. You got that BRICS thing going on, where you already got probably about 4 or 5 nations. It don't seem like much, but those 4 or 5 nations, their population comprises like 42% of the population of the world, because you got India and China up in there. Them two alone. In India got 1.4 billion people. China got 1.4 billion people, and you got Russia up in it. I'm guessing Iran is probably around the corner with that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
they're being very progressive. They're being very
Mhm.
progressive. Obviously, the U.S. is very progressive in terms of it, what it is proposing. It supports other states in right now, like all around the globe. I mean, it's not just doing a military thing.
Mhm.
It's not only, and in some cases, there's another development, but let's just in Africa that's major actually that a lot of people aren't talking about also. But look at this. This is an article that was put out about this Middle Eastern NATO, a bridge too far. They're talking about that MESA, right?
Mhm.
Analysis. Israel and the U.S. have been eager to create a regional military alliance with Gulf states to counter Iran, but the project poses multiple risks. Now, without Saudi Arabia, without Saudi Arabia, all of this is gone, bro. Without Saudi Arabia, that trade thing is off the table. This Middle Eastern security pact is off the table. And one could argue that a lot of these nations, if it's off the table, they have to lean somewhere else. So yeah, I think the U.S. is being like, this thing isn't. We better speed this thing up. At least they're. I mean, they obviously not going to just sit back and wait. But this apparently is part of them not waiting. They rather be progressive about a security pact and backing it up with some trade, um, some ideas about trade in the future. Something that holds real weight. Security and trade hold real weight. That's money and that's weapons. Um, they're not going to get, until China, is competing with the U.S. You could argue that they wouldn't get that. But what first world country, what superpower gives other countries their best weapons anyway? China would never give its best weapons out just to, be a counterweight against the US. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, and that's further down the line. So I think, I don't know, I'm just putting it out there. Like, to me, it seems like this thing going on, we agree, whatever's going on in Palestine right now between Israel and Palestine, it's not the Palestinian people.
Nah.
We pretty much agree. It's not the secondly, who could plan logistics like that? This was the most
Mhm.
advanced attack, quote unquote, that Hamas has ever been able to pull off, and no other attack has looked anything, hasn't been. This is a attack that has some very interesting parts to it. I mean, they had people flying in on these little, what do you call them? Like flying, not motorcycles, but flying dune buggies and shit. Yeah, they flew them in, man. They like
I
glided
mean,
them in.
it for me, I'm just like something again that tells me that this isn't from like organically from the people, because a lot of that stuff costs a lot of money, and everybody knows these are some poor ass people. Israel controls their food. Israel controls their water. Israel controls their electricity. I'm thinking if they got money to spend on, fancy smancy weapons like that, they probably gonna go for the food first and stuff. Try to find a way to get some food up in there under the Israelis' noses and whatnot, because you got to
Right.
survive.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right?
Look
You're
at
gonna be
this. This
fighting
was a
and your belly's grumbling and whatnot.
look at this. They had gliders, man. Gliders. This is like, I mean, and to coordinate it, but to coordinate that attack also, it's not just the material parts, the coordination, like
Mhm.
um you know to slip under Israeli security. I mean, this it almost looks like, well, it doesn't almost look like it. It damn sure looks like they definitely had some outside planning. But look here, I mean, I don't know. It's hard. People have to be really try to be really measured when pointing at Iran, essentially, because of course people have always been pointing at Iran and calling them the axis of evil and everything. But I mean, to me, it seems like to pull this off, you would need a lot. There's some components that if it's not Iran, then I don't know. I don't know who else would. Russia would definitely. It has to be somebody bigger, or someone that has an interest in this war happening. Like obviously the U.S. You could, if you could say Iran or Russia, you could say the U.S. too. I mean, I just mean that. To me, it seems like you have to have some sophistication to pull off this kind of attack. You know, and it's obvious that the attack is made to draw them in. You know, to draw the Israelis into coming into the Gaza Strip. You know, but yeah.
And we know that the Israelis get a lot of their just when it comes to how they're going about this, they're getting a lot of their intelligence from America. Not just from satellites and stuff like that, but from the history too. Because America is not a stranger to. There's a term for it. I can't remember right now, but just doing something like the, what do they call it, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Is that the one that started off the Vietnam War? They try to act like another country attacked them. Really, it's just something they did themselves. False flagging and whatnot. America's good for that type of stuff.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be difficult to forget our beloved.
Mm-hmm. If you're talking, I don't hear nothing.
No, I'm not talking. I'm just typing. Okay. I just wanted to put this in the chat. Okay, 2 seconds. I'm gonna pull up another link. Mm-hmm. You see this? I mean, what a coincidence. Very convenient this article exists. You know,
I saw they immediately started pushing out stuff about how it was Russia that helped or Iran that helped. I definitely saw that.
Yeah, people have to be cautious about, because but I'm just saying, like, you know, because the reason why I'm thinking this is because all of the agreements that the U.S. has been pushing for in the Middle East, they all harm Iran. Iran is not the winner in any of that stuff. You know, if there's someone who would, in my mind, would want a conflict between Palestinians and Israelis, because think about this, it's the concept that works. The concept of the Israelis exterminating the Palestinians.
Yeah,
they're exterminating Muslims. This is Jews exterminating Muslims. That's how it's going to play out in the Middle East. And I think that's the narrative that best suits Iran. You see what I mean? Hold on. Let me drop the link for Fight Doctor here.
It's funny how much they're so after starting a war with Iran and making Iran look like, again, this real boogeyman. When last time Iran started a war, they say it was in 1856. Slavery was still going on. They try to talk like slavery was such a long time ago, right?
Right.
Well, look how long ago it was that Iran started a war. Why y'all keep trying to start something with Iran?
Yeah, it's like it doesn't necessarily have to be that they want to start a war. Why couldn't it be that they just want to help the Palestinians get free? Why can't that be? Why does it have to be, no, they want a whole war? But of course, I'm also, I don't know the answer to either one. I'm just hypothesizing here. What's up, Fight Doctor?
It's projection. It's projection. Because just like when they created that phrase, preemptive war, when they decided they were going to invade a country,
right?
Not because the country did anything to them, but because they feel like the country might do something to them. So therefore, this justifies invading.
So this is right, the projection onto Iran, because they think like everybody else, right? They think like the U.S. So this is preemptive. Let's read it and then Fight Doctor. Let's see what he got to say. Last weekend's attack on Israel by Hamas has brought renewed scrutiny. Let me. Can you all see this too?
I
can make it a little bigger. All right. Has brought renewed scrutiny of the armed Palestinian group's long-standing relationship with Iran, and questions about whether the Gaza-based group could have pulled off such a sophisticated and devastating operation on its own. Yeah, Iran, it just kind of reminds me, though, of what they say about black folk, too. They couldn't have pulled it off. They must have had help. But, yeah, they not smart enough. All right, Iran, they don't know how to. You remember they couldn't have been in the green Sahara. They wasn't smart enough. No, I'm joking. Anyway, Iran has a long history of training and arming proxy militia groups in the region. Correct or incorrect?
America.
Yeah. Okay. So you agree with that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So all right. So you agree. All right. So this is a neutral premise then. We can't say it's true and we can't say it ain't true, because if one group could do it, why wouldn't they all? Why wouldn't But in theory, why wouldn't everybody come to the party? Right? It could be anybody for that matter, right?
Yeah.
We could be talking about anybody. Okay. Iran has a long-standing history of training, and the U.S. of training and arming proxy militia groups in the region, from Gaza to Lebanon, Iraq, and Syria, and the U.S. It supports Hamas militarily and has helped it design and produce a domestic missile and rocket system to match the capabilities and material available in Gaza. An impoverished, densely populated coastal strip that has been blockaded by Israel and Egypt for the past 18 years. And over the past years, there have been signs that Iran and its proxies were preparing to take a more aggressive approach towards Israel. I mean, I guess I'm guessing that Iran denies all these allegations, right?
Most
likely. So, I mean, I don't know if there's anything they don't. There's not going to be evidence here, right? This is assumption based. It's just pretty much.
It's just funny how people be trying to word things to, again, controlling the words to just control people's emotions. Because I remember having a debate years ago with a dude. I forget who it was that America was fighting all the time, since America is always fighting somebody. But the guy tried to make something about how the country was using the other country that America was fighting. The government was using mercenaries and whatnot. They're paying people to fight, and I'm like, okay, you think America ain't paying its fighters? What are you talking about?
They're paying people to fight. That's wrong. Yeah. It's true, man. No one would be fighting. Just stop paying people, and see who fights.
You think the fighters for America is just doing it out of the love?
Yeah. For the red, white, and blue, the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah, with a tear from their eye.
Yeah, that's like believing Trump did it just for the love. All right, but in any case, yeah. But so all right, Fight Doctor, what's up, brother?
Yo, what's going on, gentlemen? How you doing?
We good, brother. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
I'm doing well, thank you. I only have a few minutes, but I just wanted to
Okay.
chime in real quick. So this conflict really, so that article you just read about the Iranian connection to Hamas,
Yeah,
that's
it's projection. It's
that's
projection. It's not-
actually it's misdirection,
yeah.
is what it is.
Okay.
The history of Hamas is essentially it was created by the Israeli government.
Yeah, or
Now-
funded by them, right?
No, created. It is a creation of the Israeli government. And see, what people need to understand, and this is not like a secret, okay? Because you have people at high-ranking people in the U.S. and in the Israeli government who admit as much, that they created Hamas. They financed Hamas, okay?
Well, we read an article where they admitted to financing.
Well,
Maybe they worded it, but go ahead. I get you. It's
Yeah.
true. Because what's the difference, right? Funding and starting it.
Right,
You need funding to start the shit.
Yeah, but what needs to but in a greater context, what needs to be understood is that first and foremost, the Israeli government is a terrorist organization. Do your research and just look at the characters who in 48 created the Israeli government, and you will find people who were part of the Stern Gang and the Irgun, names that you never hear about. Okay, these organizations you never hear about, but they are essential to the problem that we're facing today, because these are the people who essentially are created the Israeli government. These people were terrorists. Okay, but you never hear anyone talking about them. And these people, basically in 48 and even before, were rehearsing acts of genocide against the Palestinian Arabs. And these people essentially created the state of Israel. And the government of the state of Israel has been a terrorist organization since 1948, which is why you have the Israeli government creating organizations like Hamas, okay, to perpetuate this violence confusion, so that, and listen, the current prime minister of Israel has even gone on record stating as much, is that their goal in financing Hamas is to foment misunderstanding between the various Palestinian factions so that they will be unable to create a state. Hamas is essentially the Arab terrorist wing of the Israeli government. And that's not embellishment. That's fact. That's who they are. So the problem is, one, that you have this terrorist organization calling themselves the government of Israel. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that we follow suit. The United States government follows suit with whatever these terrorists want to do. And that's been the case since 1948, since they were created. Three is that the media loves to misconstrue what is actually going on in Palestine, okay? And they take the story and flip it on its head, and basically the media acts as if everyone is brain dead and nobody has access to the internet and can do a quick Google search and look up the history of this part of the world and figure out exactly what's going on. It takes 2 minutes, but we're all being played for suckers, okay? And unfortunately, unfortunately, the Palestinian people are being made to pay a terrible price because of this unconditional support that the world, most of the Western world at least, seems to lend to this terrorist organization known as the government of Israel. And this is not about religion. Don't get it twisted. This is about resources. This is about oil, okay? If there were no oil in the countries that surround the state of Israel, no one would care. Absolutely, positively, nobody would care. This wouldn't even be on our radar. We wouldn't be talking about this right now because no one would care. But in fact, Israel the state of Israel, the supposed state of Israel, because it's not really a real state. It's a satellite of the United States. That's first and foremost, which should be understood. If you withdrew the funding, the foreign aid, quote unquote, that the state of Israel receives from the United States, it would cease to be. Wouldn't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it receives. We were speaking about the funding. I think it was up to 160 something billion in military aid, but that started like a long time ago. So the interest on that, you could say, or no, not the interest, but the what is that called again? What's the word, brother? Tyrone?
Inflation.
The inflation on that, it will put it up in over $1 trillion.
So here's an interesting fact for you, right? Here's an interesting fact. I don't know that it's still true, but I suspect it is. I know it was true some years back, but if you were to add up all of the foreign aid that the United States gives to every country not named Israel, it would be less than the foreign aid that the United States gives every year to the state of Israel. Just imagine.
Yeah. How much do they give every year to Israel?
Upwards of $3 billion.
Okay, yeah.
And that amount eclipses what the United States gives to every other country combined. Why is this place so important that we need to spend so much money? Why is this place so important that we need to endorse every war crime that they commit? Why is this place so important that the government of Israel can thumb its nose in the face of the United Nations sanctions and international law, and we're perfectly fine with it? Meanwhile, the United States will use the United Nations as a stick to beat other countries over the head. Russia, China, but not Israel. Israel is no problem from the standpoint of the United States if Israel wants to buck the United Nations and international law. International law.
Yeah, that's another major problem here. Like the states, the main stakeholders, they kind of play a double, let's just say the Security Council members, right? They have different groups that they prefer, and if you ask one, they will give a pass to their to their group of whoever rolls with them. They'll give pass on human rights violations, and still work with them and won't draw the line. And it's similar for other nations too, man. And I think what's happened is that overall, with that kind of approach to human rights law, they've weakened human rights law, to a point where states are becoming very aggressive about whether they even need to follow international law.
Say, brother V. Bennett, I gotta run, but I'm gonna tune in the car.
You come, yeah. Hop back up if you get a check-in, brother.
Okay,
if you get another second. Yeah, thank you too. Thank you. It's good to hear from you.
Peace.
Yeah, that was Fight Doctor, man. Woo! He hasn't been around in a minute, but maybe he'll be back. But what do you think about that, Femi? Oh, Tyrone, I'm sorry. Like the idea that that folks are not following international law, the laws that they sign up for, that they're violating them, that they don't hold weight. Like, I mean, and I think that's a big problem myself. But go ahead, you go ahead.
It's just par for the course. I mean, this is like both Israel and America. This is what they do. I mean, America been doing that type of stuff. They don't care about any kind of laws and whatnot. They care about whether or not you have the power to stop them from doing whatever they want to do.
Right. But yeah, because we have instance of where some of these players are major human rights violators, and human rights is international law. I mean, Saudi Arabia, they chop people's heads off for stealing a piece of bread. I mean, I don't know if that really happened, but that's what I heard.
It's an extreme. That's why people are always so surprised when they hear that that's America's ally. It's illegal for women to drive over there. It's an extreme Islamic state.
Right.
But
It's an extreme state, but then Saudi Arabia would accuse Iran of being the same, right? The United States would accuse Iran of being the same. So then they would kind of justify it that way. Like, well, then, we can't, if we can't stop one, then we can't stop the other, why should you ask us to stop the other if you can't stop this other one, and then it just goes out of, hand. I mean, next thing you know, you have a bunch of states with a lot of money that are committing these human rights violations against their own populations because, no one stood firm on the first violations.
America has a long history.
Yeah.
America has a long history of being really cool with terrorists and dictators, terrorist organizations, so on and so forth. Because for them, the only thing that matters is, are they doing what we want them to do? It's really all that matters.
Right. Yeah. I agree with you, brother. I mean, that's what we've done. We've taken advantage of power. Historically, we have, so people can't say that we haven't. I mean, I'm not saying that's all that the U.S. has done. I'm not saying it's only done bad, but you can't deny that as a major power that we've haven't, acted in bad character at times and been criticized for it. Then we have another president that comes along and says, "Oh well, I'm sorry, that was the last president, and let's go fix things now." That's how it works, right? I mean, every 4 years in American style democracy, you elect a new
when
leader.
They went in,
transgressions are forgiven, right?
Yeah. And nobody's ever held accountable. I talked about it before, but when they went into Libya, the United States government teamed up with members of at least 3 different terrorist organizations, members of the Taliban, members of Al Qaeda, members of LIFG, to go, take out Gaddafi or whatever, and those folks that they teamed up with ended up committing a genocide against the black population in Libya. You can find this stuff if you Google up the term the brigade to purge black-skinned slaves. You'll find it that way. Brigade to purge black-skinned slaves.
Hold on, what?
So they in Libya, they exterminated a black population there, and then ever since 2011 or whatever, they've also had slavery going on.
Exterminate black what slaves? Black skinned
brigade to exterminate the brigade to purge black skinned slaves.
Oh shit. Hold on, let me go to this one. The wiki. When was this?
2011, when the United States.
Okay, this was in 2011. Okay, I got you. This is when they took out Gaddafi, right?
Yeah.
They one of the Okay, so Misret in the black majority town of. Okay, but this is not that. They're just talking about racism, but this is article specifically on what you're talking about. Let me see here. Libya.
Do you see the Guardian? Is there a Guardian article that came up in your search?
Yeah, this is a Guardian article. The murder of black men in the aftermath of rebellion speaks of a society deeply divided for decades by Muammar Gaddafi. But they credit Muammar Gaddafi for this, for dividing the society. But you know, I mean, there's been a history of this long before Gaddafi. You know, but men accused of being mercenaries fighting for Muammar Gaddafi sit in a rebel vehicle in Tripoli. Okay, this is a bad time to be a black man in Libya. But where is the mercenary? Oh, okay, here it is. Identified one mercenary group. They don't say that group name though, but maybe that wasn't the real group's name. Is that what you?
It wasn't a group's name. It was just like a mantra that they
Okay.
had.
Okay.
But it was just a bunch of terrorists from like I said, about 3 different terrorist organizations.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. This was the worst thing. One of the worst things. It's hard to even know, man. It's hard to even know what the worst thing is because there's so many bad things that have been done that just, you know, it just seems like it's a never-ending list. Let me go back to this one. Let's see here. What was it?
There's a human.
There's a what?
A human rights investigations.org article.
Oh, really? Oh, hold on. Okay, let me go back to that one.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Let me see something. Oh, okay, the fight doctor's back. What's up, brother?
Yo, what's going on? I'm in the car, so I'm just gonna kind of just ride the background and just hop in when when I have a point to make.
Okay, yeah. We're just going over a few other details about this conflict. I mean, there's a lot of people that think that this. I mean, I understand that the idea that wow, what does this have to do with us? But actually, if you look at the tactics, it's good for us to pay attention to this because these are the same tactics that's going to be used against everybody, against others. These are state of the art Machiavellian, tactics. And it's all about the money, and why would you use it in the Middle East if you wouldn't use it anywhere else? You know what I mean? It's like so I think it's good to be aware of what's going down in the Middle East and don't take the position of it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not saying you have to believe that there's angels there, that everybody's an angel, but everybody can't be a villain. You know what I mean? Like everyone just can't be, that's just ridiculous to think that everyone is just unworthy of any acknowledgement or there's some bad actors and there's some regular everyday people too. And but back on this, man. Let me see. Where's it? Did I pull the article? Did the article come up? Okay, hold on. I didn't pull it up yet. Pull this one up here. This one up here. Here we go. Is that showing up? Oh, here.
That's it.
Here. Okay. Libyan rebel ethnic cleansing and lynching of black people. And this is, okay, Human Rights Investigation.org. Okay, Benghazi. Okay. Let's see here. Make the text a little bigger. Further specific evidence has emerged that there's a strong racist element within the rebel forces, including at command level, and it is the stated intention of these forces to ethnically cleanse areas they capture of their dark-skinned inhabitants. Racism among the rebels, including at command level. In a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, journalist Sam Dare pointed out the obvious fact that the Libyan war is aggravated ethnic tensions in that country. Excuse me, damn. 2 seconds. Let me clear my throat, man. Yeah. In a recent article, the Wall Street aggravated ethnic. Okay, the article talks about the fate of Tawerga, a small town 25 miles to the south of Mizrat, inhabited mostly by Black Libyans, a legacy of its 19th century origins as a transit town in slave trade. Okay. Ibrahim al-Habas, a rebel commander leading the fight near Tawerga, says all remaining residents should have once. If his fighters capture in town, they should pack up. Okay. Other rebel leaders are reported as calling for drastic measures like banning Tawerga natives from ever working, living, or sending their children to schools in Misrata, In addition, according to the article, as a result of the battle for Misrata, nearly 4/4 of residents of Misrata's Gusi neighborhood were Tawerga natives. Now they are gone or in hiding, fearing revenge attacks by Misratans amid reports of bounties for their capture. Amid allegations of Black mercenaries and stories of mass rape by the inhabitants of Tawerga, Sam Dare reports on further evidence of the racism amongst the rebel forces. Some of the hatred of Tawerga has racist overtones that were most latent before the current conflict. On the road between Misrata and Tawerga, rebel slogans like the Brigade for Purging Slaves' Black Skin have supplanted pro-Gaddafi scrawl. The racial tensions have been fueled by the regime's alleged use of African mercenaries to violently suppress demonstrators at the start of the Libyan uprising in February. And since that, the south of the country, which is predominantly Black, mainly backs Colonel Gaddafi. This information has already been publicized in the WSJ and also
Wall Street
in
Journal.
that's the Wall Street Journal. Okay. And also in Black Star News. Brian Chan of the Los Angeles Times reports visiting a prison in Benghazi where terrified Black men were paraded for the cameras, with Human Rights Watch silently taking notes. One man bravely protested he was just a guest worker, and the guards presented a Gambian passport as proof he was a Gaddafi operative. Chan's Libyan interpreter asked, "So what do you think? Should we just go ahead and kill them?" There's a lot of horrific video footage clearly showing public lynchings in Benghazi. Linked to the graphic description of some footage, including the rebel headquarters, beheadings of blindfolded prisoners, and interrogation of prisoners, including in hospitals. The myth of Black mercenary leads to lynching. Other evidence of the massacres of Black people, which include the lynchings and the murder of Black soldiers of the Libyan army, guest workers from the African countries, and dark-skinned Libyan civilians, include a report from the BBC on February 25th, which cited a Turkish construction worker saying, "We had 70 to 80 people from Chad working for our company. They were cut dead with pruning shears and axes," attackers saying. "You were providing troops for Gaddafi. The Sudanese were also massacred. We saw it for ourselves." Damn. So they're just workers, killing workers. They thought they were fighters or something.
So if I could chime in real quick, so Gaddafi, if I recall correctly, he hired mercenaries from Africa south of the Sahara.
That's what they say in the article. They say, yeah.
And he would use these mercenaries to enforce his rule. And the problem is that if you have Africans from south of the Sahara who came to Libya to work, then they will be confused for these mercenaries, and then they were often dealt with brutally.
Right.
That's the excuse that they give, though. You know what I'm saying? Like they know that they're just wiping out black people, but you always, when you're a monster, but you don't want to be seen as a monster, you need to create a narrative. So all the black people that's in Libya was working for Gaddafi.
So
Right.
one other point I want to make real quick is that what should be understood also within the context of this Libyan situation is the trans-Saharan slave trade and how the Arab slave masters dealt with their black men slaves, and that castration was often the prescription for black male slaves because, in their view, black men were perceived as a threat.
Yeah, you can't get nobody else pregnant. Can't get no Arab women pregnant. Can't get the yeah, it's crazy. It's true. It was a main feature. They weren't They were using slaves, but they weren't necessarily concerned with producing more. Breeding them. It's crazy, man.
And that kind of language too, the brigade, the purge, black skinned slaves and whatnot. I've seen that same kind of language used by the northern Sudanese folks whenever they go down into the south, killing those folks in Darfur and whatnot.
It seems, it's really it's scary because it seems normalized to but to a degree to where there's no outcry to disband that kind of thinking, or it doesn't seem like governments are too concerned with it. I mean, look at what happened in Tunisia. I mean, you gotta, and again, another example that they're making is they're talking about rebel leaders having these kind of concepts, but in Tunisia, it's a president. So if the highest person in office shares these kind of ideas, then you could guess that there's a lot of other people that do as well. Yeah, man. Oh, Divinely Inspired said there's still an open slave market in Libya. Well,
yeah, they got slavery going on.
Let me see here. I mean, I guess this is why people say, hey, it ain't me. I got nothing to do with that, because it's like we know that there's anti-black racism isn't just a European thing. Basically, sadly, it's like,
Like, check this out, right? This is from an old article too, having in Sudan, and this is what I'm talking about, the language.
Put it in the private chat. You have it? Yeah.
What I'm reading goes a ways down on the page, though. You'd have to do like a find in page type thing, but it's saying a Masali chief of the village of Disa reported that during attacks in June 2003 by the Janjaweed and in July and August by the military, 63 persons were killed, including his daughter. In June, the Janjaweed reportedly accused the villages of being traitors to Omar Hassan al-Bashir. That's the president of Sudan at the time, Northern Sudan now. In July, the military arrested several persons, including Brahim Sadiq, a 7-year-old boy. In June, the Janjaweed said during the attack, "You are complicit with the opponents. You are blacks. No black can stay here and no black can stay in Sudan." Arab women were accompanying the attackers. By Arab women, they're talking about the northern Sudanese people. They identify more so with Arab people. But if you see them, they're not dark like the ones in the south, but they're pretty much black people. But they're obviously
like
mixed. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Arab women were accompanying the attackers, singing songs in praise of the government and encouraging the attackers. The women said, The blood of the blacks runs like water. We take their goods and we chase them from our area, and our cattle will be in their land. The power of al-Bashir, the president, belongs to the Arabs, and we will kill you until the end. You blacks, we have killed your God.
Damn,
You see what I'm saying
that's
about how it sounds like it that don't sound like the new school type stuff.
no,
That
this
sounds
is
really old.
yeah, it's unfettered hate. You are
Yeah. So again,
oh, you breaking up, my doctor.
no. How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
No, I was just saying that the Northern Sudanese are essentially a gang of brainwashed, self-hating Negroes.
Oh yeah. I mean, and even worse. This is worse, brother. This is not even like this is even worse than self-hating Negroes. These people are enemies. This is like because when you start saying the blood of the blacks runs like water, whoa. Now this is kind of like yeah, this is enemy talk. I mean, you can't have this kind of hate for anyone and expect the people that you have this hate for to just to not dislike you deeply or not hate you back. You know what I'm saying? Like, my God, the blood of the blacks runs like water. We take their goods and we chase them from the area, and our cattle will be in their land. I mean, that's also just delusional. I mean, this is like real weird hate. Our cattle will be in their lands. It's like, man, oh my God. Yeah,
They've
this is sad.
been doing this stuff for a long time.
So, what this has in common with the Israeli situation, they hate each other. This is the same type of hate that's being utilized, you could say, to create a wedge that everyone can understand. Like, because if you don't see the business people behind the war, then you're more likely to be able to see, just the hatred part, and understand it. Like, yeah, they hate us and we hate them. Right? It makes it easy for people to take sides, basically.
I'd put it a little differently.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Because it's what Israel is doing is no different than what like the European colonists were doing when they came over, to the New World or whatever, and was taking land from the natives and exterminate them, pushing them off somewhere to go be on reservations and so on and so forth. Same thing essentially that they're doing. I don't describe it as hate what they're doing. Mm-hmm. On the colonist side, I describe it as malice, as malicious behavior.
Right.
And the hate part, all that hate means to just dislike with a passion, basically, to like intensely dislike something or someone or whatever. And yeah, you're supposed to dislike intensely when people are trying to exterminate you and take your land and stuff. So
exactly. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice, almost, basically. There's nothing else you can do. It's like that's the proactive. I mean, I guess that's the one proactive thing you can do is like hate back. You don't have the power to do anything else. You may as well hate. Yeah, this is not looking good, man. Yeah, you when you brought it to Africa, it became a little more personal.
So I'm saying,
this
could have been going on in Uganda. This could have been going on because Israel also supported apartheid in South Africa right up until that ended as well. They were big supporters of apartheid. So they could have been doing this stuff in Uganda and Somalia, one of them places where Europeans were actually thinking of having their Israel there. It just ended up in Palestine.
You know, Fight Doctor, you said something that was interesting. You said in Israel and Palestine, it's about money, right? It's not about religion, right?
So the issue is that oil surrounds the state of Israel. That though Palestine is rich in oil, and the whole purpose behind the state of Israel is so that the West can have a means to influence control over those oil-rich nations. That's what this is all about. You know, people want to misconstrue it and twist it and turn it and make it seem like it's about religion or this, that, when that's the reality. That's the reason why the United States supports the government of Israel, is because it uses the government of Israel as a means to maintain control over those nations. Now, if you go now, earlier we were talking about Iran, and people seem to be confused about what the real issue is with Iran and why Iran is an adversary to the United States government. Now, that needs to be put in its proper context. Iran is not an adversary to the people of the United States. They're not. Iran is an adversary to the government of the United States, and for good reason, because the government of the United States popularly.
Say that again. You're breaking up a little bit.
Still breaking up.
Yeah, you're still breaking up, bro. It's because he's driving. He's in his car, so he must be. Yeah. He must be switching.
Yeah. How about now?
Oh, there you go. Now it's on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the car. So yeah, the whole Iranian situation has to be put in its proper context. The problem is that the United States government essentially initiated a coup in Iran and installed the Shah. The Shah was a military dictator in Iran who was a puppet for the United States. And
Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Before they did that, Iran had, did they democratically elect a president?
If memory serves me correct, I don't exactly remember how that government came to power, but I do remember that the government that was in power prior to the Shah, prior to the coup, was popular with the Iranian people. That much I do know. And that the United States government initiated a coup, financed a coup, and installed the Shah of Iran.
He was trying to make the oil public instead of private.
And again, exactly, that's right. So the government that the Shah erased nationalized the resources, the natural resources of the state of Iran. And one of their primary natural resources is oil. Now, the people over here didn't like that very much. So they hijacked the government of Iran and installed the Shah. And the Iranians, listen, if somebody replaces a popularly elected government with a dictator, essentially, you're not going to be happy about that. Just imagine if some country were to overthrow the United States government and install their puppet. How would we feel about that? We would be angry. We would be ready to go to war. So,
true.
When people get to talking about Iran,
that's what happened. That's what they say happened with Trump.
Yeah. So the Iranians weren't down for this, tomfoolery, and they retook their country in 1979, ousted the Shah, and that's how the mullahs who are currently in control, how they came to power. But if you look at Iran, that is in a microcosm what the problem is, and underscores why this problem in the Middle East exists, It's about oil. And if you look at these countries that are around Palestine, most of them are run by puppets that have been installed or maintained and financed or supported by the United States, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and other places. Saudi Arabia is a prime example. That society is not, the government of Saudi Arabia is not a democratically elected government. Okay, it is a quote unquote monarchy. They have no democracy in Saudi Arabia. No democracy. There are no elections in Saudi Arabia. Yet and still, the United States defends every inch, every grain of sand in the country of Saudi Arabia. We have military bases there. We do business with the Saudis. But it's run by a bunch of despots. Okay, and that's part of the problem. In fact, that is the problem, is that the United States props up these governments, not just in the Arab world, but everywhere, all across the globe.
Yep.
The United States props up these despotic regimes and wants to pretend as if everything is kumbaya and everything should be good and rosy, and never mind the fact that Israel is headed up by a bunch of terrorists who have been practicing genocide against the Palestinian people since 1948. Let's just ignore that inconvenient fact.
Right.
And let's just focus on the fact that Palestinians have been practicing some forms of terrorism. Listen, if you want to call Hamas terrorists, that's fine. But the problem is, one, the Palestinian people under international law have a right to resist occupation. They have that right.
With arms.
Yes. They have a right to armed resistance. They have that right. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Look at this. What do you think about this here, Fight Doctor? Saudi Arabia puts Israel deal on ice amid war, engages with Iran. Yeah, they took a phone call with the Irani president for the first time in decades. I think, or at least a decade. Yeah, maybe more than it. Maybe closer to 2.
Yeah. So
over the promise that Israel is going to, invade the Gaza Strip.
Yeah. So right now, the Saudi Arabian government cozying up and getting close to the Israelis is not politically popular in Saudi Arabia right now because of what's going on in Gaza. But, again, the Iranians and the Saudis have been at each other's throats for 30, 40 years. And the only reason why that is...
You there? You still there? Oh, he must have had a connection issue. Yeah, he'll be back for a second. He'll be back in a second to Fight Doctor. Yeah, but it is true. They've had this issue for over 40 years now. It's been a long time. Oh, let me see here. What did I just pull up? Is it this?
On purpose. Because if they went in and just exterminated them on the spot like that, it wouldn't have been accepted by the world. But if they do it slowly.
I think he's back up now. You there, Fight Doctor?
Yep, you guys can hear me?
Okay, yeah. You were saying for 40 years, right?
Yeah, and they are politically or ideologically opposed. However, the reason why they're coming together now has, again, it's about money. And what's happening is the world is moving away from the dollar. And so now the Saudi Arabian government recognizes the fact that they are in bed, that they are currently aboard a sinking ship. Now, what that means is the Saudi Arabians, when they trade oil using the dollar, which the world now, right now, the world standard, or the if you want to trade in oil, you have to trade in oil on the dollar, and most commodities are traded using the dollar. But
yeah, you got to exchange your dollar for US dollars, then you can buy.
Right. But
And
what's
so,
happening
yeah,
is
exactly.
that the world is beginning to wake up and understand that the United States is essentially financially a gangster, a terrorist organization, to be completely honest with you, but financially has been acting as a gangster with the rest of the world, and uses the dollar as a means of enforcing its policy against other countries when they, quote unquote, don't fall in line. Okay. And the way they do that is by means of these various sanctions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you see now with countries in the East, China, Russia, they formed this organization called BRICS, which is all about moving off of the dollar and trading using another currency. Okay. Now, one of the countries that are integral to this movement.
Are you there, Fight Doctor? It seemed like.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Okay.
Yeah. So one of the countries that's integral to this movement of moving off of the dollar is Iran. And again, the Iranians as well as the Russians are two oil-rich nations. And so now the Saudi Arabians, they see oil-rich and who are in the process of moving off the dollar. So what will happen is, if Saudi Arabia wants to continue producing oil and reaping the benefit, they're going to have to come to the reality that at some point they're not going to be able to do that in dollars. They're going to have to do it using some other currency. So that's the reason why the Saudi Arabians are warming up to the Iranians. It's got nothing to do with any type of goodwill or the fact that they've come to some mutual agreement outside of money. This is all about money. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Look, every conflict that's going on in that part of the world is about money. All of it. Even the conflict between Saudi Arabia and Yemen, that's about money. It's about oil.
Mm-hmm.
You see that statement by Divinely Inspired. America is too wicked to let BRICS succeed. Look at what happened to Gaddafi, right? Remember just the other day I was talking about how it would be a lot more intelligent. We were talking about that West African group. I forget the name of it.
Yeah, you can't do it alone. You have to have a conglomerate of people making moves. Otherwise, it makes it more difficult for them to isolate you.
Because they can, if it's just one country doing something, that's progressive for those people and whatnot.
That was where Gaddafi. That was where Gaddafi showed himself to not be so wise of a leader. When he said that, he shouldn't have said that. What he said, but go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, the United States and Europe can more like easily and successfully demonize your country or your government and whatnot when it's just one country doing it. But when you have a group of countries that's doing it, I feel like it's a lot better chances for success. And right now they got about 6 nations so far with BRICS. And these are large nations. And then like you're talking about the nations that they got right now comprise the population of those nations comprise about 42%, almost half of the population of Earth.
Yeah.
So
so the potential, the human potential is more than significant, which is why it can't succeed because it's gonna, everybody else has to start asking questions. I mean, look, what's a economic superpower? What is a superpower? And do you trade one superpower for another superpower? If you trade one for another, do things improve for you? What do you think? Do things improve for you? Fight Doctor. Also, if you trade superpowers, one superpower for another, do the things improve for you?
So there are always increments, and I suspect there always will be. So I would imagine that so before you,
Oh, your internet is going out again. It's stagnating. Yeah. Well, okay. Tyrone, what do you think? Oh, now we can hear you. Right, doctor. Go ahead.
yeah. So I was just saying that empires come and go, and uh, you just trade one tyrant for the next. That's all. Like I said, before you had the United States Empire, you had the British Empire, and before that it was the Spanish or the French. So you just sort of trade one tyrant for the next.
Right. It doesn't mean things get worse for you or better. It's just, this is the new guy. This is what he wants.
It all depends on the policies. That's what
Right.
matters is the policies. You know what I'm saying? Is what are they actually doing? And
Yeah,
how
what do
are
they
you
want? Right.
Yeah.
Does the next emerging power want goodness, or does it just want power? Does it want safety and freedom for Earthlings, or does it just want power too? I mean, yeah. There you go, Fight Doctor. You back in, right?
Yeah, so you guys have to forgive me. I'm in the car and my reception is going in and out.
Yeah, no worries. I got you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that was just the point I wanted to make about, there's always going to be tyrants, and whichever tyrant is in power, they all seem to look the same, because at the end of the day, it's all.
Man, what did James Doe write? Did America kill MLK? What is it? We are not switching superpowers. We are becoming. We're all becoming superpowers. Okay. Well, yeah, the U.S. government admitted to killing Martin Luther King, to being behind his death, right? Was that a civil suit that the family won against the U.S. government, the federal government? Or was
I
that
remember something about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Confused. Okay. But yeah, man. To me it but I wonder, my friend, because when I look at anti-blackness, just read these statements here. Read these statements, man. What were those statements we were reading before? Talking about, our cows are gonna live in your land. And Europeans don't say this kind of stuff pretty much. That's hard. You would be hard to. Do you think Europeans think this way? Americans think this way still?
Do
you think it's hate, or do you think it's just power?
Malice.
It's malice, right?
Okay. Like, you're not gonna see like racists today in America expressing themselves the same way they did 200, 300 years ago, per se.
Right.
Things are always going to change. But what I always notice, it's a couple of ways that I know that I'm still dealing with the same people, basically. For one, they honor those people from back then. They don't disassociate themselves from them. They honor them. They have their statues for them. They got them on the money. They got them, their names on the streets and the avenues and on schools and so on. So, like, in Jacksonville, up until the year 2010 or so, they had a high school there, predominantly attended by Black students, and it was named after one of the dudes that started the Ku Klux Klan and was also a Confederate general. Man, I can't remember the guy's name right now. But anyway, just the fact that they still honor those people. That's one way that I know. But also, they always had a culture of like celebrating their murders of Black people. So I also noticed a thing. You only see it really online. You don't see it in person no more. But I noticed how anytime a black person is murdered by police or white vigilantes and whatnot, online, you'll have hordes of whites in America basically celebrating it. Anything that it is, find some kind of way to justify it and say that that person deserved it and whatnot, no matter what. They never seen a murder of a black person by police or by white vigilante they don't like. So and when you look at history again, you see that kind of culture. Whenever they would lynch a black person, whatnot, they the bar afterwards and drink and tell stories and you know, it's just something that they enjoy. And I still see that kind of spirit out of them today, that they enjoy seeing, like Trayvon. They were doing this thing. There were pictures of Trayvon's body laying on the lawn dead, and they took the pictures of his body, like they cutouts of it, and they started photoshopping it all over the internet on just some foolishness. And they were even doing the death pose in mockery of him. They were just going real, like, I don't see black people do these things because there's whites that, you know, get murdered by police too. And I've never seen black people do this thing where they mock and make fun like that, take pictures of the dead body and Photoshop it. They even were doing some of that stuff with Kobe Bryant when he you know, there were some pictures of the crash. It was just charred remains basically, but they were parading around that stuff on the internet and saying a bunch of racist stuff about him too. So they always find these little ways of like celebrating tragic death. Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant. Someone leaked some of the photos of the remains, and they started parading them around the net, making fun. So I think we're still dealing with a lot of the same kind of people. You just don't see it in person. They don't act that way in person for the most part, but they use the protection of, you know, the anonymity of the internet to really let themselves loose.
Why do they say celebrate? Oh, okay, celebrate. Okay, I got it. I typed celebrate death, and they take it as I'm talking about celebrating his life. Way. That's so stupid. Yeah, what is it? That's Google for you. You said it was his charred remains.
Yeah,
crash.
Him and his daughter and whatnot. I mean, you're not gonna be able to make it out or anything, but the charred human remains. You had some folks passing them pictures around and making fun of them.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. It's sadistic. It's sadistic. Yeah. It's something else to it, you know. It's yeah. There's another element to it that seems to be promoted or, you know, or nurtured somehow. It's really out there. So well, it seems like we come to some conclusion about this. I mean, it ain't the Palestinians at work in Israel right now. It's not their work. What's happening? It's everybody else. You know, basically. The Palestinians are basically ineffective. You know, they're just a group of people trying to survive. They don't have the power to mount any attacks or do anything. Like, Fight Doctor, you there? Yeah, it's they're just basically used as a political pawns. But Fight Doctor, I wanted to ask you one other thing. What do you think of where do you think this is going? Where do you think this is going to go? This conflict, even if it's not the Palestinians' will, and it's everybody else, it's Hamas, it's all these other players. Where do you think this is going to go?
So honestly, I don't have a very bright outlook, simply because
They ain't getting no help.
yeah,
Do you think people want to fight? I mean, do you think there's people that want a fight? There's just too many people that want to fight.
I think they're just extremists on both sides. So yes, there are people who want to fight, and they're divorced from reality. And unfortunately, and this is a minority of people, but these extreme minorities are holding the majority hostage, unfortunately, and that's the problem.
And what about the other players? You know, like what about the U.S.? What about Iran? What about China? What about Russia? What about the EU? Do you think they want to fight? Do you think they'd rather have this fight right there?
No,
Really?
I think those countries you just named, they want they want uh, they want peace and quiet so they can go back to doing business. And war, unfortunately, for them is interrupting their business. But war, at the same time, is good business for other people.
Yeah.
Right. It's kind of like you can't have your cake and eat it too. They want the cake, but you know, if somebody's going to push them into war, then they'll say, "Okay, well, fuck it, let's go into this war the best way we can to preserve, you know, our position." But they really want the money, but if they can't just get the money, then you know, war is the second avenue. Is that what you're saying? Like,
No, what I'm saying is that there are parties who are pulling the strings, who have an interest in keeping this confusion going. And unfortunately, the parties who are pulling the strings are very powerful and are not concerned, basically not concerned with humanity at all.
Like basically because we live in America, some folks are born here, grow up here and whatnot. You don't really see the American government for what it is, especially like overseas and whatnot. If you can imagine if Hitler had won the World War, what the world would have been like. Like I've seen like sci-fi shows that gave like an alternate reality doom scenario like that, where you have a world where Hitler won, and it's this terrible looking kind of world. Basically, whatever you can imagine the Nazi regime would have went on to do throughout the world, it would have been what America did. Basically, like they got a lot of their inspiration from what America was doing to black folks when it came to what they did over there to the Jewish people. So I know that that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of folks, but you're not dealing with good guys.
yeah, it's about the money, basically, or no, you're saying and the sedition.
Americans are wild. Like the government, they're wild. They're wild. Some of the European governments too. But as Fight Doctor was talking about Iran and how they installed the Shah and whatnot, made me think also like the Congo when they had their first democratically elected president, Patrice Lumumba, and then America and Belgium, CIA and whatnot went up in there and they killed him. From what they told, that like there's a documentary where you had these like intelligence agents from Belgium, old dudes now. I mean, they're not alive anymore now, but at the time of the documentary, they were just sitting around gleefully remembering how they murdered that man and put his body in a barrel of acid and kept his teeth as souvenirs. And they're just on this documentary, just fondly reliving those details. Totally got away with it, not any kind of trouble. And this is the kind of thing that these folks be doing. That even though they talk all this talk about, you know, how these countries practice democracy and whatnot, they went and installed Mobutu after they did that to Patrice Lumumba, a dictator, which they supported for however many years.
Yep.
So
they said one thing and did the opposite. You know,
all the time. These are not the good guys.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I don't think it's good. My outlook on it is not good. I have this feeling that, but well, my opinion differs. I think slightly. I don't know if it differs, but I would say it leans more towards these countries are preparing for war. You know, I think China and Russia, you know, they pretty much know that or feel that they won't be emerging economically without having some sort of war. You know, and I think the Western countries are, you know, that's one line of thinking they're going down and planning on meeting them there. And I think the question just becomes, where is it going to happen? Where is the war going to happen? And I think most of these countries always decide that it's better that it happens somewhere else, not where they are. And I think, unfortunately, it ends up being a lot of times the Middle East where that playground comes out. It's on the axis, you know. It's a place where there's reward, geopolitical reward. You know, there's, if you're there, you have a good place to be present in. You know, it's next to Africa, it's next to Asia, you know, it's next to Europe. You know what I mean? So it's like heavily contested for all those reasons. So I think it's going to be more the same, brother. I think the region is going to be brought into war again, and I don't think it's going to.
Eventually going to make it. It's eventually going to make its way to America.
I mean,
it has to.
I'm cynical about that because I think the superpowers, I think they all would rather beat up on someone smaller. It's just like, you know, they will always take the road of the smaller fish is the easier fish to die. The weaker people are the ones that should die first, you know, and you know, if you send a nuke, let's say China sends a nuke to the US, there's going to be nukes coming right back. And I think they all know that.
We all know who's going to start with the nuke business and whatnot. That's going to be America. And them folks are going to want to fight back, but they're no different than America. They don't want to really do all the fighting in their own homeland and destroy their own country and whatnot. So somebody's going to get the thought in their mind to bring the war to America, because America been bringing it all over the world. They've been destroying a lot of damn countries.
Right, but do you think? I mean, you think that's what the U.S. wants?
No, the U.S. doesn't want that at all.
I mean, do you think they want to launch a nuke?
The U.S. I mean, we saw in that memo, they're like that's their thing is war, like that's their business. War. Like the U.S. has continually been in war for like 200 years now.
Yeah, if they think someone else is going to attack them, they're going to strike first. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's the behavior. We've seen that, and really, I mean, also what we've seen is that they'll try to get you to give up your weapons first, and then they'll attack you.
Yeah.
So, hopefully some nations out there have learned that lesson, because Gaddafi did that and then they attacked them.
Yeah. Who else?
Hopefully they learn. It's another country, but I can't remember right now. But
What? No, it was Saddam, right? Weren't they trying to get
I
him to
believe
give
so.
up some of his weapons? Yeah, I think they were. Maybe it was his gas, and he was like, "Hell no, man! This gas is useful."
Yeah, they like to make sure that you don't have the capacity to hurt them before they attack you. That's their style.
That's so funny.
That's their style. It's a bully. Just a plain old bully.
Damn. Wow. Well, all right. Let's change it up now. And, is there anything else you want to say on this topic, bro? I mean, I said my little spiel. I mean, I think it's convoluted. It's too many different. There's different opposing sides. All the sides want to win. All the sides have had their hands in the pot, and basically, whenever you have that many people's hands in the pot, always, one is looking to have an edge over the other. And there's multiple groups that feel this way. Nobody wants to be last. And I think that just makes it's like a perfect storm, and maybe there is something. I'm starting to feel like, maybe there is something true about this. Like, it's been like this 3,500 years, I mean, why would it be any different? Right? I mean,
yeah.
But I know one thing for sure. I don't want it to end in nukes. I don't think they would go there, man. Yeah. But I mean, but I agree with you. The U.S. does see itself as Western nations. They do see themselves as being able to use nukes and continue. Like Earth can still continue. As much as people say that the idea is like, oh, it would be the end of mankind. I don't think they believe that. I think they believe it would just be the end for somebody that gets hit with one.
I don't think they have any compunction about totally destroying the world if they can't be the ones to rule
it. Damn. Okay. All right. Well, let's flip topics now. So what about the shenanigans, man? It's always good to end on the shenanigans because that's really, what there's a good sector.
I mean, I showed you the last thing that I saw from so and so. Did you show that to Shaka? I don't know if you
Which
saw
one?
that.
Which one?
The one I showed you the other day. I don't want to say no names, but
Oh, that's silliness, man. Oh, hold on. We talking about the N-word?
Yeah.
Okay. My goodness. Yeah.
Oh,
like, man.
You show Shaka that?
I actually, yeah. All right. Let's review it. There's something that did come up in the shenanigans news, everybody, and this is it's a very I don't know, what could I say? It is perfect conscious community news, just because it's so ridiculous. You would think that a person would think about these things and think like, wow, I've been accused of this and blah blah blah. But anyway, let's get straight to the point here. Someone is offended. Someone is terribly offended. And who do you think that person is, y'all? Type it in the chat. Someone is terribly offended and even shocked. Let me see here. Yes. Here we go. Someone is out there. Is it advocacy or is it clout chasing? And Is this the one? Is this it right here? And the Code Breaker, DMG.
It was the cloud chasing one.
It was this one. Yeah, and apparently someone named DMG invited Sarnetta and Nepal up on his panel to talk for a long time to talk. And Neo X was offended, and the idea is like, I don't know, what's the idea, brother? I didn't hear it, so I'm gonna review it right now. What was the idea?
She'll go through it, but that the DMG fellow was her friend, and
right, it was the same things we said about her. Me and Shaka said about Neo X. She's saying about DMG now, like, how could you do this to me? DMG is like, well, Neo X, you did this to two other people yourself and been called out for it. All right, let's hear it.
AKA Tanisha. That's me. So my content, yes, I'm based off of philosophy. Everybody knows how I feel about philosophy. It's a channel where we can learn, grow, and have conversations and have differences or whatever. But I also talk about things that happen in my life. I bring the current events to you guys. So like, it's basically like blogging. The channel is not based off of just my life or blogging, but I will tell y'all what's going on with other YouTubers who I'm affiliated with. A majority of y'all know me from Sinetta's platform, HOK. Some people support, some people come to troll. It is what it is. But I'm slowly trying to work my way out of that. But I also chose to take up the torch and be an advocate against Sinetta and HOK and the people who support him. Because at the end of the day, I don't care who you are. I don't care if there is no man I have met yet who gave me a legitimate reason on how Sinetta platform is beneficial towards Black people. And I took the challenge that Sinetta told me to do. Sinetta said, see, Neil, you saying these things about me because you're mad at me, because you don't know me. You told me to go do the research on you. So even when I wasn't mad at you and I had forgave you for all the disrespect and the slander and all the fucked up shit you and your bitch done to me, I did the research. And I said it, bro, I don't see how anybody support this man's platform. Y'all can't hold me to the same standards.
It's incredible because she's an advocate and she just called another woman it's just so nonchalantly. Sinetta and his, and your, anyway, man.
It's the people who've been watching him for years. I came in 20 mad at me because you don't know me. You told me to go do the research on you. So even when I wasn't mad at you and I had forgave you for all the disrespect and the slander and all the fucked up shit you and your bitch done to me, I did the research. And I said it, bro, I don't see how anybody support this man's platform. Y'all can't hold me to the same standards of people who've been watching him for years. I came in 2020. Anything before 2020, you cannot hold me for. But I called out Sinetta for siding with Polite. I called out Sinetta for telling his audience that Polite is you might be getting off, or he's gonna be interviewing him. I called out Sinetta for telling his audience that the semen was on the mother's clothes.
And then she went back on his panel.
I tried to tell Sinetta, you're re-victimizing that young girl. What about if your boy is lying to you? So even when I wasn't battling with him, I used to tell Sinetta when he was right or when he was wrong. I used to put my personal feelings aside, and until Sinetta went too far. The day Sinetta went too far is the day he told y'all that I was lying about being raped, because he wanted to re-victimize me because he couldn't handle the pressure he was under. So I officially cut Sinetta off forever, and I told him, nigga, you worse than the man who violated me in my mind. Chris betrayed my trust, stabbed me in my back, and now you coming on here, even though everybody knows how I felt about you, to the point that I wanted you to mentor me. I put that nigga on the pedestal because I really thought he was doing the work until I did research like he told me to. I dug right into his past, and I'm looking at grown-ass people who continually support this man. But like I said, I'm not shocked because Neo X philosophy over here, I'm aware that my people, Black people, we're ass backwards. We're broken. We got a lot of healing. We literally condone bad behavior or excuse it or be willing participants in it and have the nerve to continue to blame white people for our problems. So Neo X is aware that I'm not shocked that a lot of Blacks, particular Black men, support Sinetta no matter what he say, what he do, what he admit to, what he's honest about. The man literally told you.
That's the funny thing right there, because myself, I'm a man. Shaka's a man. And she had no problem throwing us under the bus for Sinetta when we were criticizing him for these exact same things. So I think that's so hypocritical. I mean, she should just drop the stuff about men because when she saw good men standing up doing something about it, those were the men she threw under the bus, like rapidly, instantly. You know what I'm saying? Like with no problem, no qualm about it. You know, just did it like, hey, I have the right to do that. It's you know, this is just garbage, man. To be honest with you, it's hypocrisy at its best. I mean, if you don't stand up, if you want black men to stand up, then you have to stand with the ones that stand up. You can't throw them under the bus and then say, talk about black men anymore. Once you throw them under the bus, you just need to shut up about black men. You know what I mean?
Throw
And the
them under
same
the
thing.
bus for exactly the dude that you say is the problem.
Exactly. And it's the same thing. Black men, if you're going to not stand up with black women and you're going to, you know, diss them, then stop complaining about black women. If you're going to treat them poorly and, you know, and all this, then stop complaining about them. It's the same thing. She treats black men poorly and then she's going to throw them under the bus, like, and then talk about them like they're the ones, you know. It's crazy.
He don't care about nothing but his pockets, but people still rock with. But I'm aware how my people are. I'm aware of that shit. But it's unfortunate, y'all, that today Neil X has to do a video. Because I tried to talk to this guy, DMG, because he was my brother. I tried to talk to him on the phone. But he did the same shit that Nepal do, Sinetta do, Chris do, when they are the ones clearly in the wrong. When I'm trying to have a conversation with you so we can work it out, hash it out. Don't even bring it to YouTube. They get on the phone, they gaslight you, won't even let me talk. I can't get a word in. Every time I say a couple of words, you interjecting on the defense. And I'm like, I'm the one that's angry. I'm the one that's upset, but you won't let me talk to you. If you're so sure that you didn't do anything wrong, then hear me out. Let me articulate my points to you so you can kind of understand where I'm going. But unfortunately, I never thought I would see the day that I would have to do a video about DMG and announce to my supporters that I have to end my friendship with him. Yeah, it hurts, y'all. Because that was my boy. That was my boy. That was my, like, I don't want to say baby because I don't want y'all to misinterpret it because it's not like that. I call Reckless my baby. But when I call somebody my baby, I'm saying this is somebody who's precious to me, right? A baby is precious. So this is somebody who in my mind, you're precious to me. I care about your well-being. I care about the well-being of your health, your physical health, your mental health. I care about the well-being of your family. And as I'm your friend, if you ever call on me or need me or to have your back, Neil X shouldn't be a person that you second guess. Is she going to have my back? Because I think I've been consistent. But sometimes, y'all, I'm going to be honest. Neil X.
No, you have not been consistent on that one. I don't have people's backs, not at all. No. And especially not with this topic. There was been no consistency because we pointed out the inconsistency. You know, she literally threw us under the bus to really, you know, get cozy up with Sinetta again. You know, and it's almost like she doesn't remember that. It just went blank. It's not out of her mind like that. I mean, we've been saying that, and it's just like, it's not consistent. Consistency is when you take a stand and you hold it. That's it. That's consistency. It's not when you flip-flop. You don't get consistency. You're not known for consistency after flip-flopping. You know,
That's don't do a good job picking friends. I would be that.
Oh, go ahead.
Did you hear her talking about how just in like regular conversations with DMG and whatnot, how they won't let her talk? She's just talking about talking back and forth like a person will shut up. You physically made it so that a person could not talk. You had Sinetta talking all the stuff he wanted to talk, and you would not allow Shaka to come on and defend himself.
Exactly. That's exactly what she did. And it was her choice. She had the power. It was her panel. She let Sinetta up on her panel to malign him, talk about his family. I mean, you know, his daughter, just all lies. You know, how do you talk about a 3-year-old girl talking about her spreading eagle? I mean, she let the man who did that on her panel.
And with what she's upset about with DMG didn't let Sinetta talk all kind of crap about her. So it's just amazing that how she somehow gets it with DMG, who didn't let Sinetta talk all kinds of crap about her, but
So
then she don't
DMG
get
holds a
about it.
higher standard. He holds a higher standard than her, but she's upset about that. It's like, oh, I don't, man. Yeah.
That's one thing I will admit. I'm 38 years old, and I will admit to this day, as a 38-year-old, I still have a hard time picking good friends, because in my mind, I be thinking that sometimes I be judging people off of their potential and not what they're showing me. Sometimes I do give people the benefit of doubt, but I really need to start practicing that philosophy. When people show you who they are the first time, you need to just believe them. But I keep reminding myself, and thank God I still have KB. This the only guy from Sinetta, like not Sinetta, affiliated, not affiliated, he's not affiliated. Somebody who I met on the grounds of Sinetta. It's the only man still on my side after all those guys that I've been cool with from HOK. I literally, like KB said something real to me, like, Neil, you were their friends, but clearly they wasn't your friend. And I told KB, and we was laughing and joking about it, but I told my bro, look, if me and you fall out, I'm gonna be the next Cynthia G and Priscilla, Priscilla, the Queen Maker. I'm gonna change this channel from Neil X to Philosophy and Me. I'm gonna change the channel to the X or something. And I'm gonna just turn into one of those women, because it's clearly somebody need to advocate for how Black men treat women. Now, I probably won't be going as far as telling people to abort their kids.
And see, no, let's listen to that. She has not acknowledged her wrongdoing to any Black man, but yet she's willing to go Princilla and exterminate, to go that far. It's like, what is wrong with this girl?
It's like, coming. She tried to act like, nah, I ain't gonna go that far. It's coming. It's coming. But right. When you're talking about all these different men that somehow you're falling out with, but it's never you. It's just all men. All men are the problem. It can't be just you.
Hey, check this out, man. By the way, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I've been on not, I won't say an apology spree, no, but I apologized to another person today. Look, and I apologized to a different person the day before, and also the day before that. This is 3 different people now. It wasn't really that big. One dude was being rude, actually, in front of some people I know. And so, I kind of embarrassed him, but then I apologized, because somebody told me that, he was getting out of hand because it was his birthday and he'd been drinking and all of this. And I just said, okay, well, let me just, try to let him know that I'm not, but he was making a fool out of himself. And I apologized. Right now, check this out. It's okay to apologize. It's sane to apologize, because you're never going to find a situation where you're right about everything, and you're going to make mistakes. But this is a person that clearly does not recognize mistakes when she's making them. And the worst thing about it is that she's going to pick up some baton about all Black men. She needs to get around the globe and start traveling and meeting some, get around, just because you had some experiences, those experiences cannot be used to typify Black men. Go ahead, brother.
She doesn't have a problem recognizing when she's made any mistakes or whatnot. She just doesn't care, man. She just doesn't care. When they start when they start talking about stuff like this, about how, like, threatening to go extreme, threatening to go nuclear on some anti-man type thing or whatever, they're already there. They're just trying to create that narrative so that once they get there, it can be said that, well, I tried with y'all. I tried.
I know plenty of women. I know plenty of women that can't stand other women. That guys, so I don't understand where she's coming from. It's like, it has to be gender. It have to be gender. Gender must be the reason.
And all that shit. But I'm probably going to take a stance on it, because constantly I keep getting let down by men who choose to come into my life and say, I want to be your friend. I want to be your sister. I got your back. I never thought I'd see the day that I have to do a video about DMG. And y'all want to know why? Me and him made a pact, say, bro, if me and you have a disagreement, let's not diss each other publicly. Let's not make no content on each other. No video.
Rule broken. Rule already broken. Just like, so who broke the rule first? Let me guess.
Let's just separate quietly. Anybody ask, they just say, hey, we wish each other well. We just going our separate ways. But I really think, and I want to be wrong about this, but I don't think I'm wrong. And the people in my circle don't think I'm wrong. DMG broke that. He broke that pact. Regardless how he wanted to gaslight me and swear and promise me that he didn't do that. For those who seen his live yesterday morning, live in color, for those who seen his live when he interviewed Nepal, they all agree with me that he was trying to be he was trying to play politics. Be careful what he say, but it was obvious who he was directed the video to. He said it wasn't about me, but I'm here to say it was about me and other people. But I was definitely one of those people that were in that group that you were referring to. So to me, you broke our pact. We was never supposed to make videos about each other. And it's unfortunately that our friendship literally has to end on the grounds of Sinetta. You are the only one, and my supporters can tell you if you're watching that you don't.
That's how our friendship ended, because of Sinetta and her. By the way,
so the core problem, she says, is that the guy DMG interviewed Sinetta. And the only thing that, like, what it was about was like Sinetta and whatever wanted to. It was a public relations campaign, damage control. They wanted to try to fix their image as a married couple, and he told his audience, his supporters or whatever, specifically that he did not want to get into like ugly stuff. Right? He didn't want to bring up certain things that are just real ugly and grimy, and he didn't want to get into all of that nasty stuff. He just wanted to let them try to restore their image or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And some of his some of the people in his audience, didn't want to do that and whatnot. And of course, with her, she didn't want him talking to them, period. So after that, he did another video where he's talking about the folks. He didn't name any names like she's doing, but he was just talking about, folks, I just wanted to do a video just interviewing the guy. I didn't want to get into, I needed y'all to just kind of trust me on that and something like that. You'll hear it. Right. But it's nowhere near as bad what she actually did to Shaka. All the guy did was just interview Sinetta, and Sinetta wasn't talking any stuff about her, but she let Sinetta on the show and had him talking all kind of crazy stuff directly about Shaka, and then she act like what the problem is. Yeah, when somebody do something that's not even half that bad, she recognizes it. She knows what she did was wrong. She knows.
Yeah, it's sad, man. It's really sad, but what can I say, man? This is the part of the conscious community. This is not, well, this is, I would say it's a good thing to learn a lesson from. Like, watch and learn what not to do. Yeah, like, really. I mean, you don't have to take all your problems to YouTube. You don't have to take all your disagreements to YouTube. I mean, you don't really have to. And we've been over this a million times. Somebody can, because this is YouTube, somebody can come up on YouTube, literally curse somebody out. Curse you out. They could literally curse you out. But how you respond speaks about who you are. Especially because this is YouTube. You see what I mean? Because this is the space where you're talking to someone you may never meet, you may never see, right? And people tend to do all that, crazy, disrespectful stuff when they know that's really what the option is, the likely situation. So it's more important to show who you are and to be you. Even if another person gets out of line, it's so much more important to be you and not make yourself a reactionary. This person did this, so I'm going to go to YouTube and do this. I mean, no, you don't have to. Sometimes the best response is no response. You know what I mean? And just go on your way. And for what it sounds like to me, yeah, because come on. I mean, it's the same thing, man. I changed my position, actually. I said, I had the opinion that, I mean, it's my opinion and I still hold it, but I've altered it a little bit. My opinion was people need to stop going on Sinetter's platform. Just stop giving him your space. Stop sharing space with him. And that will solve the problem. Don't support it. He's done enough foul stuff for everybody to just reject him and don't go on there. And so that was my position. I won't go on there, right? And it's not about me. It's just about a lot of the things he's done to other people too. There was a lot of people that agreed with that. Shaka agreed with that. Many other people agreed with it. Queen's Throne agreed with it. Inky somewhat agreed with it, but then he went back on, and that was a shocker for a lot of people. But I realized, okay, he's from New York and he's from that town. He's from Harlem, you know what I mean? And the Bronx, South Bronx, which are neighbors, right? I mean, somebody's got to clean this shit up over there that's from there. So I kind of altered my view a little bit, but she's not from the Bronx. She don't have nothing personal invested in it. She doesn't know Sinetter for years. You know what I mean? And she literally gave him a platform to spew unfettered hate towards myself and Shaka after we were supporting her for damn near, so many times, right? And she just
about YouTube?
Yeah, and she just flipped. She just flipped over to Sinetter from one day to the next with no explanation, and then came back like that never happened, And now she's complaining about someone else who has Sinetter on their own platform. I mean,
Just talking to him.
She didn't hold the same standard herself. So how can she criticize someone else? That's what I don't get. But anyway, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
The only one who I gave a pass to that's a content creator who I said I'm not affiliated and associating myself with anyone who supports Sinetter's channel. I will not be doing any debates. I will not be promoting, watching, or viewing anyone who's affiliated. Hell, I just unsubscribed from Kevin Wesley. I mean what I say. Anybody who's affiliated and continually to support this man after he been exposed over and over and over and over, I can't rock with them. Because this is my way of advocating. This is my way of stance. It's more than this deep hate that y'all think I have. Yes, I hate Sinetter, but it's more on principles too. Somebody has to say, this is not who Black people should be supporting. Unfortunately, it's more women saying it, but I feel like men should be saying it more. But I would never dream that me and DMG would go separate ways for some Sinetter. So let's just go ahead and get into it, y'all. And I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. I know some of y'all are aware because some of y'all follow us. And I want to say this. I am not gonna get in my feelings if anybody could continually to support DMG. Honestly, do I think he's a bad guy? No. Only person who knows he's a bad person is the Most High, the woman that lay next to him every day, and his family. But me personally, I don't think he's a bad guy. I just really think he's a clout chaser and has the nerve to try to be on this moral high horse and condemning anyone who speak against Sinetter. And I'm gonna prove that tonight. I'm not Priscilla. I don't say that men are you lacking the ability to love. I don't say that. She has a philosophy on that. But Neo X constantly say they damn sure lack emotional intelligence. And I just felt like in this moment when it came down to being a loyal friend, that DMG dropped the ball for emotional intelligence. Because I'm gonna show y'all tonight that
what's the difference between love and emotional intelligence? I mean, I don't understand that. Okay, but anyway.
That DMG was loyal to me when it come down to other people coming against me. But when it's to Sinetta people, he won't budge for it. He would not condemn Sinetta or critique Sinetta or, call him out for any bullshit. And for what? Political or politics or this business, like this bullshit called business, motherfucker. These are YouTubers. We are YouTubers. Ain't nobody banking off you. If you ain't up there in the 500,000 subscription, all that, you ain't making that type of money. Sinetta, we showed y'all the thing. That man barely makes $800 a month, and he has the bigger platform than all of us put together. Building your YouTube channel, you can ask any successful YouTuber. Building your YouTube channel takes work, hard work, consistently, over and over. I was one of those people at one point in the algorithm because of my video that went viral about Tory Lanez and Jonas Lucas beef. I was the one that you search my video, search their name, my video used to pop up first every time. But when you're not consistent, when you leave, I left for 2 years, they take you out of the algorithm. So I have to slowly rebuild this shit up. So I know firsthand how long does that shit take. But I feel like we shouldn't compromise our integrity. We shouldn't take shortcuts and do all the shit we need to try to be successful, because it does not work at the end. You wind up getting viewers, but not supporters. Because that's what Sinetta has. I don't know if y'all noticed that. He has viewers, but he don't have supporters. And the only people who support him, the goddamn moderators. He's almost 200,000 subscribers, but you can't break more than 10K, 13K views. Konscious TV, my baby, I think he had what, 20, 30,000 subscribers? He can break 13K, 20K views, right? But you sitting up here, like I'm telling, I'm sorry, I read something and it threw me off. I thought somebody said something that they didn't say, and I lost my train of thought. What I'm saying is that Sinetta and DMG, I don't understand their friendship. I'm not trying to question it. Clearly, I felt like DMG dropped the ball when it came down to doing the right thing between the both of us. And I'm gonna play. Let's just get right into it, because what I got about an hour. I'm at 10:56. I'm just going to get right into this video. And thank y'all for coming in. Make sure y'all hit the like button or whatever. And I'm just gonna give y'all the heads up. I'm not gonna end my friendship with DMG like I did with Chris Harris. I don't hate DMG. I want to make sure that's clear. I wish that man the best. I wish happiness and prosperity to his family, his wife, and anything else he touched. It's not like that, y'all. It's literally for my mental health, the things that I got going on. I'm telling y'all, it's not over with Sinetta. It's not over. But now I had to recognize that the things I got going on, I can't tell DMG. I can't trust him, because he clearly picked a side. And I'm going to prove that today. I'm going to prove it. And y'all be the judge. So if y'all only tuning in because y'all think I'm finna curse him out and call him all types of bees, nope. How me and Chris split versus how me and DMG split. Chris backstabbed me. DMG just was a bad friend. He dropped the ball, and I'm gonna prove it.
And what about Shaka and V Bennett? What we do?
But Chris did fucked up shit for us. Unless I find out otherwise that DMG was doing some fucked up shit, I am not gonna disrespect that man. So if y'all tune in and think I'm gonna curse him out, that's not gonna happen. But I'm gonna call him out, and I gave him the courtesy in the text message once I ended my friendship with him. I let him know, hey, by the way, I'm gonna be going live about you too, and I'm gonna tell the people how I feel, and I'm gonna call you out, and I'm gonna point out the lack of emotional intelligence, because I feel like, yes, you threw me under the bus, and you also threw your supporters under the bus. The difference between viewers and supporters: you never diss your supporters. You never diss them. You can diss the viewers. I do them all. I view it all the time. But I'm humble. I know that even if I'm 40 people watching me right now, but I'm humble because I know sometimes my shit dropped down to 8 goddamn people. And Neil X support. I would sit up there and talk to them same 8 people. I don't diss my supporters. I'm not an opportunist. I'm an advocate. I made it clear why. Yes, Sinetta doing the fucked up shit to me was the ignition. Like, you know how they say there's a bomb and there's a what's called am I saying the word, y'all? What they call when you light a flame of a bomb, like the ignition, or I might be saying it wrong. But yes, Sinetta, what happened to him probably sparked the flame of the bomb, but the motivation is advocacy, protecting people against from abusers, exposing scammers, looking out for Black people. That's the motivation. My hatred is not the motivation. My hatred is to stay away from him. I hate him enough to stay away from him and don't let him come back in my life and manipulate me and to stop me from doing what I'm meant to do. That's the hatred. The hatred is to keep me from not.
You know what? it was so interesting that day too, because Sarnetta was on her panel for 6 hours. 6 hours raging, you know, about myself and Shaka. And what's so funny is that how he got on the panel was going for 3 hours before he hopped up. He walked right in there and started chatting, going in the chat, talking about, I love you, Neo X. Seriously, saying stuff like that. And I'm just curious, would it work today? I mean, if he just, you know, apologized and I love you, Neo X. You know, the first time I saw you, you know, I knew you were special. You know, I really knew something was there. But I mean, that's what he did. He charmed her in the chat after he was dissing her, after he said so many horrible things about her. He charmed her back in with just some magic words in the chat, man. It was incredible, man.
Not affiliating myself with him, but the motivation of why I'm exposing.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I'm laughing at Divinely. Go ahead.
This is too much, man.
This nigga and why I got shit coming down that I can't tell y'all yet. I just gotta wait till I get the green light. But once I get the green light, I will announce it to y'all because I'm gonna need people.
You don't want to sit in the front.
Might not need y'all dollars, but I'm definitely gonna need y'all help once I finally announce to y'all what I got coming down the pipeline.
Hey, how you doing, Andrea? You there?
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
How's your day going?
It's going pretty good. Wasn't she the one who said that she let him talk and talk and talk to see if he was going to say anything different than what she had already heard and what was already been said?
Yep.
Didn't she say that? I mean, but she's heard all that stuff that he said about her and everybody else before now that she's decided that she don't want to hear no more. She ain't going to deal with him no more.
Yep.
I mean, explain. I mean, that's the part I don't get that part.
I definitely don't. I don't.
And then she's trying to say y'all are homosexuals, you and Shaka, and I'm like, how is she saying all that? Where is that coming from? You know, that's some deep rooted stuff. You ain't just saying stuff like that without having. There's something in there that's making her throw her sexuality out there onto somebody else. All that projecting and trying to make it seem like, you know, you guys are. It's bad if you are, but it's okay if she is.
I mean, it's hilarious. It's hilarious, you know. It's very interesting, you know. I mean, all those things, all those details, you know. It's really it's sad. It's sad.
It is.
You know?
It is sad because it didn't even have to go. It didn't even have to just because she wouldn't let y'all on to defend yourself. She takes this whole nother turn in the completely opposite direction instead of just saying she was sorry. I mean, that would have ended that just that quickly. You don't have to, you know, make something more than what it is. And now you're, you know, real and game peep game. What are you peeping? You know, what you peeping at? What you looking into? Because at the end of the day, to be humble, she says she's humble. To be humble, you just should have said you were sorry, and that would have ended that. I was wrong, Shock. I was wrong, B. Bennett. I should have let y'all on the panel, but no, she let that man rant on for 5 or 6 hours saying the same stuff he had already said, then to get off there and to go talk about her and say, I don't believe that happened to her. I mean, you couldn't script that any better, you know?
It's true. You can't write this stuff.
Remember I said Marlo, she wanted to be one way. That's friendship for her. She wanted to be one way.
Yeah. And it doesn't work that way.
But it is really interesting, like, because she claims to be gay herself or LGBT, whatever. I don't know the exact words, but
the alphabet soup,
like
yeah.
Right. She claims that, but when she gets angry or hurt, she calls people that, you know, that a black man who's not like that, and so in her mind, she thinks that will hurt me somehow, like that's like something that will, like, you know, harm
like
me,
that's a slight and an insult, and she's doing it. She's insulting her own self because that's what you are.
It shows you that she feels hurt, herself about it, you know. Because for me, it's just like, damn, that's strange comment to make, but you know, like, where's that coming from? You know, it took me a minute to think about that because,
it's no
know,
different.
But even if you were, But even if you
it had nothing
were,
to do with it.
how's
That's
that
the thing.
how's that hurting anything?
Exactly.
I mean, even if you, I mean, we could just put all that out. Even if you were, how does that affect what happened?
Right.
How's that changing the dynamic that you allow somebody to get on a platform to vomit out all that crap all over again?
Yeah.
And how okay, so I am okay. So if you and Shaka say, okay, yeah, we are. Okay, now what? How's that changing what you're saying?
It doesn't change anything. It's just I guess that's how she deal with being incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I mean, and it's not just being incorrect. That's how she deals with doing wrong. She doesn't like the fact that she was caught doing wrong openly, and she can't confront it. She can't confront it. She can't look at that and just do right by it, apologize. It's like she's going to try to make us feel like somehow we did something to her. You know
exactly.
What I mean? It's
like,
crazy.
yeah, she's projecting her feelings, It's like, and people be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt if you just, accept what you did in the real. I mean, nobody did it. You did it. You did the thing. And I told Shaka to be patient. Well, how long do you expect for somebody to sit there and you allow them to talk about your daughter and all the stuff and say all the filthy things he said about about Shaka's daughter? Even though she did try to defend, I'll give her that. She did try to say, no, you shouldn't say that. I'll give her that. But at the end of the day, you continue to allow him to still say that over and over and over and over again. And I'm sorry, there just comes a time when it's just all you got to do is say, hey man, I didn't know he was gonna go on that long. I should have cut him off when he first started. She should have said, no, can't do this. Deuces, dog. Bye. I mean, it should have been that quick, because you knew he wasn't gonna say nothing no different. What else could he add? I mean,
exactly.
Except for what she said, not what she's trying to put on y'all. What else could he add? I already called y'all some BA, some BA ninjas, and
So her explanation for letting him speak was that she wanted to see if he would say some new insults about Shaka and whatnot.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
Yeah, something different. It's like, okay, this guy's not original. You expecting something new. This is what he says about so many people. I mean, he's done it to so many people, and the only reason why it was so limited is because he just didn't have anything else he could find. There wasn't anything, but if there was something else there, he would have gladly, have tried to jump on anything possible. But I mean, it's horrible. He said, I mean, I don't want to repeat what he said, some of these things he said, but the worst of it was, to me, like him talking about Shaka's 3-year-old daughter in a sexual way. Like, that right there, I just thought, like, somebody's going to get their ass beat, like, over a comment like that. Like, really. And I have no doubt that if Shaka was within, grabbing distance when he made that comment, I mean, he may have pulverized Sonetta, like, literally in a few seconds, like, and that's how offensive that comment is, and she knows that what Sonetta has said that. And what does she do? Let him up on the panel to say it again. It's like, okay. And then you can hear her. She's in her emotions right here about being wronged. She perceives herself as being wronged here. And it's like,
by that other dude.
Yes.
Just from him talking to Sonetta. Sonetta didn't say anything bad about her. She feels betrayed just from dudes talking to Sonetta. That's it.
Yeah. It's the weirdest thing, it's the weirdest thing. And she's really in her emotions about it. Like, and she's going to YouTube, she's in her emotions about it. It's weird. But Todd, what's up, brother? You there?
Yeah, true peace, y'all.
How you doing?
All right, what's going on, everybody? I've been peeping in and out. I've just been busy. But
Right.
did she just say something about she got something coming down the pipe and she's gonna need their support? Did she say she's gonna need some of their money, or she ain't gonna need their money?
Let's review that. I'm not sure. I did. You know, she's been saying so much.
It was like a little. Just go back a little bit, because she said it before you pause it. Maybe you can go back like a minute or so. I think she said it.
Of the bomb, but the motivation is advocacy, protecting people against from abusers, exposing scammers, looking out for Black people. That's the motivation. My hatred is not the motivation. My hatred is to stay away from him. I hate him enough to stay away from it and don't let him come back in my life and manipulate me.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Femi?
She about to say something about y'all. But go ahead.
And it stopped me from doing what I meant to do. That's the hatred. The hatred is to keep me from not affiliating myself with him. But the motivation of why I'm exposing this nigga and why I got shit coming down that I can't tell y'all yet. I just gotta wait till I get the green light. But once I get the green light, I will announce it to y'all, because I'm gonna need people help. I might not need y'all dollars, but I'm definitely gonna need y'all help once I finally announce to y'all what I got coming down the pipeline. But the motivation, straight advocate.
Yeah, that's what she said. I mean,
I'm just listening, because I'm, all of this is coming back up because of, karma, and the fact that look how quick it was. It didn't take that long. She did this to y'all, what, about 4 months ago?
Yeah. No. Or was it? Is it 4 months ago?
A couple, 3 or 4 months ago.
Something like that. Maybe 3-4 months. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and now it's happening, and our onlookers who've been keeping up with this, just log it in that it's justice time. And what you're seeing is not a repetition like this is in the Matrix, and you just seeing something loop without consequences. It has consequences, and this is just verbal, because she allowed something verbally to take place, visually, audibly. She's getting the same thing, but it's gonna be worse because she's continuously trying to get into a lane that we obviously know that she doesn't have enough, and I'm being respectful. She doesn't have enough, experience to be trying to take on all these different battles and trying to expose and this and that, or even being manipulated from behind the scenes. Well, because I could see she's not a good judge of character because first it was Chris, and then I just kept listening, and now she's saying the same thing. Oh, he's not a good friend. It's like, oh, Sarneto's not a good friend. So whatever that's working with her mentally and spiritually and psychologically. Say again?
Go ahead. Nothing. I'm sorry.
And it's causing her to keep getting trapped up in these same little loops. That's causing her to become not only manipulated and used, she's also getting embarrassed on a public forum, and she doesn't seem to realize she needs to stay away. This is not your lane. That's what I said this a couple of weeks ago, that if you're really an advocate, then and you was harmed by another human being sexually, your advocacy should be in that, and you should have mentors, because this is the problem too. People can just jump on the internet and just run out there and just create more problems. And I give a good example, like with hip hop. Back in the hip hop days, especially when New York started, at a certain point, a lot of those rappers in the 80s, they went to some type of school of arts to learn how to talk and frame sentences and all that stuff like that. I think MC Light, Big Daddy Kane, it's a few of them that Queen Latifah them.
Yeah, and even so, a lot of these guys were writing poetry, writing rhymes and books long before they even got on a tape. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yes. Go ahead.
So when you look at the structure, how hip hop I'm just speaking about the writing and the delivery and the topics. So when you jump to like in the 90s, when rappers were able to just go from drug dealing and just going and paying for somebody, or they could just get equipment like it was nothing, and they didn't have no skill. Like if you look at like Master P, beginning, you can see his vocabulary was horrible. Silk the Shocker, horrible. You understand? So, the only one who really could put words together I like was Mystical. I can't think of the other guy. Mia X, he was cool, but Mystical was like one of the few that had a long range and knew how to do what they had to do. So look at it now. You look at what his name? Young Boy, rest of them, like he got a song like 38 I couldn't understand nothing he was saying. They call that mumble rap. And it's like you got the last 5-6 years was disgusting because of, they're ignorant and they're going from dropping out of school and they going right into a studio and then they can record a bunch of music that's garbage. So anyway,
right, I hear you.
Go ahead.
No, I hear you. Go ahead.
Keep going. So when you look at it from that standpoint, for those of us who are old enough to remember, or just people who research that type of stuff, you can just pull up the lyrics. You ain't even got to pull up the music. Just pull up an artist from the 80s and then pull up an artist from now, lyrics, and just read and look at the way the lyrics are written and the sentences are put together. And if you know somebody that's a grammar teacher and take it to a person that deals with grammar and English languages and how they speak, they're gonna say the ones up to date. They're gonna say, what is this?
Yeah,
you understand? Because and remember, taking that in your brain for years makes you just as stupid. All right, so when you jump back to this, I heard her say another thing about. She mentioned the Most High. It
shouldn't even be called art,
right?
Basically.
Now right. So she was talking and going on her little rant, and she mentioned the Most High. Again, this don't make no sense either, because when I went over to her channel, and we was over there for a couple of hours, and she had a guy over there that experienced something with religion. I don't know if it was demonic possession. It was something he was telling his story, and we and him was talking. I was giving him a few corners from noon, and a lot of it, she ended up kind of like going back and forth, kind of challenging me on spirituality and stuff like that. But she basically don't really believe in religion. She says the same thing she's saying was going on with Sonetta and them, and why she had to get away from that. She said religion did a number on her mentality. So it shows me that somewhere in her mind there's a weakness when it comes to negative people, and it ain't religion per se, even though religion is a spell as a component, but most of the time people get manipulated by religion because of a person. So whoever she was listening to was running some type of psyop on her mind where she just didn't know what to believe. So she basically told me she didn't believe in a God. So for her to sit here and say the Most High in the last couple of joints you played,
like something Sonetta would say.
Right. So she said, could Sonetta do the same thing? He don't believe in nothing, but he'll use the Most High when it's convenient.
Right.
She say the Most High or the universe. It's like, nah, it ain't no such thing. You can't say, and she say she got her own philosophy. You can't create your own philosophy, because whatever you're doing is going to be composed of something that you already believe from a child or stuff you picked up along the line. But when you say terms like the Most High, you right in religion, because we wouldn't know about no Most High term if it wasn't for religion.
Exactly.
So if you say the universe, now you're going to either some new age stuff, or you understand, because the universe and noon is a being. But when regular people say the universe, that's another name they use. Instead of saying the Most High, they say the universe. So it's still religiously inclined. So it's like she don't realize she's actually coming apart, and she's showing herself not to be trustworthy, or she's sticking to her words. Like she said,
erratic. It sounds a bit erratic. It's
But
true. Yeah.
she said, what was that? What 2-3 weeks ago when she gave this whole thing on her show panel that again she doing the same thing as Sarnetta. She said her family seen the stuff that Franklin was doing, and they told her to leave it alone before it get out of hand, where they would have to come in or they would have to do some legal stuff or whatever. And she did all this stuff about she was in her ego, that was her lower self. She's gonna take the high road. She's gonna leave it alone. Here we go. She's back, and she had to backtrack. And she don't see the same way Frankie didn't see that when you do that, when you say, see, that's what I'm saying. They all have been programmed to say the trigger terms and phrases that whenever they want to backtrack to jump back in the game after you said you retired. Like Master P, he said he retired and came back. Jay-Z said he retired some years ago, then he came back, and they all basically it's a lie. Whatever justification, it don't matter if Frank and them and everybody on his panel came at her and started dissing her. It's the same thing that Tahalka did. He justified bad behavior. That's what they don't understand. And when you play around with people like Frank and them, not understanding how this goes, you end up becoming in the image and likeness of the same individuals. And that's what I'm seeing. I'm just from the outside looking in, and I'm just saying that right now she's been a whole hypocrite, and she's been hypocrite and all ever since she did you and Shaka like that, and she still ain't seeing that now it happened to you. This is like Andrea was saying. This is an opportunity to fix some things, but she's not gonna do it because she's in her ego. She's prideful, like you said. She got caught out there doing wrong, and she's a Leo, so some of the traits of Leos, they just do this. They'll go and they'll take it to the grave before they let intelligence. Sometimes they got logic over heart. And it's interesting, she said emotional intelligence, but emotional intelligence and also having, in your heart, if you're compassionate, you're supposed to be able to, I'm wrong, I wronged someone. But evidently, this doesn't carry on into what she does wrong to other people. Only when it's her, right? And she feels wrong. And then the crazy thing, like y'all said, the guy didn't talk down on her. He just was talking to Frankie, but she had enough, intelligence and emotional intelligence to realize, this is not right. You understand? So, that's all I wanted to say on that.
Yeah, but you got an excellent breakdown, bro. I agree with that. She's not being consistent. You mentioned the Most High, but I thought you didn't believe in religion.
Right.
So it's like, what is it with the Most High all of a sudden? And it seems like she's trying to find a justification for what she's doing. An explanation right there in front of us, and then she's going to do it. We're about to see her do whatever she's trying to explain. She's explaining essentially, but what's different is that she seems troubled, like emotionally troubled herself, and like you said, this emotional. She's using words. It sounds like she doesn't know what it means. Emotional intelligence.
She's because she's being influenced by Princella, who is like I was telling my wife the other day, Princella, no disrespect to her, she's the updated version of Cynthia G. So if you know about Cynthia G's history, Cynthia G was a man hater as well. And the whole thing is this: all of these people are unhealed and they never got real healing. So when once you start going into healing, you have to really sit down with yourself and go within. But it's not just going within. You got to get certain stones for that. I got a couple of stones that deals with actually allowing you to dig deep in yourself. You need certain, stones that deal with your shadow and allow you to go in, and you have to sit with yourself. You have to listen to all of the voices and pick them out one by one. Some people tell you you know, if you got a voice and you just say you're never gonna be anything because this person did this to you. That could be the voice of a parent or whoever you grew up with. You have to take them voices, look at them and realize these are just negative attributes of something that was planted within you in your subconscious, and you have to let that go. You know, recognize it, what it is. Some people say hug it, kiss it, forgive it, and let it go and let it evaporate. That takes time. And again, it depends on how advanced you are. I'm going through that, but it's a lot easier for me because I was dealing with spirituality for a long time ago. You know, I started, you know, dealing with spirituality like 1992 moving forward. And it's a never ending thing. You know, it's like a person who used to be an addict and they stop being an addict, but they tell you that you still in that mode is still there. Once you did it, you know, like that, it's still there. So it's a constant change and checking yourself, checks and balance. So when I look at these individuals, again, same thing with Priscilla. It's obviously Priscilla didn't do no real healing because she's still angry. Look at her outside life is a reflection of your inside life. So if she's still mad on paper, that shows that she doesn't solve or deal with old issues. You're supposed to get a divorce. You understand? Because that's what comes with that. You know, then if you hanging around with pimps, right? A pimp is a person whose job is to abuse women. How can she be mad at regular men that she talks about and you saying your friends are pimps? You understand? So there's another abusive scenario that she in now, and then you saying you in a relationship with the same sex type of person. See, all these is because people, when you're hurt and harmed, they don't know how to go and be alone for a while. You have to learn to sit still with yourself and be peaceful. And once because you have to go into the noise and learn to realize, okay, this is just echoes. You know, these are echo chambers and they bouncing off the wall. Because a lot of times where we sit, it's real in a small room. You have to learn how to expand like space. That's how you learn to get that peace when you deal with all of these issues that are bouncing off the wall and they just coming because you don't know what to do.
To meditate, man.
Right. You have to do that.
Yeah,
you have to. Yeah, that's what people got to do. You can't go to smoking weed. You can't go having sex with somebody else. You can't go hanging with people and scared to go to sleep like this is Nightmare on Elm Street. You got to go to sleep. Take the pills, and I'm speaking metaphorically. Take the whatever it is, go in there, find Freddy Krueger. It's going to be about 5 to 10 in there, and it's going to take you some time to release it, because Freddy is also a person that was harmed, because if you watch the movie, he was beat by his father before he turned into a beast. So even that character was somebody that was harmed. And what you learn in studying the natal charts and my spirituality, you learn that everybody has a predestined trauma before you're born, so it can turn you into that the worst person of your life or the best person. Everybody is traumatized somewhere in their life. It might not be the same. It might be you come home and your favorite bird was killed. You know what I'm saying? Or your mother made a mistake and killed your little fish, and that is enough to take people and turn them into a murderer and a killer, because how traumatized that incident was already made. That's all I'm saying. People just got to learn to heal.
They start looking at it like it's just them that's been hurt.
Right. And that means And so when it's lack of knowledge,
now it's their justification to go
there
out.
You go.
Yeah, you're on fire, Todd. You're on fire, bro.
That's what I want everybody to remember. No matter what we see in the world, these people been traumatized and they hurting and they don't know how to fix it. And I keep hearing her say the word hatred. She's really not using the word in its proper context, because if you can hate somebody who really didn't do anything to you, that means you're still your inner child. See, our inner child, you could do something to a small degree.
It could be
and they can really
It could also just be incidental. You're gonna put that much into it. Something that's maybe could just be not intended even. I mean, it doesn't even sound like the guy was intending on hurting Neo. Like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't intending on hurting her. He was up to something else, it sounds like. And she's like, really, oh man.
But that's how nature does. Nature will use other individuals to return back what you did to somebody else. And it's obviously she didn't see it. And she didn't learn from what she did to y'all. That right there is a vindicator for you and Shaka. And it's in color and live on the internet because she did it to y'all. But even still, it wasn't as brutal as what happened to you and Shaka. But guess what? It's gonna get worse for her because she's being an imitator, because the same people she's disliking, she's actually pulling from our playbook and trying to jump in something. Like Frank is an old experienced serpent. And when you people like us who know how to deal with that, that means you learn, you have to learn how to deal with snakes. This is something you can't just run out here and think, okay, I'm gonna do a couple of clips and that's gonna take him out the game. That's not how it works, because he's embedded into the community, the virtual community, and they got a bunch of people who go to bat for him because they want to be like him or they want to take his spot. And he knows that as well. He knows what we're saying. We really stand for the truth and the facts, and we telling him this is wrong. He knows we don't have no agenda except for him to pay for what he's done. Right. With the other ones, he knows that the other guys want to take his spot. And I used to go through that with York followers. They used to claim that we wanted to be like you. Oh, you just want to be like him. And I said, ask them who wants to be a pedophile. Right. I said, y'all don't make no sense. Like in their mind, they really believe that somebody wants to take somebody else's place when we are identifying that this person was horrible. If I'm identifying what he did was wrong, why would I want to be him?
Yep.
But you got hundreds of people like that, thousands and thousands. And I'm just saying about
the message resonates with them because that's what they would do.
Right. They want to be like that person. Right. It's projecting. This is what we're seeing. She hasn't learned. She thinks she's more than an advocate for child abuse and stuff. She wants to be all of these things. You can't, number one, you have to understand that this is something that you grow into. You can't, it's not a wave. This is not the ocean. You just ride a wave and you think I'm gonna ride a wave that's gonna take me over Queens, Thrones, Tar, VB, Shaka, Andrea, all these other people who ain't even speaking as us, but they got as just much as history. They've been watching longer than these people been online, and they think that they gonna jump the whole line and then rewrite history and disrespect the people who's been here and then continue. But that's the delusion. So I'm looking at that and I'm seeing that's exactly what it is. And it's funny that she got that lion in the back of her disrespecting Nepal, but that's her. She's up there with her. All of them was fake in the Wizard of Oz. The internet is the Wizard of Oz, and they don't realize that. It's no yellow brick road. It's millions and millions of roads, and all these people are putting on costumes, but they showing their real face. That's all it is, and that's all I'm saying. It's sad that that they're doing this to each other. Like I said, she keep using the word hatred. She's stuck in a time loop. It's something about Frankie and a certain other individuals that's triggering her, whether she was a child or later on. And she needs to go and heal. That's my message to everybody. Please go do some research on meditation, stones that deal with shadow work, and stones that help keep you perpetuating the healing after you do the shadow work. And I'm done now. I'm about to drop down.
Real talk, Shaka. Real talk. I'm sorry. Damn, I'm calling you Shaka now. and you know, it's true what you're saying about the meditation. Because at one time I used to meditate regularly, right? And then I stopped for a while, you know. But when you have your technique down, it really helps you get through some pain, real
Mm-hmm.
events, you know what I mean? And things that could be triggering to a person. And a lot of people don't realize they do suffer. And the other thing I like what you said is that everybody suffers from some kind of trauma or something in their life, and it's important for others to realize that, so they don't take the pain that they have from their own suffering and then start acting out against other people, like forgetting that you're not alone. It's not just you, it's everybody. Like, don't think your suffering gives you entitlement.
Right.
Yeah.
It just makes you another person. So if she could see that, she wasn't alone in her suffering, just because we don't maybe all suffer in the same way. If you could just understand that all people suffer from something in their life at one point or the other, then it can kind of help you in how you deal with other people. You can keep that in mind when you're dealing with people. And then the other thing here is that I like what you said also about the Wizard of Oz, because look, just because I'm not trying to dismiss abuse, but we got to keep it real. Everyone that was abused does not deal with it this way. They don't go onto YouTube and or some people don't even say it. You know what I mean? They don't feel like talking about it is what they want to do, right? And so we have to keep in mind that when we're talking about it, we shouldn't use it like it's an entitlement stick. You know what I mean? I was abused, so therefore you have to listen to me. I have something valid to say. It doesn't work that way. Just because you were abused doesn't mean you're going to help
An
somebody.
advocate.
An advocate. Yeah. Go ahead, Andrea.
No, I was gonna ask Tara. So when I hear her bring up her situation and over and over and over and over again. And I understand that some people, I mean, that it's that. Do you think that seems to me to be the thing that's causing her to get back in this space of people still coming out her, even though they're not abusing her in the way that she was abused, but they're abusing her other ways because she's still holding on and keeps bringing that and bringing that and bringing that. Because there comes a time, I'm not saying, and I don't know what time it is for anybody, where it seems as though when it comes to traumas, if we don't go and do the work that you're talking about, right? That's like you looking in your rear view mirror in your car as opposed to looking at through the windshield. That if you stay focused on the rear view, and you're going to wind up in accidents over and over and over and over and over again, because that's not where the focus should be. So I'm just asking, do you think that that's what it sounds like the loop is, that thing she doesn't seem to be able to put it down, right? In order for her to be a true advocate, you have to learn how to put that down to a certain degree without it being your topic of conversation every time you come on the platform. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, what happened is when people go through things, we just learn how to suppress it, bury it, and we move forward. Also, it's a spiritual component. Every human being is assigned a spirit to them in order for us to be controlled by Almighty nature in general. So we just extension of nerves. But the thing is this: the spirit thrives off of your pain. So what it does is it'll cause you to go forward and look at other people. So what you do is you look around on the internet, you got a lot of people running around pointing their fingers at everybody else, and they didn't do no healing on their own. So the spirit is getting over by causing them to not look at what it helped them do. And what it does is it forces them to run out there with a bunch of other people who were hurt and harmed by other folks. Look at Frankie. Frankie got a long history of people that he said he helped and they turned on him. And because he never healed and never learned how to leave the abuse alone, he keeps reliving the abuse too. And this is what we're seeing. So all these people are hurt. That's why you got the term hurt people hurt people. because they never learned, because we was never taught. We was just, oh, shut up when you was young, or however your parent or auntie or whoever you grew up with, they never learned either. That's why they say a lot of us, when we got out of slavery, we never got no therapy for that. We just kept moving. But it goes into your genes. They call it epigenetics, is what the scientists call it. And that stuff has got things in it where it triggers certain things in you, whether it's food, trauma, whatever, and it can cause certain genes to activate, some to not, stuff like that. So you can pass trauma down through the genetics as well as the mind, and people just live that stuff out until someone in that particular bloodline stops it and says, okay, I can't keep doing this. And that's why I say she needs to go and heal and stop trying to be a self-taught and self-appointed leader. Because if a person who's been traumatized in the way she has, if they was looking at her and they seeing her saying, I'm an advocate and y'all need to listen to me, those people who got enough sense won't listen to her. Because if she was going to a class after this and they was looking at her on internet and her standing in the class, they will say this woman needs a hug. She needs to sit down and listen to the same stuff we need to be following. She is not healed. She is not healed. She is not healed. And because of that, is like you said, Andrea, is she's repeating the loop because she never dealt with the original pain, and she didn't get a chance to get at the guy she said that tried to assault her the last time or did assault her, but whatever the case is, too late for the police to do anything. That's even worse too, when you're older and something happens and then they tell you, oh, well, it's a time limit on sexual assault. It expired, 5 years ago. So sorry about that. So then you got to live with that, knowing that you got a system in place that doesn't protect individuals either in an older age. So that's you have to come to a remedy with that. It's like us being who we are, right? We all have lost somebody we cared about. And we had to have enough mental clarity to say and accept it. When somebody dies that you loved a lot, that you felt was too early or was too gruesome, in order for you to not get trapped in that same thing, you had to what? Accept it, love that person, and let them go, because you was being trapped. You ain't holding them hostage, they gone. You holding yourself hostage wrapped up in that person's image and likeness, and that hurt. Man, that's a serious anchor to let go of. That is really hard. And so I'm speaking from apathy and compassion and empathy for all of them, for her, for Frankie, Nepal, all of them, because I know that they all been abused and done a certain kind of way, and that they have not healed, and their negative part of themselves is manipulating them to do that. You understand? This is the sad part about it. They need to take time away, shut down the internet, and go and heal and take it upon themselves to do the healing. Because you don't need a bunch of money to go to wherever else to pay. You can do this on your own. But they need to go and heal. Seriously, but they're gonna keep going until they hit that brick wall. And eventually somebody will, hear the stuff we're saying and say, man, I hope that, that they get the help that they need, because only you can, you have to first, what they say in AAA, the first step in dealing with addiction and all that is admitting.
Admitting it,
You got to first admit, and I'm telling you, I keep a stone on me every day. I got either tourmaline or I got a couple of crystals, but the ones I had one on the dealing with healing. The other day, I got big fat crystals that I wear around I just ain't been wearing them on y'all show, but I got some fat rocks that I wear on a special made, glass, African glass that I use to put them on. That I got a friend that makes them. So we got to stay in the constant healing.
Oh, do they got a website?
Let me see. Hold on. Didi, Bring me my please. Bring me my wallet real quick, please.
Yeah, but exactly, Tar. But yeah, you raised some excellent points. You know, and I'm glad that you did, man, because I mean,
Thank you.
to some degree, it's something I also need to work on myself. You know, I can I can be a little cruel, Tar. I'm gonna be
I
honest
haven't
with
heard it though. I have never heard it though. You damn good then. I ain't never heard it.
I mean, I know it. I know it. It's not about, and I try. I try not to be. I mean, I'm not naturally that way, but I had to learn to be. And you know, and it's like, and in learning, sometimes you can go deep. You know, you can go deep. You know, physically, um, and mentally. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so I could hear some of these things that she's saying, and it could, like, you know, I could respond maybe not in the most helpful way, you know, but you
Right.
kind of brought light to some of the you know, some of the real deep issues here that she's expressing. It's not just about what she did to me and Shaka, which was horrible, you know what I mean? And you know, my way of dealing with it is maybe poking fun at it, laughing at it, like, this is silly. But you actually brought more light to it, man. And you know, that sister got a problem. She need to deal with her issues, man. And it's not helping her to expose herself on the net this way. Like, it's not good for anybody to, by the way. And I hope she takes the advice, man, sooner than later, because it is, like you say, people crash into a wall, man. And some people, you know, everybody chooses their own wall, how they crash. But she's going to crash into a wall the way she's going at it. The internet can be addictive too, brother.
It
you
is.
know, you need to kind of you just got to realize you can only do so much, you know, and you don't want to get caught up in any type of race where you have something to prove. And I think the advent of the internet, you know, that's a new thing for people to have to deal with. First, social media, you know, Facebook. You know, some people don't know how to turn something off, bro. Like, really, you know, and it's not just YouTube. It is like the cell phones with all of the apps are on it, you know, at our fingertips all the time. Okay, this is the website.
Yeah, that's his little Instagram and the phone number too. You could call.
Okay, all right. Let me see here. I'm gonna share that in the chat.
And the last joints is LLC. At the shop, it's LLC on Instagram and on Facebook.
And the thing is too.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know, I'm saying the thing is too. You know, depending on how hard you hit that wall, you may not recover, and that's why what Tar's saying, and I just made a little journey myself to go talk to some friends. But if you don't take that time, that's what's bound to happen. If we don't take the time to look, you know, sit down and be by yourself, because I think that's really hard. I mean, even like when COVID hit and all that stuff, people were finding just how much they didn't like being around their families, right? There was they said a lot of abuse and stuff went down because people weren't used to being at home around their families and stuff like that. And if you don't go in there and do that I mean, it is hard work. I can speak from experience for myself. It is hard work, and many days you cry. There's nobody there, and nobody can really walk with you on that one. It's a journey on your own.
Facts.
And when you come, I'm telling you, it is so freeing when you. And there's still stuff to be done, but it's not like you're, you know, some people go and try to dig up as much stuff as you can. That's not a good idea either. Some stuff you might just need to leave it alone. And if it's meant for you to deal with it, it'll come to you. Just don't go back there and trying to be be an archaeologist and jump back in your past and just dig up every damn thing back there. Some stuff you might just need to leave it alone. And some stuff you might just need to go stomp on the grave and put it 6 foot more under, or whatever you need to just leave it alone. But because a lot of people do that too. They'll keep going back and just digging up stuff that you seemingly should have dealt with already, but you just want to go back and just one more time. I just got to I'm just gonna do it one more time, and that one more time just may be the thing that does you in, like, so yeah,
definitely. And if you don't realize it's doing you, then it's like you said, it can be like a
vicious cycle.
A cycle, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but let's see if she what else she breaks down for us. Okay. Let's see here.
Because unfortunately, I had to learn that the Black community is not the conscious Black community is not what they said it is. It's just a bunch of Black males angry and upset because white men are winning and they want to oppress other people, so they can't do it. So they oppress their women and gay people and shit like that. I had to learn that I'm actually more pro-Black than all these motherfuckers, because I will protect Black people from harm. I will inform you and protect you. But I would never side with a deviant person just because I like them or for clout or whatever. I'm going to show y'all I'm an advocate, and DMG is just a clout chaser. He's a clout chaser, self-admitted. He said it in his own goddamn video. I mean, what happened to the morals and the standards? I'm going to show y'all the DMG today, and then I'm literally going to play y'all the DMG from in March, a video that he made defending me in March. And y'all let me know if y'all don't see a difference between this man and his standards. But let's just get into it, family. And like I said, make sure y'all like. But my motivation is not hatred. Why I come after Shinanigans? No, I don't like that nigga. Yeah, I hate him. But the videos, the constant videos, that's advocacy. That's advocacy. I'm not Shaka Boo Boo. Shaka Boo Boo motivation is clout chasing and hating. My video, and they won't.
Now you see that? That's so interesting. Like how it sounds like she's trying to explain a lot of things. Like she want to qualify her statement by explaining it's not hate that she does this for, but why do you have to explain it's not hate? Somebody accusing you of that? Like I'm lost. But then she also, has the need to bring Shaka into her issue with this guy DMG.
Mm-hmm.
And
didn't she just get done talking about how she defends people from abuse?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's to me, it's just, it sounds very sounds like a lot of explaining, some calculated thoughts, but not too wise. Not really well thought out. Yeah, and it also sounds like she's under a lot of pressure, man. I don't know. Is that just me? The tone of her voice, like, sounds like she's in a rush to get this out or something. Like something happened, maybe. I don't know. But
why won't, when they bash me, y'all? How come they won't tell the people, even though they keep putting me in the same category as Shaka Boo Boo? Why they won't tell the people that Neil X channel ain't even monetized? Not monetized. I don't make a fucking dime off of YouTube videos.
Oh, I think, yeah, that's the thing. She's using a Sinetta talking. She's using a term that Sinetta himself invented. Mm-hmm. That doesn't make any sense, And then she's, but it's so in a way, it's kind of like she does respect Sinetta in that way. Like, and it just seems, I don't know, so
when it's
weird.
Whenever it suits her, she keeps on deferring back to Sinetta, something or another that she gets from him.
And I think, exactly. And I think what she's saying is that when she says they keep comparing me to Shaka Boo Boo, she's talking about Sinetta. Is comparing her to Shaka. But yeah, there's a lot going on here, man. Let's go.
The only money I made is the shit y'all donated to me doing cash outs. And I literally said, and I'm gonna show y'all when I upgrade the equipment, I'm gonna show y'all how much money I got in cash out, and I'm gonna show y'all this is what I bought. And I barely remember to put the cash app out because I never asked people for handout. I've been used to doing shit so independently. But sometimes I'll be like, okay, let me make sure I put the cash out because people ask for it. But I don't get paid for none of this shit because I'm not a clout chaser. Never have, never will be. If I wanted clout, I just kiss Sinetta's ass. but I won't do it. I'm standing against him because I advocate. I advocate against sexual assault against women and children and scammers and frauds. And I will call them out, and I will continue to call them out as long as there's breath in my body. But I'm going to play the difference, y'all. So I'm going to play the difference. But DMG let me down, bro. But I don't hate him.
These are just excuses to stay in the game, because literally trying to get rid of Frankie on her own is never going to happen. And this other stuff is just, you know, this is the stuff that's happening that she can use to continue to have a reason to be in people's face. And again, the people that's listening, they don't know nothing, they ain't got nothing better else to do either, because if all they're going to do is watch and not tell her what she's wrong at, then they just basically being kind of like enabling, because they sitting here watching it, and all these people is in all of our the watchers is in all of our chats, you know, even if they ain't talking, they're watching, and they can literally see the differences and see the truth and the facts, and see how we putting it in the chronological order, and they can easily go back and pull her to the side or pull whoever to the side and say X, Y, and Z. But the same way that, you know, she's trying to get her points across. See, it's a war. When I'm on, it's a war between right and wrong. First of all, she tiring herself out because she's trying to individualize and compartmentalize, and she thinks, and she's not even like, she's using talking points about calling Shaka what she's using, but you're using your enemy's name.
Right. What sense do that make?
Right. You ain't coming with your own.
Validating him.
Right. That's all you're doing. Because it makes no sense. I like I said, all of it is mental depth to me. But, you know, we're going to have all these people. And like I said, I know that you only doing this because of how you're seeing karma return, and you're doing what you're supposed to do, is documenting it. So people can look. So when they go back and they be like, oh, y'all are attacking Neil. No, y'all not. What y'all doing is showing that this is the result of what she did a couple of months ago. So nobody else stood up and said,
so no one else does it. Yeah,
right.
So you know, people can see the cycle, like how ridiculous it is, and you know, and just know that this is, you don't have to do this to be relevant. You know, just also there's we can treat each other better.
Yeah,
we can treat each other better. And, you know, that's the main thing, I think, because I mean, when we look at the conscious community is quote unquote guilty of having poor moral standards, ethical standards. You know, look at the language that's often used. I mean, we're calling ourselves the N-word. I mean, I know a lot of people think that it's just, we should all get a pass for using that. But if you just listen specifically to most of these people and how they're using it, they mean it in a bad way. Like, they mean it like totally disrespectful, like to dismiss who you are as a human. That nigga did this, that nigga ain't. They mean it to say you ain't nothing. I mean, but they don't hear that because they're so used to saying it. So they don't hear that they literally, you can disagree with someone else without believing that they're nothing. That's just like way out of proportion, you know, but it's so many things like that that we kind of are passing on to the youth without addressing. And you know, the conscious community is guilty of that. But Neo X, she needs to take note of some of these things, like you know, you're not being the best example either. You know, even though you're trying to combat things, you know, it's like you're making some strange choices, you know. Yeah, but hey, Jelly, you there? You want to say something, sis?
Sorry, I was on mute. I was trying to respond to Tarnu. Well, first off, good evening, everybody. How are we doing?
Good evening. Good evening.
Hey,
good.
How you doing?
So I'm still working. This cold or whatever I have is still
Okay.
like not going away.
Yeah.
Um,
Must be COVID. No.
it must be something, but yeah. But yeah. So, so this is like I agree with everything that Tar Noonan said, right?
Mhm.
And in a lot of ways, listening to Tarnu, it has me reflecting on things that I've said, even on my own platform, about situations like this, and even more specifically about people like this. The
Mhm.
only thing that for me, and I say this from a very personal space, is that for me, people like how this girl Neo X is displaying herself right now is very problematic. And the reason that I say that is because I Tarnoon I can't remember, Bennett, if you were around, but there are several people that I can remember, and I won't name names, but people that once frequented, like over on Tassa's page,
Mhm.
people that even frequented my space, and I used to share space with them at one point, and they all, the thing that they had in common was this very set of behaviors where they were very much fence riding. They were very much supposed advocates for something, in air quotes. But the
Mhm.
thing is that advocacy comes in, or that mantra of advocacy comes in because the lack of protection that they had with whatever those life experiences weren't there. But instead of actually doing the work and doing the healing, like Andrea was talking about, they've adopted these personas, and they use YouTube and other platforms to be like the playground where they can play pretend that they're actually these characters that they claim that they are. Um, but in doing that, what they end up doing is causing more harm in the process, because they don't know and they don't recognize that this position that this mantra that you're positioning yourself as, comes from a place of non-resolution within yourself. So you don't know, if you're a person that's never found resolution or relief from a certain thing that happened to you, you don't know what the other side of that issue looks like. You don't know what it's like to reform and
That's so
recover
true.
and find relief. So when you go about pretending, and I'm just going to use this because this is just me being honest right now, looking at it, pretending to be an advocate, what you're doing is actually putting more people in harm's way, just like when she was putting people in harm's way by associating herself with somebody that for at least over a decade has been problematic, aka Sonetta, right?
Mhm.
So, I mean, for me, I'm saying all this to say that people like her, and her specifically, I try to have, and I was talking to Narmer, I'm not sure if I'm saying the name right in the chat. Um, I find it hard to have compassion for those kind of people because they don't even understand the lens of the kind of trauma that they're creating in other people's lives,
Mm.
because they haven't fixed what they have going on. But they
Right.
use these platforms as like these megaphones and these theaters. That's
Confusing
really
more
what it
people.
is. Like, I mean, I literally had a conversation with someone who, um, on their particular channel, was talked the same thing about sexual abuse and trafficking of women and children and all this other stuff. And then come to find out that this very same person is threatening women on his off time. Like, if
Damn.
he doesn't get his way with that woman. Now, mind you, he's supposed to be married, which is another can of beans, but he's threatening to dox women and expose these same women to Lord knows what, um, online, because he's not getting what he wants out of these individuals. But on YouTube, he's an advocate. He's concerned about the safety of women and children. He's concerned because he's a quote unquote family man. And to me, even though like listening to her, there's a lot as far as her sentiments, because I think that she honestly believes some of the stuff that she's saying. The problem for me, and where like I have to withhold some of that compassion, is that she doesn't understand the sort of collateral damage that she's creating.
Right. I agree. I
I'll
agree.
give you a good example to add on. Charleston White is a good example. And he says he playing a character when he comes online. But at the same time, spiritually, he doesn't realize that he done made himself a target. And he's setting himself up to be martyred when he don't have to. But the reason being is because part of him wants to be seen and famous and all that. I was listening to Kwame Brown had did a rant or response to something he said, and he basically was pointing out a couple of things that you can't talk about the rappers and you want to be a rapper or you talk about this. He even had a thing where he said he was invited somewhere and he seen the Illuminati type stuff and they was trying to get him to eat and drink and there was a bunch of white girls around. I'm like, this is what I'm saying. You shouldn't even be going into these venues because
Right.
you should have an understanding how deep this goes. You're not, you see what I'm saying? And the coming online and the saying, he traumatized too. He even spoke about how he killed somebody when he was younger. That stuff don't never go away. He's trying to see, he's scared to be alone too. And that's what happens when you cross certain lines, when you take a human life and then they act here talking about they pro-black. No, see, pro-black is a mutated term of Pan-African. Pan-Africans basically means what Marcus was saying, go back to Africa. He didn't say stick here and try to keep, no, he knew what we still seeing today, that we still being attacked over here in this country. It's just more subtle in certain areas than it is in other places. When people sit around here talking about old Bill Gates, old Donald Trump, Biden, and all these things you're saying, all you're doing is rehashing the same stuff that our people was going through back when Garvey was here. So all you're saying is white supremacy, but now it's called eugenics, and now it's called the crack epidemic. Now it's called heroin and Percocets and all this old crap and dumb rap music and Pound Town. All this is forms of destroying the black mind, the critical race theory, and Florida trying to rewrite the history books, say slavery didn't happen. All of that is what echo what Garvey was saying way back then. These people are not pro-black, and the fact that they keep saying that because people like Frank and them done corrupted the understanding. Pro-black is basically, and if you're going to use that, I always put in, you're talking about the pro-survival of the black race, and that means mentally, spiritually, and also economically, and for the most part, and for the utmost part, biologically. Because if a male and a female don't continue to reproduce, no race can keep going on naturally.
Exactly.
You understand? So
how you
that
gonna
part,
get that to happen if you hate your opposite,
that's
sex.
it.
I mean, what is this
Then there's
about?
ain't no way. There's no way. Yeah, she's not in that area. You're not pro-black. You're pro-lesbianism. You're pro-homosexuality, and whatever that comes with again. See, it's one thing to be who you are, and that's you. But when you attach yourself to a movement, LGBTQ, that stuff is somebody got the rights to them letters. Somebody is getting a check cut every time somebody want to use that term in the colors. That's you attaching yourself onto a movement that you could trace it back to the United Nations, the Rockefellers, the UN, all these groups that's utilizing a sexual preference and or a spiritual hijacking of a biological body and making them become that way and turn that into that's what you are. You're pro that. And there is an agenda when it comes to how sexuality has been hijacked and put into a mute. If you could take that same thing with pro-black, same thing with Pan-Africanism. These are movements that was turned into business models for all of the people that you see running around. Look at Dr. Umar Johnson. He's saying Pan-African and pro-black, and look how corrupt he is. Look at Frankie, pro-black, peace and black power. Look how corrupt he is. That's not true Pan-Africanism, which also includes being pro your race or being a black nationalist. All that's in the same damn thing. Period. So she's not pro. Princella is not pro-black. When you say you pro-women, you sound like an idiot. You need to be pro your own race. But these people are all mixed in with all of these different organizations that were created to deter us from ourselves. Until we learn to get back into that, black people need to take care of black people problems. You can't do it when everybody else is in your business. This is why we haven't got anywhere since Garvey and them, because we have learned to ignore ourselves and we want to be cool with everybody else. But then when you look at everybody else, they got a couple of they people that play that game, whether they know it or not. But China still got Chinatown.
Yeah.
The Italians still got all little mafia spots. The Quakers and all these the Mormons, all them people got their own stuff.
Yep.
And they don't let nobody make them feel bad if they say, we don't want to include y'all. Only the black African kinky hair race over here have been made to feel wrong and inadequate, and they don't feel like a traitor if they say, I don't want y'all in my business. We the only ones that do that. And this is what you see here. This is the political, geopolitical mental sickness that's been given to our people.
And that's exactly what it's very much like that in Denmark too, and in Europe. To be honest with you, it's like the black people are the one group that's made to feel bad about standing up for their own, standing up against the form of discrimination they face. No other group is made to feel that way. But when it comes to black people, they use this psychology where they say it's reverse racism.
Right.
Pretty much is what they're saying, like that we're being racist if we acknowledge the form of racism we receive, that we shouldn't look at it as a black thing.
Right. And that's the game.
They don't want us to group up that way in our own defense. They call that being racist. That's what they're spreading. It's crazy, man. But go ahead.
Yeah, Noon separates all of that stuff. And Noon, we don't call it racism. We call it one-sided racism. Then that's other races who practice discrimination against us because we're another race. That's one-sided racism. So there is a thing called equal racism, but equal racism can only be practiced when you in your own country, when everybody's in their own country, and then you're able to practice it in a way that if you did me dirty, I'll be able to do it back to you because of what you did to me. And so what happened is we can't, long as we in all of these people's organization, it's never going to work, because that's the trick. If we all stood with our own selves and say, we don't want to, we're not joining nothing that y'all got going because none of that stuff worked. It was a trick. We're going to do it ourselves. Then you will see the real issues, because guess what? All these elite people, secret societies, all of them is doing the same thing. They work with each other. They use other races as a front to make it look like they're getting along. But when you dig deep into this stuff, it's only their people. When you jump into the Illuminati and all the other stuff, it's only old white men and they money and they families, whether it's Queen Elizabeth and all of them, they even mix with each other to keep it in line. They stick. People call that what? Nationalism. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have nothing against race pride. It's just how they've been practicing it and doing us dirty while they're doing that. No, be proud to be who your race is. And you want to keep your race alive as long as healthy as possible. That's common sense. See, we understand that if we do that as an individual, right? Or we go to the gym, and would imagine if all of us had that gym mentality, that we're going to practice being healthy and living long as we can for and with and by each other. We don't want nothing to deal with y'all up to a certain point. We don't want to be a part of nothing else, and we got all the answers and the reasons to say that. We keep trying to hold on, hoping Dracula will stop being Dracula. That makes no sense. And that's the problem that I have. Now, we can come together like that and say, man, we done. The world will see the world done forgot the evils that these people are doing because we all mixed in their groups. So you can't holler the United Nations racist because you got black people in there. You see what I'm saying? You can't holler the Mormons is racism no more because now they let black people in there. After years and years of saying black people had a curse on their skin because of what happened with Noah and Ham, that's that, and because he's seen Noah naked, that's what they teach in their books. It's still in there to this day. That's why we got black skin and big lips. So once they allow you into their spaces, now you can't holler that. And that's what the whole thing with what was that they gave allowing black people to get in. What's that rule called again?
Integration.
Not integration. They when they allowed us, it came with integration though. Where they have to let so many black people.
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. See, all of that stuff they did so they can say along the line. That's why when you talk about reparations and all the other stuff, you had different politicians throughout the years say, well, we gave them affirmative action. Some of them got welfare. See, if we stayed away from them and they kept attacking us like that, we'd have had a better argument to move forward. But they allowed us to get involved and they still treating us bad. They got a black kid right now in a high school because he wearing dreads and his hair is up above his ears. They kept suspending him. Now they putting him in alternative school because they really he's following the rules, which is dumb because I'm pretty sure it's white people in his school or mankind people who their hair hang down below their ears naturally. The same way with our hair. Even after they passed the Crown Act, where it's supposed to protect our rights of our natural hair to be kinky and to dress it how we want. So they done kick them out of school. But again, this is our fault. Listening to MLK and all of them. I seen some online, a person said it's child abuse to have your kids raised up in racism. And I put in the comment, I said, well, MLK didn't get that memo because anybody that forced their children to go to school back in the 50s and the 60s, listening to that, you really traumatized all them children that went through that hell to be called an N-word all day and getting slapped and beat back to back because somebody fell for this dummy who said his dream was to see opposite races who done showed that we do not get along like that we should do that. That was the dumbest thing that we could have done as a group. And I tell people all the time that MLK decision done killed more black people than the streets and drugs combined with the police because we lost so many things economically. We lost businesses because we had banks and all that back then. Just look at what we had versus what we got. And Charleston White had a great point when he said black people got way more money than we had back then. And look how savage we done became. I understand how we got here, but I'm just saying, look at the mental death when we was forced to, and we had them people showing us who they were. We wanted to become disillusioned and believe that we should make them like us. If we know better than to do this with the KKK, because you don't see black people running around trying to make the KKK like you. You don't see us going.
Let me ask you something. Because you said it a lot, so I just want to, before you jump into another point. This thing about it's not only this, but this thing about it was two things you said.
Mhm.
I'll start with the first one. Because Divinely Inspired also mentioned this. He said, of course you can call them racist. Just because people are included don't mean that there's no more racism. You want to speak about that? Like, because you said you can't call the UN racist, but from my knowledge, from
I'm
my
saying
perspective,
visually. I'm just saying visually. That's the
okay,
optics. That's what I'm saying. Optically wise, you can say that. That's like, say, look, that's like when you get at a white person for doing something one-sided racism, they'll scream, "Oh, but I got black friends."
you know, the inherent thing here is that I think, and it's also the thing you mentioned about Martin Luther King, right?
Mm-hmm.
The issue is that the structure, let's take the UN. If you're going to have people participate in the UN, different states, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you're dealing with the same people you've been dealing with every day anyway. I mean, just on a global scale, you know, you don't meet everybody, but you would, like, for example, you may have never met a person from China until you go into the UN building. For some people, it's like that, but the
Mm-hmm.
UN brings all these people together. But the thing is that it's still the same people on Earth. So inherently, everything's racist. Everything you do is a part of racism, brother, because every act is a part of that. You see what I mean? Because the structure itself is still racist.
Because it's being dominated. It's being
Right.
dominated by that
Exactly.
particular group. But that's what I'm
So
saying.
exactly. So, but that problem exists on every level anyway. It's inherent. You see what I mean? So it's also the thing about MLK. I mean, what would the options be?
What the options were, like I said, these people were plants, man. These MLK and them was chosen. When you go
I
into
mean,
the Tavistock,
don't
the
get me
Tavistock,
wrong. It's a
go
lot
ahead.
of people. It's a lot of people that, in hindsight, question that. Even MLK questioned it himself. He said he said the thing about the burning house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's not. But what I'm saying is, what was the alternative? Like, how do you know something that you don't actually do? How can you know it if you
But
don't
the
do it?
same thing, we have to look at him as a leader, and that shows that he didn't have a real spiritual connection to what he called God, because no intelligent being would have told him to tell his people to do that. And the fact that his man's exposed him after he died, so he was a heavy fornicator, and he had his own reasons, personal reasons, to make us get involved in something that was totally going on in his own day and time. They locked him up, beat him up, set dogs on him. So the fact that he couldn't find it, and then he had his enemy's religion. So he didn't have any ascending reason to fix the problem. He had descending reasons. And that's why he had to look outside the Bible for an antidote, in which he followed Gandhi. And look where that got Gandhi. So the whole thing is, none of these individuals were following the best intelligent thing to do at the time. The same thing, I could flip it and put it on the Nation of Islam. They taught opposite, but they still stayed here. So you still got the same result. You see what I'm saying? One, Martin Luther King had the religion of the Caucasian.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, that's why I asked. But what was the alternative?
What I'm saying is the alternative.
I'm
First of
talking
all, you
about
have
then.
to look at. What I'm saying is you have to remember, reality wins every time. If you getting beat up every day by a bully, first of all, if you can't beat them, join them. That ain't never the best option. You understand? So the point was, he didn't seek other people that could have widened his horizon. We only do that when we do, like, join the United Nations, all that stuff, and that's a game in itself. Do you know America pays the United Nations $1 billion a month for a so-called non-binding organization?
They just joined. They just I think the U.S. just went back, right? Let me see
Yeah,
something.
because Trump had stopped that, but then Biden went right back in there. Then we start getting into the Paris Accords. See, I know what the UN is doing because I've been watching all these organizations and studying them, and they all trying to. That's why I send you and Shaka little videos that showing you what they just showing you what New World Order blatantly in the back of Klaus Schwab and them when they talking. They're telling you what they're doing. This is the stuff, and they all part of the UN. All of these people part of the UN. So anybody going in there, besides the people that know what they doing, they playing themselves. Even Malcolm was trying to go to the UN. After all of the information that they have, why would you do that? That's not going to change. The UN is its own country, and they're usurping America and Africa and all these other places. And they say they non-government binding, but these are the people that they go to when they trying to get stuff done. If you your own country, I don't need to go to United Nations if my own country is my own country. That's a game that they playing.
Some of it's non-binding. All of it's not non-binding, but some of it's non-binding. But I'm just saying, like, most of these the UN has member states from every single country. So that would mean, everybody for some, could all these people see no purpose in the UN and be part of it? I mean, what's the reasoning?
The reasoning is world domination. That's why you put that together. When the people that's doing the most evil on the planet create something like that, that's just another deception, because the rest of the stuff didn't play itself out. Whatever they had before the United Nations, before that, you already got all of the major countries. You already then dominated and caused these world wars. And if you look at World War I, World War II, there was Caucasian people that did that. Nobody else did that. And they dropped the bomb on all these folks. Now all these other folks got the same kind of weapons now that the thing changed. But it's the same group of people. The people that populated these continents by way of war and death are not going to be the same people that's going to create peace. So we know that that's a lie. The history tells it that it's a lie. Even if we throw away all the conspiracy, you can look at the character and the history of the individual. You could tell, and that's like Debo in Friday being a neighborhood bully. Then all of a sudden, Debo going to establish an anti-bully scenario or organization. Y'all going to look at that like this is a joke. So take that same mindset and put it there. A lot of us don't, because we've been made ignorant in so many various ways, we don't see that. So if you tell a regular person, yo, the UN is blah, 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 for them to understand about what me and you already know, they don't have that kind of discipline to sit down and go read and study and listen to videos to connect the dots. And so that's why we not having what we have. If people are going to keep listening to Frank and them until the stuff gets to a certain degree where they can't access that information, then they're going to start want to do something when the panic zone. Like right now, Mayor Adams in New York talking about cutting all of the government jobs, saying they can't work overtime, and they're going to give the remaining money to the immigrants that's coming in there. Now ask yourself, did he come up with that himself, or did somebody else tell him that? And do that even make sense? Why are you helping destroy your city for a bunch of losers and drug addicts and people being sent from prisons down south to the United States and all over the place, and it's illegal, and it's all as treason? When you look around at the stuff that I'm seeing, that stuff is the country's being set up to be invaded. Biden got the FBI and them cutting open the gates down there on Texas border, and the mayor down there, the governor, that made his own task force to stop that. So our country is already fighting itself and allowing this stuff to happen. And this is what I be talking about. That's really more important than the crap that Frank and them talking about. Because if they was really intelligent and listen to the stuff that I've been saying for the last couple of years, and whoever else been saying that. All these black platforms should be saying that black people, y'all need to prepare yourselves because the country is being invaded. They using the immigrants who are poor and filtering in the Chinese men that's coming here. The UN is sending people here with a card with $2,200 a month to go get an apartment and wait for further orders. So this is the stuff that I'm paying attention to. And so while everybody is over here nitpicking about little stuff, the country getting set up for war. And guess what? It's going to happen because America has perpetrated so many wars on other people's soil because they wanted to rob, steal, and kill. So it's the chickens coming home to roost. And guess what? We're in the middle, still stuck, not learning how to do for self and kind because we kept getting all these fake teachers and going into these fake politicians who keep pimping us. Right now, black people now starting to wake up because they've been voting Democrat for the last 50, 60 years and got nothing out of it. That's why I say the politics is trash. And we have no business involved in it because it never gets us nowhere. The Democrats done proved that for the last 60 years. Now they realizing it, but they ain't gonna catch on until most of the people that they bring in here, right now in Michigan, because they saying that they bringing in 60,000 immigrants a day. Now these immigrants that they busting in here and dropping them off around the U.S. are robbing people's houses because they have nothing to eat. While they over there destroying New York on top of everything else, stealing a bunch of mopeds to do Uber because they don't have no ID. That's the only job that immigrants can get is Ubering and doing, bringing people their food, and they leave and they stealing them and leaving the mopeds in front of the buildings that they stand in, and it's blocking up the street. All of this stuff. So this is an attack on this is not just us being wrapped up in it, the elites, Klaus Schwab and all those people from the World Economic Forum and all those people are behind this. If anybody ever read the New World Order book, that little green and white book that they put out back in the 90s, go read it. Everything you seen in that one book alone that you can find, you're going to see is happening right now. And they doing it. Bennett, I sent you 3 videos on Agenda 21. One of those videos shows you the man that came up with the idea of saying flooding people's countries with a whole bunch of immigrants is part of the warfare. And that's what they doing. That's why Biden is doing what his boss is telling them to do. So we in the next year is going to be ugly. Seriously ugly. And I know we done got off into some other stuff. I apologize for that.
It's all good, though.
I apologize for that. But go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead. I apologize, y'all. I'm sorry.
I was like, I may as well let Todd go on with this. Let's hear what he got to say. But yeah, man. I mean, well, that was a lot to take in, to think about, contemplate. But I mean, I hear you, man. These ideas have been out there, for a minute, and it's I think the question again with all of those things is, what's the alternative? I'm not talking about theoretically. I'm talking about what's the alternative for real. Like, what can people actually do? And then the other thought I would have is that I think inherently you're going to stumble across the same issues, because again, we're dealing with people, right? And I think until people change their mindset, a lot can't really happen. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like poor people need to change their mindset, or I mean, you have to work on changing the mindset of people that are representatives in government, people that aspire to work in government, and people that aspire to just, our whole society, bro, our whole society, because but also the top, because we're going to have these same people involved in everything. no matter what we do, there's more people. I mean, others could say we need to separate, but then the question is going to be, okay, where do we separate to? How do we separate? The practical means of that, the logistics. And
we have to do it in reverse. But number one, I keep talking about Noon and Nupu and stuff like that. These are mental energies that are helping on another from another angle that most people will even pay attention to. It's not that they couldn't understand it, but it's because religion has dumbed us down spiritually, and us practicing these religions only enforces the negative parts of the spirit that keep us holding on to stuff that is harming us in so many ways. Once some of these things are released from us and around us, we'll be able to think clearly and be able to figure out what we need to do. So those answers will come when enough of us are mentally aware that something is afoot. And that's what's going on right now. America is already up to $444 billion in debt. And that's in 2 weeks. And the way they throwing away money over here, I'm talking about all the money that these states are spending, and because the news is controlled by the evil people, that's why they're not telling you that all of these folks that they bringing in here is going around the country. They spending money from the states for all these people who shouldn't be here, right? When you look at the intelligence part of it, you be like, okay, this makes no sense, or no kind of intelligence while all these folks are being told to come here, right? So that means it has to be something negative involved to do that, because America don't care about nobody over here, the people that's running stuff. So all of a sudden y'all opening y'all doors talking about, oh, come on, and we're going to take care of you and all of that, when we know that the people that's actually breaking the bank to do this is the taxpayers. We ain't have no say in that, so that means that's negative. So that means that there's an agenda, because the way they're doing it, and it's chaotic, and chaos leads to destruction. So that means there's a destructive agenda that's taking place, right? Remember, they were setting a whole bunch of stuff on fire earlier this year, but people started seeing that, so they had to stop setting stuff on fire. But what was the stuff they were setting on fire? They were setting stuff on fire like food plants and chicken plants, and they're talking about all this technology. Nobody got caught for that. You know what I'm saying? Trains was crashing. Certain type of chemicals that could be used for explosives was disappearing off of trains. All type of stuff was going on, and black people still stuck looking dumb. Ain't nobody talking about that, but everybody know about, Remy Ma and Papoose and all this old dumb stuff that, Tupac killer. Now all of a sudden y'all gonna arrest the last remaining person that's alive who been telling you he was there all this time. Now y'all gonna arrest Keefe D. And this the stuff I'm talking about. How was this news over what I'm telling y'all? That's what I'm telling you. How is that? And they don't understand that. So once stuff breaks down more and more, the only way black people and any people that's oppressed will be able to do whatever they need to do for survival is that the titty must be snatched out the mouth. Black people gonna have to be pushed into a direction because we've been so addicted to our own abuse.
They have to decide. You got to decide to, I mean, each person does so at their own extent,
right,
up to their own level of self-control, you could say, but Tyrone, what's up? I see you thinking back there. You want us to comment on something on that, some of that before we continue to play the video?
Nah, man, he got it.
You got it. Yeah, Tar's broken down a whole lot. So let's see if we can but we're gonna see Tar. We're gonna see. That's for damn sure. We definitely gonna see. So yeah. But something is afoot. I mean, I think we could all agree on that. And
no doubt.
But because especially black folk, I mean, come on. Black Americans need to if they don't know something's afoot, then damn,
I'm telling you now. Geely, did you
always afoot?
Geely, is you from where you at? You seeing any crazy things down there where you at? Like, as far as them people traveling? coming through? Are you around that, or you don't see them people coming up there, coming from down there to up here?
Well, I live in one of those places where, like the railroads converge.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the coal railroads and then like the Amtrak SEPTA railroads converge. So I see a lot of stuff a lot of the time. They're always, running drills and whatnot. So yeah, I see stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
People are beginning to complain. I mean, it's becoming a issue for the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right about now, Democratic Party's having some stress over that, over the immigration policy. Because
Mm-hmm.
in their mind, they're pro people in general. They don't like to have the look of that they're against immigrants because in their mind the U.S. is an immigrant country, but a lot of the things that went on were horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Under that, those first waves of immigration. I mean, come on, genocide happened. So we don't need to just fictionalize history and and make it seem like it's all pretty. I mean, there have to be a better way of there have to be a better way of balancing this situation. And right now, even though the US is making loads of money and is projected to continue to make loads of money, that doesn't mean the average citizen is feeling it. And the
That's
average
right.
citizen often, many people begin to resent immigrants in one way or the other, just because they're present at a
Yep.
time that's bad for someone else. I mean, if you have loads of people that have problems and the government is saying they don't have money to fix these problems, and then all of a sudden you still see more people arriving,
Yep.
you begin to question why is this happening, and what takes priority. And there's in terms of human rights. I mean, if people have a human right to migrate, then what about the human right to survive in a country where your ancestors have lived? Like, what
Right.
about that? I mean, that's a human right too. And by the way, the U.S. doesn't have one of those non-poverty laws. Richest, wealthy country, no non-poverty law. Other countries have something like that, bro. Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
Yes, other democratic nations. This one that I'm in has one, by the way. That's why they have all these laws, that kick in, when you don't make so much money, or
Mm-hmm.
even with housing. You pretty much have a guaranteed right to housing here. It's a guaranteed right. One way or the other. You may not always like it, the housing you get, but it's the standards are very high in this country, but it's true. But let's get back to Neo X here and see if we can hear a little bit more of what she's saying, because we ain't going to tackle, but we did mention a lot here, but we're gonna have to take some of this shit up in another in the next episode, bro.
Right.
We're gonna have to but it's okay. Oh, by the way, I wanted to let people know it's been a change, but it's been narrowed down. A brother who has an excellent book, by the way, is going to actually finally be showing up to hop on the panel here and to talk about a load of different issues, some of the things we've been discussing, and then some other things that are actually in his book. And this is the book right here. It's called The Beast, White Supremacy. It's written by James Amolo. So he's not going to be here tomorrow, unfortunately, but he is definitely going to be here next Sunday. So that's the date. Now it's next Sunday. So I hope folks can come out and join. Also join in on the panel, ask questions, and just chip in on the dialogue in any part. But let's get back to Neo here and see what we got. See what's good. If I can get this off the screen. Okay. So let's see here. All right, now let's see what else she says.
That ain't happening today. So first, let me just go ahead and tell y'all what happened. So y'all know that Nepal and Sinetta feeling some type of way about me leaking the phone calls. And regardless if Sinetta want to lie and get on his platform and try to convince y'all that I leaked those phone calls because I'm jealous of Nepal's shape, there's some bullshit. It's not true. I leaked those phone calls because for over a year, Nepal has constantly accused me of trying to fuck Sinetta, talking to him about my coochie, saying that I had inappropriate sexual conversations with him. So I dropped the receipts to prove that it was never no coochie talk. It was never no sexy talk. But I proved that when I kept telling y'all that Sinetta don't give a fuck about Nepal, the way he puts on what he's doing on his show is for show. But secretly, he don't feel that same way. They've been in their feelings since I dropped that receipt. And what had happened 7 days ago, right? So this is what they do. They tried to dox me to get back at me. That ain't work because they wound up dropping 2 wrong names. Those are not my legal name. So if you're trying to sue me, good luck. Because there ain't nobody, I'm not going to get subpoenaed under neither one of those names that he dropped. Third, since they can't find no other way to get to me, guess who they ran to? DMG. Everybody know me and DMG are brothers and sisters. They know at one point DMG didn't play about me, and they knew vice versa. I didn't play about him. No one's going to disrespect DMG in my presence, friend or no friend. I will call you out. They were comfortable enough to run the DMG, ask DMG to do an interview on the Cam Up podcast. He told me he declined it, but he acknowledged that he will interview them on his platform. He decided to, because he already done bigged up Sinetta before. I told him how I felt about it, but I left him alone because I ain't in the business to tell somebody how to run their channel. He turns around and interview Nepal. And I say, he says he's going to interview Nepal. Now he's telling me on the phone the day of he does the interview. He let me know ahead of time. But I also expressed to him how I felt. I said, DMG, you've been around Sinetta for how many years? You don't have your channel for how many years? You don't find it strange that Sinetta and Nepal reaching out to you to give you an interview, to give you some clout, to give you some exposure right after I dropped the receipt about them? And they know that me and you are friends. Cool, we beyond friends. We call each other brothers and sisters. I said, you see, they trying to weaponize our friendship to get back at me, to paint to the world, to make it seem like I have nobody on my side, no loyalty amongst the people I big up. I said, why are you willing to be a willing participant and allow them to use you to get back at me, man? You seen what they did. You seen I had no.
That was an interesting comment she just made.
See, they trying to weaponize our friendship to get back at me, to paint to the world, to make it seem like I have nobody on my side, no loyalty amongst the people I big up. I say, why are you willing to be a willing participant and allow them to use?
Go ahead.
So wait a minute. She's talking to him about what Sinetta did to her for you and Shaka. She sees issue with it. But she doesn't recognize that she participated in the same thing.
The same exact thing.
The same thing. That's what she's saying. Like, and come on, bro. Like, let's keep it a buck. Like, you calling somebody your brother that you ain't never seen in person. You don't have, they might have sent you a one-off picture here and there, but you don't know what they pops look like. You don't know what street they mama live on. And you're doing all of this for that? For that person? For the person that did to you what you, and Tarnu was right. Like, karma is a bitch when it starts circling back. Like, when you're not reading the message that you were supposed to get the first time. So she's on the phone with this man. Like, oh my God. So you just going to go over there and make it look like don't nobody care, and you going to talk, you talking to the op knowing what he did to me. You just going to let him speak on your platform knowing what he did to me. You going to let him say whatever he going to say knowing what he did to me. But you guilty of doing the same thing. But you don't see it because this is the problem with people like that. Like, because they always see themselves as a victim, they can never recognize when they play a part in being a villain in somebody else's experience.
Facts.
And this is why people like her are problematic. And for me, I can't have compassion. Like I can empathize and I get that, I understand. But that's where it stops for me. Because this whole time she's been running around talking about I'm this, I'm that, I'm an advocate. But like if you're a real advocate, you know like the subtlety and the nuances and situations, especially social interactions with people. Like if you're really in it for
The
the
worst
better.
thing an advocate can be is a hypocrite. But go ahead.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
But
WJ.
like the fact that you don't even have the sensitivity as far as your ability to navigate relationships between people, to understand that you did something that was wrong. You were a bad guy in someone else's experience, but then you also want to be a villain in the same experience when it's done to you.
Yep.
Like you can't be an advocate and not recognize that you're going through the same fuck shit because you did it to somebody else.
Mhm.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Femi,
But I
what's up?
think
Oh, go
no,
ahead.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
go
Jelly.
ahead. No,
Finish.
I'm gonna
No,
mute
no.
up. Go ahead.
No. You finish. Go ahead. You had another point. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna say I was like I'm thinking back to the last conversation that we had. I think I was on vacation, like recalling this. But I mean, but this is the same woman that was willing to want to befriend somebody that disrespected her, right? But she's an advocate. Like she
It
wanted
makes
to
no
be
sense.
back in the good graces of somebody that was willing to call her everything besides a child of God, but out the same side of her face or out the other side of her face, say that she knows what it's like to be a victim, right? But you can't understand when you're being abused and then you abuse somebody else, but then you play victim when somebody else abuses you the same way that you've abused the last person that tried to be there for you. Like it just blows my mind. And that's what I'm saying. For me, I can't have that kind of compassion for somebody like that because all they do is they put people in situations where they can get seriously hurt. But the only person that they're concerned with being hurt is them. Like it's like their
It seems
trauma is
so.
the only trauma that ever fucking exists. Excuse my French, but that I mean, like you can't be an advocate and be that way
Nope.
and be that so small minded that you don't understand like the complexity of like having positive relationships with people. Like when you make a mistake, you go back and fix it. Like Tarnoon said just a second ago, the moment that this happened, a light she should have had an epiphany. Oh my God, I need to
Yep.
go circle back and talk to Shaka and Bennett because now I understand. I get it. But because she don't
Yep.
Miss Advocacy doesn't even have the foresight to see that way. The only thing she can do is fire up alive and look at, oh, here goes another black man and he's hurt me in so many ways. You know, it got me thinking about I want to be Princella #2 now, Princella Jr. That's
It's
her response.
confusing because it's confusing because she should be advocating to not do what she did. You know?
She should be talking about the mistake that she made.
Yep.
That's what she should be talking about at this moment, not the fact that this dude is doing what she did to y'all. Because that's why and this is what I wanted to mention earlier when Tarnoon was speaking. Like the reason why she said, you know, oh, and Shaka Boo Boo and all that other stuff is because there is a part of her that has cognitive dissonance. Like she knows that she done something wrong. She just doesn't completely understand and doesn't want to understand because if she does, that means she has to hold herself accountable when this whole time, at least from what I've seen thus far,
Mhm.
she's been painting herself as the victim. I was a victim so many times in these experiences. Now that I want to be you guys' advocate, so let me don the regalia of the abuse. And this is not me trying to make fun of her, but this is me coming from a place where like real advocates don't fuck around with this, right? But for me, what I see, and I don't want to badmouth this girl. What I see is her creating a persona. She wants an archetype because this isn't a person that has been through so much and came out on the other side. Like when they hear that, it sends certain signals like, oh, well, this is going on. Because when I heard that alarm bells started ringing. Oh, you're going through the same experience that you put B. Bennett and Shaka through. To me, if I was in her shoes, I would have been having a really humble conversation, not knowing what I was getting into, and saying, hitting Shaka up like, can we talk for a second, or at least let me send you an email asking if you want to talk, if you're ready to talk. I have some things that I want to share. I want to apologize about this. And if that conversation actually did happen, the only thing I can do is say, I went through this experience and now I recognize where I made errors with you and Bennett. And I want to apologize for those things. But she can't. It's not in her. She can't. And
it's just, I agree with you 100%, it's confusing too to listen to her. That's why we have to keep stopping it every 10 seconds, because it's like, again, another hypocritical statement. Like, again, now let me start all over. She's having cognitive dissonance. She doesn't understand what she's talking about.
She is like, she's having like a mental, like her brain is like, something's wrong here, but we're not going to acknowledge it. We're just going to jump to this part way over here. Because again, like, and back to what, we were all discussing earlier, well, at least where you guys were before I got here, like there's a certain acknowledgement when it comes to Sonetta and like wanting to use certain words because like she really hung on to the persona that is Sonetta. That's why she's using certain words. So if we can understand that she's picking up on things and holding on to them and regurgitating them at a later point, then you will also stand to think that when this situation happened, that she would recall it. But because her brain is acknowledging, if I go all the way down this rabbit hole, I become the victimizer in this point and no longer the victim. Her brain jumped all the way to the next subject
she can't
matter.
deal with that. She can't deal with that fact, that part. That's the problematic area. She would like to hop over, But you're on top of it, Jelly. Like seriously, so accurate with your analysis there. All right, let's hear some more. If we can bear with 15 more seconds before we have to stop and explain more.
Use you to get back at me, man. You seen what they did. You seen I had no choice. You knew about them receipts longer than anybody. I never was going to release those receipts. I was going to leave that shit for court because everybody want to sue Neo. But why would you allow them to use you to get back at me? That don't make sense to me, and I'm trying to understand it. You tried to tell me it's for exposures. You trying to grow your channel. You want 1,000 subscribers so you can monetize. And I was like, yeah, DMG, but you don't have to do that though. You don't have to. I help you get there. I know how to get some. I'm literally telling this man, like, bro, this making me feel some type of way. They're using you, bro. Don't do that. Don't give in to that. And it ain't even about no hatred. Don't let them use you as a tool to weapon.
Go ahead.
He's questioning his ethics now, his integrity. You see how this whole thing comes back full circle?
It's narcissism.
It's like, you want to beat down on somebody. Oh, well, I can't stand, I don't like Sonetta, and that's why I did the videos. I don't hate him, but, I'm going to protect y'all from anything because the dangerous, all these dangers out here. But then you're beating down on somebody else about integrity when you yourself couldn't even demonstrate the same thing when the shoe was like, when the plate was passed to you. When somebody tossed you the hot potato, your ethics in that moment was real shaky. But now you want to beat down on somebody else that you thought was your friend. Like, I don't even know if she's actually even reached out to this dude. It looks, to me, it kind of seems like she just see him over there. She had a conversation before he went and did the stream, and now she's mad. So instead of calling him like somebody that really is concerned about their interactions and relationships online, she just decided to hit the fucking live button. Because this is how she gets down. Like, you're beating down on someone's neck about ethics and integrity, about, oh, well, why would you do that? I'll help you
what's
get
so funny?
What?
You know what's so funny? If you knew that you did the same thing, wouldn't that change how you would react? I mean, even if you didn't like it, you would be like, but you know what? I actually did the same thing, so let me just bypass this and act like I didn't see it. No, she's like, this dude is phony. I can't believe DMG. How can he do that to me? It's like, what
But that's what I mean. Like, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's not even in her. Like when we were talking about it the other day, it is not in her to recognize certain things as like bad, poor decision making, right? Because poor decision making means I'm not going to address him and like send an email to my quote unquote bro that knows more about me than anybody else on YouTube. What I'm hearing is that she talked to him, she stated her grievances. He went ahead because he really doesn't care. Because if he actually cared about her, like all these other people that she wants to align herself with, even though they're problematic, he went ahead and talked to the op anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, put her in a complete Chris Harris situation where she's sitting there with pie all of her damn face, but instead of like sending him an email, I'm like, let me just give this one more. Maybe there's something I don't know about this. Maybe there's like a long play or whatever before I actually fire up my live. She just hit the live button because it's not in her to go through all the checks and balances to make sure that everything is actually everything. You know what I'm saying? But this goes to a person that can't recognize when they're being disrespectful to somebody that was trying to protect them while you're saying that you're being a protector, but you allow somebody to get on your platform and disrespect them. Like, this is the full circle that we're talking about, and she's on this live stream trying to neo explain her way out of all these poor decisions that she's been making up until this point.
There's something cognitively missing. It's true what you're saying. There's something not right up there. I mean, it seems to me like because this is
because she hasn't healed. That's how that whole conversation started. About how people have done things to her, and because of all these men that have disrespected her, she gonna be a princella. She hasn't healed. Because if she was a person that's like been through some shit and actually coped and dealt with and recognized like this is how this affected me, I know what my triggers are, I know what my red lines are, like I know how to handle myself, X, Y, and Z, whatever that whole self-healing journey looks like, we wouldn't see this out of her. We would not. And I'm pretty sure people on this panel and people listening in the chat, I don't know who's there, know that when you go through something and you come out on the other side, behavior like this is problematic because it's an indication that you haven't gotten over this. Because, like, why the fuck does it matter? What, like because somebody is because a man betrayed your friendship, your leap is to go to Princella. That's where you go. That's the leap that you went. So to me, it sounds like there's a whole lot of other things. And again, this is not me. I know that I got a lot of energy, inflection in my voice, but I'm really saying this with love, right? She got a lot that she gotta fix, and she shouldn't be on this platform. Her skin is way too thin. Because for somebody to do this to you on YouTube and you firing up a live stream talking about, oh, I'm a victim, but I'm y'all's protector at the same time, you got to make that shit make sense to me.
True. I feel you. I can hear she's bothered. She is bothered by the tone of her voice.
Bothered.
Yeah.
She's very bothered.
I mean, and how could she be so bothered when she did the same damn thing? It's like, come on, this is your standard happening here, and you bothered like that? All right.
Because she lives in
hurt me.
Oh, say that again?
No, I just said she lives in victimhood. She doesn't have the strength to get out of that.
She doesn't have the would you say the courage?
She doesn't have the strength to get out of that. Yeah. Whatever, because like, and I'll say this and then I'll mute up. And this is just me speaking from my own personal experience. Like when you go through stuff, and I'll even take it there, even when you go through stuff with men, right? There's a moment in that, like going through the motions, when you become relieved. Like the relief is like freedom. Like you're no longer burdened with these emotions. You're no longer burdened with feeling like I had to fix myself. I had to be better, do better, and he still ain't shit, or whatever her thing was, right? But there's a moment of relief and release that comes, and that's that exercising of like real freedom and like really getting to know who you are. But she sidesteps, and that's why I said like these things with these people getting on YouTube and these archetypes and personas that they create, and they don't know how to take the mask off. They just live in the whole costume. They believe that they are who they say they are on these platforms, and they never take that mask off.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just like
dangerous.
fucking what's his name? The one that said that his sister left him money.
Right.
What who is that? Garfield. That dude said that his sister, who
$2
probably
million.
had children,
A couple
right,
million.
had her own children, probably had her own damn family, forsaken her own people just to give her brother money. So he can come up here and tell y'all that he knows how to fix y'all's issue. He did not take that damn mask off. He didn't take the mask off. And then the dude was like, "You do realize we cousins, right?"
Yep.
Completely forgot who he was talking to.
Yeah, it's a weird statement to make too, because it's just a revealing statement, you know. I don't. It's weird. I thought that statement reflected on Doggy Diamonds himself, like just we cousins, right? It's like, okay.
He was saying that to him because he knows he's a fucking lie.
Oh, really? Oh, that's what that was about.
That's the context that I took from it.
Okay. I thought he was saying it because he was saying, okay, you got $2 million, so we're family now, you know. But you could be right though.
I don't
Maybe
know.
it went over
I
my
could
head.
be wrong, but when I heard it, I was like, "Oh, so he's saying all this and forgetting that he's like right next to family."
I hope
like,
he meant it that way.
Oh snap! Like, I mean, but and I'm just saying to illustrate the point that these people, they use YouTube as like a theater for them, but the theater is like you know, it's almost like their Shakespeare. You know, like they don't know when the play stops. Like they just keep going and going and going. And now this girl has played all these different roles, and now she's fumbled the bag, and now what she's done to other people is happening to her, and she's in a moment of discomfort, not recognizing that she's also done the same thing. Like she needs to pull them big girl panties up and then move the hell on. Like you can't be on YouTube like this. You can't.
It's true.
You can't.
It's odd, but it seems like a niche market. But in any case, all right, let's roll. Let's see some more. See if something else pops up. I'm sure it will.
You, bro, don't do that. Don't give in to that. And it ain't even about no hatred. Don't let them use you as a tool to weaponize to hurt me. Like I'm telling you how I felt. But then after that, then I left it alone. He was consistent. He wanted to do the interview. He said he's aware that, you know, they only reaching out to him for, you know, to get back at me. So, okay, do your thing. I'm going to support you. You big bro. I love you. I'm going to support you. He does the show. Now I'm listening to the show. I'm driving the truck. So I couldn't really chat the way I wanted to. But when I got a chance to pull over and send a couple messages, I got so tired of seeing the bullshit, the fake, the phoniness. And I was getting annoyed watching DMG literally big this bitch head up. To the point that the name of the show, he called her the Queen of Consciousness. Trying to act like this bitch is some type of pillar of the community. You know, the person who knows she's defending her husband, who knows he sits and talks to pedophile, that woman. The one who's threatened to kill everybody if they speak against her, that woman. The one who continually keep lying, saying I'm trying to fuck her husband when it wasn't true, that woman. The one who got on a platform and lied and told the world.
Yeah, what were you saying to Femi? She forgot we were threatened too. Shaka was one of those people threatened. Literally threatened.
I think that was Tar that was trying to say something.
Yeah, I was saying that's interesting because she said she was driving and listening and getting irritated listening to him bigging them up. But that's what y'all went through. Y'all got irritated listening to saw this y'all for all this time. That's why I said interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. What's good for the goose better be good for the gander.
Girl that I stole my ex-husband from a married woman, and literally slandering my character, and you know these things to be factually false. That bitch, you decide to interview and put her on the pedestal, bro. I got sick of it.
Yeah, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's some real. She really didn't like that.
Notice she's not saying that that Napa and Sonetta are actually saying anything on the interview against her. She's just taking issue with the fact that he's interviewing a couple of people who in the past have said bad things about her.
But doesn't that make her a traitor at this point? Because I'm just saying, Femi. So she had a conversation with this guy, right? And said, bro, I support you. I love you. Kisses and hugs, goodbye. Do your thing on that live stream. And then as she's driving, knowing that this is supposed to be a lick, she's listening to it and her feelings are starting to get hurt.
Because she didn't mean it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She didn't mean it. She gave him a blessing, but she didn't mean it. She was hoping he didn't do it. But he did it, and now she's upset.
Like, but she's making it seem like somebody actually did something to her. She literally said, bro, I love you, do your thing. I love you, bro. And then now she's mad after she heard with the thing that she, like you said, gave blessings for him to do, knowing, again, telling him her grievances, right? And because she was annoyed that he's big upping this woman, she's on this fucking live stream. But this is y'all's advocate. Yep. This is y'all's advocate. All right, let me mute up.
No, you good. I'm just like, she called Nepal the B word,
several times.
And yes, several times. And I was just reminded that, actually, as disappointed as I was with her, I didn't bother to call her that. I didn't call her anything, I may have called her stupid, yeah, or a little girl, maybe, but that was the worst. But I don't think she doesn't contemplate any of this stuff. But even just the basic language she's using, like, anyway.
I got annoyed. I got sick to my stomach. My stomach went sour watching you big this bitch up. I'm against them. I'm advocating. I'm trying to expose their reputation. And you have the nerve to participate and while they trying to clean it up and try to overshadow what I'm doing. You have the nerve to say you're my brother and you're my friend. You're my friend. You have the nerve to sit up there and
all right. We can't get through 10 seconds without laughing. Let's hear it. Come on. Let's go. Let's hear this.
Her feelings.
Should I rewind that?
You can't be on the phone with the boy and tell him that's my bro. Ain't nobody ever going to disrespect him in front of me and all this other stuff, right? And the only reason that you're mad is because he did a live stream that he told you he was going to fucking do anyway. Make it make sense.
That he notified her of in advance. She wasn't maligned.
He made even a rule where he said, we're not going to get into any of that dirty, nasty, grimy stuff. He actually set a standard where he's like, you don't want to hear them saying bad stuff about her.
He said that to them?
That's the standard that he set for the show. He told
he's
his
still
audience,
mad at Femi? You got to be shitting me. Are we for real?
She's a whole hypocrite.
Are we for real?
Yeah.
She's really mad for no fucking reason. She fired up a whole damn live stream for no reason.
But when Shaka got upset and fired up a live stream of when he told her, why he was upset, that she should have knew better than to put the dude on there. Now when this guy, it's because Karma always hit you with a little bit of comedy in the midst of it. It was the same thing, but except with her permission. So it's like Karma made her co-sign it and then piss her off at the same time. The next day. That's what that was.
Yeah, she didn't shut Sonetta down when she was letting them speak all kind of stuff about y'all. Instead, she just pretty much let it be a free for all and just kept on being like, well, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with all that now.
And call y'all. Yeah.
And it's like she put the approval out there for her to be victimized again.
That's what she's doing.
Y'all gonna make me run up on her panel. Does she drop her links?
You behave,
drop her
Jelly.
links sometimes.
She ain't gonna let nobody come up on there and disagree with her like that.
No, we can't. She can't walk around not knowing this though.
She knows it. She doesn't care.
No,
You guys
she
are
needs
really
to
nice.
hear. No,
You guys
Jimmy, she
are
needs to
really
hear
nice.
somebody tell her.
You guys are really nice in your appraisal of her. You've got to have known people like this growing up. Folks who they do certain things to people and act like they don't know. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why you ain't cool with me doing that to you? They like insult you and stuff and whatnot and act like it ain't no thing. But then as soon as you do it to them,
they're shocked. Oh my God.
We all knew people like this. It ain't because they don't know that what they're doing is wrong. Them being all hurt the first time it happens to them shows that they do know. They know. They just don't care.
Yeah, and her stream is called Clout Chasing. So
that's the stuff. That's what she's doing. It's sad. I mean, it's sad. She's diagnosing herself.
That's what I'm saying. Has she ever heard somebody tell her that like she's full of shit? Like, has anybody ever hit her link and told her that?
Yeah,
I'm not doing it because right, because she's gonna turn. She's gonna turn into Frankie. She's gonna cuss you out and everything. She might hold her resolve for a little bit, but if you continue to press, she's just gonna either boot you off or call you, oh, you over here for shocking them. You ain't, it's gonna be anything besides taking self-correction, and that's what people do.
And plus, Tar's a black male, so there's that added thing to it. Also, you're gonna lose by default.
Well, what if I start with like, don't disrespect Princella like that? You think that'll throw her off? All right. I'm done. I'm muting.
Whenever you run into people who have this thing about talking about like how all women done them wrong, all men done them wrong, or in Sonetta's case, all black people done them wrong and whatnot, don't ever trust that. That's just folks who just don't want to admit any type of faults about themselves, don't want to take no kind of accountability. They're not suffering from like an inability to recognize when they do stuff wrong. They know that they're doing stuff wrong. They just don't care.
I agree with you, Femi.
I think she's delusional though, because I think she really believes that she's a victim.
Or that's just a spiel. It's just a cover up, That's
she believes she's a superhero. That's what happened. She believes, she's being. I don't think she believes she's a victim per se. I think she does that when she thinks she's been done wrong, but then she comes back with, "I'm gonna protect y'all and explain and expose." And so that's what I'm saying. So that's what she and this is what I forgot. It's about winning. When people are in a narcissistic type of mind state and where they don't care about other people's feelings and emotions unless it's theirs. And a lot of times she just using her pain as a reason to stay in the game and also fuel her own delusion of grandeur. And that's what narcissists do too. So she just wants to tell you, I'm the new pro-black superhero, and I got my powers from Chris, VB, Shaka, Sonetta, Nepal, Princella. That's what she's doing. She wouldn't be what she would be if it wasn't for Chris Harris. Chris Harris directed her in a way to go. So the question is, how did you go from, want to learn about the conscious community in under a year? Now you the head of it. Now you the grand supreme You know, it's like I don't get that, because if you listen to all of them, they start taking on all of these titles. Like Neo. Neo was basically like the Messiah and Jesus in the movie Matrix. So the fact you calling yourself Neo shows you where your mind is at. That comes from a movie. Then you got X. We know that X is part of the Nation of Islam, and the big dude that was in next to Elijah Muhammad was Malcolm X. So now you basically a militant Messiah, and you're a lesbian. So that means you Wonder Woman, because Wonder Woman came from the island of Lesbos. So all of them was lesbians. And you know, I'm being for real. This is real assessment. You know, but when you really break down up under the cover and you got a philosophy that you kind of made up, and you saying you're an advocate for child trafficking and sex abuse. I mean, listen, this resume is awesome.
Yeah, like if you say it a million times, it make it true.
Right. I'm an advocate, but you on here having ghetto garbage conversations about people. Like if somebody was on the outside looking in, the same way you looked at with Q Butter, it's like, yo, you're a principal of a school. You shouldn't be on live 40 hours and you hear the N-word 1,000 times, but then Monday morning, Saturday, Sunday, y'all Negroes on the streets. And then Monday morning, good evening, class. Today's assignment, what?
We need your support. Send us some money.
I'm like, come on. Like, this is unacceptable in people who have some type of reasonability and accountability. This is what we're saying. The whole internet mostly is like this. And they all crazy and all unhealed. And that's the perfect recipe for constant confusion. Because guess what? A person who's in a room of people that's healed and they running it from a healed place, the sickness is not gonna go there, because they're gonna be showed a mirror soon as you come in there with that unhealed behavior and say, yo, what happened to you? Was you touched as a child? What happened to you? When you start doing that, the mask and the Iron Man suit gonna come on. You know how Tony Stark hit that little button and then the suit come in and cover them up? That's what happens. They go in the Iron Man mode and start flying around in 20 different suits. You don't know who's who. You're like, which one is it? I don't know. And that's what happened. Then they just throw the smoke bomb and they go, and you're like, oh man. So they're not gonna listen to none of us because we're healed or trying to heal and still healing. They're not gonna listen to us. It's gonna be disrespectful. This is like telling a crackhead to get off drugs, and they get mad because you told them to get off drugs. Who are you to tell me to get off crack? Okay then.
Stop.
You see, we look what happened when we told Frankie that he was responsible for what Polite did. He went ballistic for years. He refused. He blamed Inky. When Inky was his man. No, nigga, you is his man. What you mean? We seen Inky ain't been in the same picture with Polite in over 8 years. What is you talking about, nigga? We seen you there. No, that wasn't me. That was Inky. That's how sick the mentality is. That the self-defense mechanism of no accountability kick in. What they will say it was you, and you got camera footage that you shot. That was you there.
You know
when he went to court to come back for 60 days, he was on your cell phone, on your live, talking about answering somebody about everything except you going to court. And they said, when you go back, it's going to require incarceration. You had him on your phone. That was you.
He was on the lawyer's phone call.
You're making me laugh.
And the lawyer's phone call by his own admittance.
You know what
I
I'm saying?
ain't,
and the lawyer.
That wasn't Inky on the lawyer's phone call. That
he
was
said he
Sarnetta.
was on three-way with the lawyer listening because he was interested in the case. The last two times Polite was in court, I seen Sarnetta name at the bottom of that damn computer in that damn digital room. I didn't see Inky there. I seen Sarnetta. But he's gonna tell you that was Inky over there. Yo,
Hey, you know what?
yo, come on, man.
His name was on there twice too.
Twice.
That means he had
Like how?
a phone and a computer. Like he was logged on from 2 different locations, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So come on, like she's not ready, man, and she shouldn't be called Neo. You're not ready. That even in having that name, because remember Neo, all that stuff was digital. All of that was digital. Because remember Neo was looking for Trinity in the Matrix, and all of that was a religious movie anyway, based upon. But yeah, to have that name, you had to go through serious failures and take L's and say I failed and I didn't believe in myself, because that's what she's doing. She's showing that you're not an advocate for children and stuff at this point. And the point is you have to you only got one head. So that means you only can wear one hat at a time. So you're not an advocate. You all of them is competing for Frankie's position and or to say I'm the one that took him out the game. You realize real quick that ain't what time it is. And now we're back to hearing you crying about a play cousin that you never met and crying damn near because I'm like, but this is what she's telling us. You don't know this person, how you developing these kind of feelings over the internet.
It's weird,
So that means she hasn't developed real bonding. She has a problem bonding with real people, and she put her trust in the invisible world or the internet because she buying into the mask. Whatever DMG stands for and all that stuff is a mask. They all wearing a mask.
Right.
Like Julie said, all of these are costumes, and trust me, they are not who they say they are. They are not who they say they are. She is not an advocate. You're somebody who goes online, who talks about victims and stuff like that, but your motivation is hatred. She's saying it's not, it is. She's speaking in reverse. Her motivation is hatred. She hate that she mad that her marriage failed. Okay.
Oh wait, she was married too, Lord.
Yes, she
Jesus.
was. See, all of this goes back into, if you listen to people talk, they'll tell you where their pain come from.
Y'all should just let me go over there one time. Just one
You're gonna
time.
make it worse. You're gonna make it worse, Jimmy. Don't do it. You're gonna make it worse. You're just gonna make it worse.
These YouTube streets are dangerous, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's like the Matrix. When you die, it's like the Matrix. If you die in the Matrix, you die in the real world.
Yeah, you better be
These
careful.
people is connected to the internet. I'm telling you, these dudes got the Wi-Fi and the ethereal cord in their back when they go to sleep. They don't unplug.
I mean, I was just going to ask you questions, like to see like exactly what's going on, like when did this start?
I'm sorry. I need to mute myself. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, man. This is real. These people they plugged up to the computer, man. Right now, they got the modem on their back. They got the modem on their back. I'm telling you, man. They sit
If I
here,
went
they
over there,
crying.
they would think that I was their friend. That's what I'm saying. Like I would be safe.
She was married. What?
She was married. Yeah, but see, this they problem. They go online and you tell people all your business in that particular format, and didn't look at the people you was talking to. It's like like I said, Chris Harris, to one extent, he at least should have warned her about how Sarnetta behaves. All right, it's not totally his fault, but he should. But see, that's what I'm saying. He didn't understand the mission either. And look what happened. And she mad at Chris Harris for introducing her to this mess. And so and remember, she even made an excuse when she said, talking to Sarnetta on that phone call that she leaked, that I know it's the toughness environment, y'all trying to toughen me up. She made an excuse for them disrespecting her and calling her all of those names that shouldn't have not been said nor accepted by her. She allowed and it gave him a pass. And that's what I'm telling you, that she has a problem with abuse, verbal abuse too. See, I can pull all this stuff out the more I talk about everything I've heard her say. I'm showing you that's what her pains are. And she needs to go and heal that before doing anything. She's not even an advocate for herself. How can you be an advocate for other people? You're not advocating for you.
I mean, obviously, like, she's literally mad for no reason right now. She's mad.
Yeah.
She's mad because her friend told her that he was going to do something that she that she pretended that she said was okay, and it really wasn't. Like, she's not even real to herself.
That's
And
the point
that's
that I'm
my
making.
whole point. I just want to go over there and ask her, like, why would you lie to your friend like that? That's
and
it.
the thing is too,
And she
Lily and
gonna say-
Shaka told her, don't go back over there.
Yep.
They told her, don't go back on that panel. And she did anyway.
Yep.
Yes, she did.
And she don't want to, and she's gonna get even angrier because she's gonna take that as I told you so, and that's gonna be another thing she's gonna be mad at. So it's like all you're gonna do is just, she's gonna feel like you trying to expose her mask. See, the mask don't want you to tell.
Well, that's what I want to do.
I know, but it's like the movie The Mask with Jim Carrey. The mask didn't want you to take it off. The mask don't want to come off.
Or the Wizard of Oz when he said, when the dog
Because
pulled
I
that
think
curtain.
she needs to hear that people
don't believe that man
don't
behind
buy
the
it.
curtain.
Because I think she's under self-delusion, and she can pretend. She can pretend that she's like, she wants to model herself like Sarnetta, where she don't really care. But the fact that she's doing this live means that she cares too much. That even though the mask is glued to her face, there's a whole lot of cracks that she keeps putting plaster on.
Right.
And for me, I mean, I don't know. I'll leave it alone. But the more that I listen to it, the more it's like telling me that she needs a reality check. Like, you lied to yourself, my dear. You did a live stream because you lied to yourself, and then also to your quote unquote play cousin, right? But then you want people to feel like you're the victim of something in the process. That's a problem.
That's the payoff. And see, on these YouTube streets, you got a lot of people that play victim, but like Frankie, but Frankie already is ready to turn into, the damn Jack the Ripper soon as you let your guard down. See, they don't know how to do all of that. See, he know how to switch in between. She goes on there, but see, that's part of her mask too. And I'm talking about the persona. The mask is, I'm a survivor, but you not really Destiny's Child. You thought you survived, but it's obviously you didn't, because you crying about being a victim. If anything, if you survive being sexually assaulted twice, then somebody going on somebody's platform should not bother you.
Exactly.
You should be like, man, and then and ask yourself, why do I keep trying to befriend these people that are strangers? That's what you got. And if whatever her family, she not listening to her family. She done said on 3 occasions, my family told me to get off this internet. And she can't do it. Why? Because she can't deal with the real world. She'd rather be in the fake world where she can talk as long as she want and and this is how most people are. They can't go without being on the internet, because this is the only place, it's like that movie Bruce Willis was in called A Surrogate. And man, if that wasn't true to the day where they had everybody in that movie was in a like some kind of med bed hooked up to the internet, and they had the fake robot bodies was outside. They was controlling all of that from being inside the apartment. They never went out. They stayed in that little room and moved the fake body outside all day and night until Bruce Willis and them cut the power on it and everything fell out at the same time. But boy, they gave Bruce Willis hell trying to cut that damn internet off. I'm telling you, just like it is now. They can't do it now.
But I mean, for me, that's kind of like the point. Like, there have to be people to pull the rug out from underneath of them, like when they're in the process. And as long as people like this, you know, it's just like how we've talked about before, you know, here on the panel about, like, you know, people that are problematic shouldn't hold spaces on platforms, right? So when we see people that are having these problematic tendencies, I also think that there has to be, like, you know, because there's one thing for us to talk about it over here, because it, you know, at this point we're just speaking truth to power, right? But I think also taking that additional step to say, hey, like, you're being fucking problematic, and this is how you're doing it. And if they want to spaz out and then, oh, people are bullying me and pretending and all this other stuff, all that does is just show that you still have a problem with addressing the issues. So what you're doing is you're proving that person that confronts you or challenges you on your behavior right in the first place. I mean,
Yes.
again, I don't. So for me, I look at it just a little bit differently. But I just think that, like, when I listened to her the other day and she was talking about advocacy and all this other stuff, and I'm looking at the people that she's surrounding around her. You gotta be shitting me. Like, you can't be serious. Like, I mean, like, where is your moral compass? Like, if you
Oh
can't
my
say no to certain people. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
But
Yeah, it's true.
for
Keep going.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's like you create these situations, and then, you know, it's just like you're the one, and I and I said this in that argument, you're the one playing in shit, but then you want to try to convince me that you don't have fleas, or when you walk into the room that you don't have a
You
smell.
can't smell it. Exactly.
Like, and
Most of
that's
the
the problem.
advocates.
And
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, that's it. Go ahead.
I was going to say, not to diminish advocacy or anything, but I mean, you know, anyone could be an advocate, you could say, right? But most of the ones that I've met, you know, like doing like some serious work, like organizing,
There you
you
go.
know, strategizing, they tend to practice a lot of self-control, you know, and speak very purposely. You know, they don't waste a lot of words, and you know, so it's apparent, you know, becomes apparent very quickly that, like, okay, when she says she's an advocate, what she just means is she basically feels something for that issue. You know, like, it bothers her,
Yeah.
yeah, you know, but that's it. It's not advocacy like I have to work with people, so therefore my behavior and my own conduct has to be on a certain level to engage the work, you know. She doesn't
Yeah,
mean it like that, you know. So
right. And we understand that, but she's gonna keep using it because that's what they call a dog whistle. That's what that is. That's gonna make you to look your head up like, huh? And but like same thing with Frankie. Frankie kept using the same thing about I was out here, this and that, and Khalid Muhammad, rest in peace, and the bullhorn and this. Yeah, you're not really, and you're not like even Q Buddha said the same thing. You're not an activist. You're an actor. I'll give you that, but you're not an activist because true definition of that in his case, it has to be an organization. You got people that's in gangs or used to be in a gang, but they still created when they trying to get the people out the gangs or create some type of neutral ground. They have some kind of organization and like you said, a code of conduct. Imagine a person trying to work with two gangs and that person allowed them to use certain trigger words and terminologies and descriptions of each other in opposition, how are they gonna get anywhere if two gang members come in there hollering their gangs and their sets? That's gonna destroy what you're trying to do. So you got to what? Retire those words and say, yo, we can't use these words because these are words of destruction. Let's replace these words with these. Let's replace this with that. Of course, you know, it's a process that you establish all of that in order. But like I said, she doesn't want to do that because it requires what? Self-discipline.
Yeah, it requires some self-discipline. You know, not ready to go through it yet.
And you don't, excuse me, and you don't repeat that word. You don't have to keep saying I'm an advocate. You don't,
Right.
you don't have to keep advertising that. You just do. You are that. You know, you don't have to keep coming. I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate. Okay, then just because you say you are doesn't mean that your actions are showing that that's who you say you are. I mean, because we don't know her. I don't know her outside of YouTube. I don't know her. You know, and so I mean, and most of these people I don't know. You know, look, like I said, I was out, and most of the stuff I didn't know until maybe a year or so ago. This is a lot of this stuff is new to me. People are new. I just wasn't caught up in all this. So, I mean, it's interesting that people would put all this stuff out here like that has nothing to do with how you conduct your life off of YouTube. You know, because you wouldn't behave like this. You know, in the real world, just walking around saying I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate. You wouldn't do that. I mean, you're not walking up and down the street saying that, right? So why on these YouTube streets are you going to keep saying stuff like that? I mean,
because none of it's real.
Exactly.
We know that none of it's
what
real.
What is the name of that thing that has multi faces on it? And you know that face will switch and become something else, and then it'll switch back, and it'll, you know, there's a name for those faces they keep just bringing up. You know, for the moment, this is the face I am right now. Then it'll switch and become something else. And it's just a constant changing.
I know what you're talking about too. Hold on.
I'm about to eat an avocado myself. You know what? I'm gonna make a salad before I go to sleep.
What? Why do you say she's an
hold on. I got.
You know what it's called, Taria. I can't think of the name, but it's...
I think I know what y'all are talking about. I just can't. I think I'm sleepy too. So.
And I saw it on.
He's about to look up Asperger's disease or some See, somebody said Sahara Bay had Asperger's syndrome.
Don't get me to start laughing again. I tell you, I'm.
That's gonna be the new shit they call it. Everybody, I think they got Asperger's syndrome. That's
what is an avocado. What does it mean? She's more divinely inspired. What does that mean? She's more of an avocado. What does that mean?
I don't know, but I'm gonna eat one. I just bought a nice fresh.
What does that mean? Divinely inspired.
Yeah, what does that mean? That might be code word for something. Avocado. But okay, do you spell it that way? Just okay.
Yeah.
But anyway,
avocados are nasty, by the way. So I suggest you don't eat that avocado.
Nah, I'm gonna eat the hell out of it.
Why you say that? Why are you saying that, Jelly?
I don't know. I just felt like saying that. There was no reason behind it.
She got Asperger's syndrome too. I was gonna say this shit. Don't eat avocados. They taste horrible. Now watch this. This is gonna be real funny. I thought I'd play her back slow.
Let that bitch on your platform.
She really mad. She mad. She
just act like ain't shit happen. Like she's so innocent.
Yeah, this sounds like Sonetta.
So yes, I got sick to my stomach. Yes, I begin to say shit in the chat. Mind you, I didn't see the disclaimer in the
so she flew off the handle
of his life. He said he dropped the disclaimer. I didn't see it because by the time I tuned in, they were talking. But it don't matter if I saw it or not because I honestly, how Neo X is, I still.
Yeah, she didn't see the disclaimer. I guess the disclaimer was like Neo
Did she
X, don't get mad at me, but
let alone did she give that man her blessing, knowing that in her heart of hearts that she wasn't going to like what she heard, no way. Then she listens. She's in the car all by herself, annoyed because she's a truck driver. And it's between listening to this or listening to the radio. And as she's listening, she starts tweaking out. And then she just immediately, like I said, just jumps to conclusions, didn't see the disclaimer about no talking about Neo X because that's my girl. And then just starts going off in the chat. Like she's making herself look like an asshole.
yeah.
That's what she's
That's what
explaining to
karma
the
do.
people.
I think that's what Tar was explaining. There's a spiritual aspect to karma. It's like it's a soul in there that's taking over. You know.
I mean, how
I'm trying to
does she not? How does she not hear how ridiculous she sounds?
So I just don't think she's doing all right right now. You know, maybe that's it. Sometimes people can, have a bad day or.
That's what I'm saying. I think she's delusional. I think she needs to hear somebody tell her, like, you out here moving mad, my girl. Like you out here wanting to be the bro with everybody. And literally having meltdowns by herself. Like, come on. This is wild.
Yeah, because
could you imagine her in her truck? Like she's in there livid, like blood pressure going up, pupils dilating. Hours after having a conversation, ending, and I love you, bro. Go ahead and do your thing on your live stream.
Yeah.
Like, do you understand the kind of mental transition, like the gymnastics that you have to do to get to that place?
Okay. I got the name of them.
What is it, Tar?
Go ahead, Tar.
They call the Quintessons.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I knew it was something.
The Quintessons, you remember in the old Transformers cartoons, they had like 4 faces and they ain't had no bodies. They the ones who created all of the original Transformers and Unicron and all that. It's called the Quintessons. Isn't that like if you watch the Transformers movie, after the cartoon went off, they brought the movie in and they start showing them in the history. But the Quintessons, yeah, it's like 4 faces and they judges, and one will talk and then it'll switch your face and another one will talk and then they'll judge you and they'll say, okay, how do you plead? They all go guilty at the same time, all the faces. So these people crazy, man. They internet, and a lot of this is messed up too, because DARPA and stuff. They said DARPA had shut down and became Facebook. So you had DARPA and they and the CIA and all that was running this intelligence thing where they was getting information on around the world, and they wanted to come up with a better way to get as much information so they could build it for the AIs. And the day they shut down DARPA is the same day that they created Facebook went online. And so this is what people have been urged to do with all of these platforms, is to show your face with all these angles. Like right now, I don't know if y'all know about that, but if you got an Apple phone, they found out when they put the Apple phone under a certain kind of light, your Apple phone is taking pictures of you every couple of seconds. And they doing that and they feeding all our information into these AIs so they can learn how to mimic human beings and make robots in all these ways. They already making them where, they got these little sex bots they made where people can buy them and they talk to them with the man and the female, and they cost a couple of grand for that. But you got to remember, whatever they showing you, that's just for those. Number one, if you have a sex with a robot, you already perverted. So you know they got little kids versions that's being sold to the rich pedos, but they're gonna try to find a way to bring that. But that's what they do. They'll try to. But that's what all this stuff is about. Then with the putting all this information in front of people, so we can keep showing our face. Out they keep coming up with all these apps, with putting your picture in it and aging you and see how you would look. You know what I'm saying? If you was a robot or whatever the case is. So that's what they doing. That's what and people like all these unhealed people are the best candidates because they never got attention and they want to be seen and they get a chance to pretend. This is before the metaverse. So imagine if everybody went into the metaverse putting the goggles on. Imagine that Frank and them can actually be stabbing you and committing crimes in that joint. They would love it. So I'm like, but that's what we got. We got a lot of people who are so hurt and damaged. And like I say, I mean, Geely, you can make it happen if you want. I know I'm gonna have to really brace myself for the results because I might die of laughter because of what's gonna happen from that. And you only can imagine the fish business that's gonna come out of that. As soon as you talk, even if she don't know you, the fact that you go over there in the spirit of accountability, that's gonna cause a whole lot of hell on its own.
Yeah, all them demons gonna start flaring up on her again. She's gonna have a whole breakdown. But that's the point. Like she's gonna have the breakdown to have the breakthrough. That's the point. Like I'm doing it in love. I'm not doing it out of maliciousness. I mean, there is a part of me that's just like low-key petty, but I'm doing it in love. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not to like, hurt her spirit or anything like that, but she needs somebody to tell her that she's being absolutely delusional. 100% delusional. And then
so
this live
don't
stream
hurt
is the
herself.
testament of it.
Yeah, facts. She can learn something. She needs to learn something from it because it's only going to harm her more. If she's trying to stay away from harming herself, then like she doesn't need to misconfuse things. She seems really like just off the mark right now. But let me play a couple more seconds, and I'm gonna shut it down. It's late, y'all. It's like 6:01 over here in the morning.
Oh my!
Hey, this is the latest. But luckily, I don't have anything to do. I'm off from work the whole week. All I got tomorrow is dinner plans. That's about it.
This is so much fun, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. All right, let me see if she drops a couple more jewels. Give it a few more minutes.
Still would have said some shit because I hate them. Well, hate Sinetta. I just don't like Nepal.
Got her already. Back to hate again. I'm not doing this out of hate. I hate her. Let's hear it again.
But his live. He said he dropped a disclaimer. I didn't see it because by the time I tuned in, they were talking. But it don't matter if I saw it or not because I honestly, how Neo X is, I still would have said some shit because I hate them. Well, hate Sinetta. I just don't like Nepal. But I'm at war with them. These people are my enemies. So yes, I began to say shit in the chat. I didn't say nothing disrespectful. I didn't call her no bitch. I didn't call out her name. I didn't say nothing. I just called her a liar and said she was sick and she was being phony for coming over here doing this interview with you when they never supported you before. I will understand if you have a history with them supporting you and it's just business as usual. But 6 days after I dropped some receipts on them, now y'all all best friend. They was trying to throw that shit in my face. Yeah, Neo X, we got your boy. We got DMG. And the whole time I'm looking like, this some bullshit, bro. So I said some shit in the chat. Once I started saying some shit, other people started saying shit because they were like, fucking Neo X saying how they feel. So they began to say how they feel. Because 90% of his audience don't like Sinetta or fuck with Nepal. They wasn't saying nothing disrespectful. They just wasn't agreeing with her. They was laughing at her. But guess what Sinetta started to do? Block the people, block messages. And I finally said something when I realized he blocked somebody when all they did was laugh. when I look, because I'm a moderator, so I can see the message, even though y'all can't see it. When I pulled up, I said, why is Sonetta blocking all these? I just see blah, 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 blah. So I started looking through these messages, and I was like, why is he blocking people who fucking laughing? So I let Sonetta know, I let DMG know, hey, he's blocking your day one supporters, man. Y'all know how DMG responded? We're going to get right into it. Because I'm telling you, I'm feeling some type of way. And trust, I'm glad you're here because I want to make a comment. I'm going to make a comment to you on nobody. I'm going to make a comment to you. But I don't even like Leandre, bro. Everybody know I don't like him. But I understand that him and DMG are friends. But even I felt like he was being treated unfairly with his comments being blocked. So I'm going to play to y'all how DMG responded when I tried to tell him, Sonetta ain't here blocking people, bro. Your day one supporters. So let me go ahead and get into it. You good? All right. So let me just go ahead and play that for y'all. Now that I ran down to y'all what was going on. This is how DMG responded.
So yeah, I just want to throw. I'll hand it to you now, Sonetta, if you want to elaborate on that.
Let me address something real quick. So check this out. I said at the beginning of the show, we not doing a bunch of BS from other places. Me and the Queen is building. If you got beef from somewhere else, I literally said at the beginning, you can take that somewhere else. So if you being respectful,
so you mean to tell me he's saying the same shit to her that she said to Shaka?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
That is
isn't this like a
insane, right?
play? But it is identical. This is out
Yeah.
of control. Okay, I'm a mute. This is good. Hold
No,
on.
it's crazy. It's very damn. Come up with a word, man.
We should chop this up. So like that maybe, I don't know, if somebody
play.
has time.
Yeah,
Somebody should chop this up of her doing this to Shaka and then this guy, whoever he is, doing it to her. Because it's literally identical in the play-by-play. But the only difference is that she promised Shaka that he was going to let him up on the panel, and she never did.
exactly.
But she
Because he
gave
wasn't
old
patient
boy,
enough.
right? She gave old boy the blessings to talk to the ops.
Yeah, and she's having a
Oh
hard
God.
time dealing with it. It's crazy.
bringing that stuff here. Oh, if you got beef from somewhere else, I literally said at the beginning, you can take that somewhere else. So if you being disrespectful or you bringing that stuff here and you got blocked, that's on you, because I'm not dealing with that. I said it at the beginning, and I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm not dealing with it. So if that's what you're doing, that's what's going to happen. Don't complain to me now. And if you were day one, then you should be listening to what I said.
Thank you, brother. I will not come on your platform and block anyone. What I did was I put it on timeout, so I wouldn't be like that and disrespect.
I forgot who he did. I forgot who the person name was, but he did block somebody because when I tried to go back to see what else the person was saying, they were going. And I think Sister Nandy even confirmed that she saw people getting blocked too. So yes, he was timing people out, but he also blocked some people too.
But look at that.
I said I was driving the truck, so I couldn't really.
He protected Sonetta the same way she protected Sonetta when Shaka was complaining. It's the same energy, and told him that then told Shaka, what I'm gonna do? Let you come up there and say the same thing you've been saying? Look at that. It's the same crap. Got told the same thing.
And she's
She don't
hot.
see it.
She's like, I can't believe my brother treated me this way, all this disrespect. And I was driving in this truck all by myself. And I was doing
And my
right by the
stomach
people
hurt.
because I'm an advocate, damn it.
And
And
why
then
is
the
it
same
always
shit
men
happened
doing
to
this?
her.
How come it's
Yeah.
always black men? Why
Yeah.
are black men doing this to me?
Like,
Like,
she
yo,
set up the play. She set up the play to be disrespect. Like the second, and I'm just going to, and Andrea, you'll probably agree with me. Like, imagine one of your friends calls you and says, "Oh, hey, girl, you know that other sister that we both know that you don't like because she was talking all this shit about you. Me and her about to throw a party in like 3 hours. How do you think that conversation gonna go?"
Not good.
I give you my blessings, sister.
Exactly.
I love you anyway. Yo,
We're
No,
not going to be
no.
like, yo, oh, girl, I love you, you know,
No.
whoever, because you're going to be like, but no, you were there when they disrespected. You don't remember when she threw that drink in my face, though? Like, you really going to throw that party knowing that she tried to take my man?
I don't have nothing to do with none of that. That's between
But
you and
her
her.
response is,
Yo.
this is her response. I love you. Do your thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
Come
know,
on.
this bitch had the nerve to do her thing.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, he's so funny. Let's say
And
that
I
again.
love you
You
too.
know, this bitch had the nerve to do her thing. Did you know that? God damn. Yeah. And
And she's
also,
sitting outside in front of the party, mad, talking about, oh, the
yeah,
music real loud. They had
talking about,
they in there laughing and giggling and cackling and whatnot. I ain't even invited. And then she show up and start throwing mud, and then get treated the same way that she's been treating other people. Like, make it make sense.
yeah, let me see what Sonetta say. Maybe he say something.
Read. But when I pulled over to try to see who he was, timing out and who he had blocked, the person comment was already gone. So he was doing both. But I called him out and I let DMG know, hey man, he ain't here blocking your day one supporters. Because y'all remember when that shit happened with Queen Throne, when Shaka Boo Boo was blocking people who were speaking out against him? She got on him about that. It was like, bro, just because they saying something about you don't like, those are still my supporters. Those people who's been viewing me, those are the people who's been watching me. They send me cash out. Don't do that. You're the guest, but don't block people who supported me. So I thought DMG was gonna be, mature about it and say, yeah, hey y'all, look, be respectful in the comment, whatever. Sonetta, don't block my supporters, just because they saying something you don't like or whatever. I thought he was gonna literally just tell people stop being disrespectful. If you're being disrespectful, stop it. But that's not what he did. He got mad about it. And it said that the people were doing something wrong, even though he didn't even see the goddamn comments. But sided with Sonetta automatically. And got mad at me for calling it out. Because I'm going to prove to y'all he got mad when I played the other video.
I guess so. So I just put him on timeout because you can see how much hateful these people got for me or for my queen, and they don't even know us. They just go by hearsay and what people say. They don't even know me personally, brother. But they are so interested in my life and what I'm doing with myself. And you don't hear us up here talking about them. We in here trying to do a positive interview. But these people are so stuck and sick and poison-minded, you can't even help them. You can't help them. We ain't even think about their asses, man. We in here talking out.
I gave a long disclaimer at the beginning of the video. Yeah. I said what I had to say. If I can't, I'm not even gonna go over that again. If you got an issue, this ain't the time for it. That's all. Because I'm not doing that here. Like I said Friday on the Real Love Show, I'm not doing that.
Look at that. Look, pause it, VB.
So,
that's the same thing that Queen said when Neil came over there and wanted to bring that beef up that how she did y'all wrong and on Queen Throne platform. Remember, she made y'all talk about it.
Yeah.
And that was not the time for it, but she still forced the issue. Interesting. Word for word. Karma don't play.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Let me hear that one more time.
Trying to do a positive interview. But these people are so stuck and sick and poison-minded, you can't even help them. You can't help them. We ain't even think about their asses, man. We in here talking out.
I gave a long disclaimer at the beginning of the video. Yeah. I said what I had to say. If I can't, I'm not even gonna go over that again. If you got an issue, this ain't the time for it. That's all. Because I'm not doing that here. Like I said Friday on the Neo Love Show, I'm not doing that right here. We having a bill. So take it's time out for that.
And now this what he's saying, I don't have a problem with that at all. What he's saying right there, I don't have a problem with that. What I had a problem was after you made your statement saying that, well, I asked y'all not to say nothing, y'all were being disrespectful. After he, clearly was agitated about the situation, I started commenting. I think the last thing I said is when Nepal made a comment saying, well, they were your friends, they won't be saying nothing after you asked them not to. And I put in a comment, well, if he was my friend, he won't be supporting you demons. So I called it out right then. And then I let the audience know DMG knows I hate them. So he knows why I'm not holding my tongue after the fake shit. And I told him I was going to, to keep it real, I told him, I said, look, bro, I ain't gonna call him no bitches or nothing, but I'm still saying what I feel, bro.
DMG knows I hate them.
I let him know I was gonna do that. But I just felt like right then, if you're being neutral or being biased, if I'm telling you that this man is blocking and you sitting up here blaming the people saying they're saying something disrespectful, your friends should have a right to their fucking opinion, bro. Texas, my number one moderator. How many times have I had to tell Texas, stop blocking Sinetta? She did shit twice. I never went off on Texas about that shit. Because number one, I knew she was trying to be a friend and protect me. And then she had the right to feel how she feels. She had enough of the shit, so she blocked me. I did not publicly get on the platform and start going off on Texas. I even called. I was like, sis, man, God. I was like, don't block him. I got to get the receipts. I'm like, man, sis, I just can't stand seeing people do you wrong. I understand it. But I never told my friend to fuck her, don't support my channel. If you don't like what I do, I never went off on my supporters. And I'm going to play a video of DMG going off on his supporters. Because I see trust nobody in here saying that I'm reading into it too much. But trust, did you ask DMG who he was talking to in his video? Because I went off on him in the text and said, I can't believe you broke our fucking pact. Why would you make a video about me? He said he wasn't talking about you. He said who he was talking about. Did you ask him who he was talking about? Because you saying I'm reading into it. But if he was specifically talking to you, you need to evaluate your friendship with him. Because I told him, even if he wasn't even talking to me, why are you talking to your friends like that? Because he told me the two specific people he were talking to. You want to take a guess who one of those specific people were? You're a supporter, right? I'm not reading into it. I'm not going to continue to let DMG gaslight me and act like I'm not seeing what the fuck I'm seeing, hearing what I'm hearing. So let's go. Now let's play DMG talking about. It's your brother, DMG the poet, aka. Hey, nobody. I'm going to go ahead and tell you like this. I don't have a reputation of being a liar, and I damn sure ain't trying to come between you and DMG. I'm not messy like that, but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. He clearly said he told me he wasn't talking about me, but he specifically said he was talking to his Christians brothers and sisters, specifically nobody in Leandre. He told me he was talking about, because I'm gonna just say the shit, keep it real. He told me he was talking about you. So did he tell you when you asked him about it? Hey, bro, you making content about you could play them? Did he tell you I wasn't talking about you? Because there's a reason why he didn't use any names, y'all. It's you, because everybody who watched DMG when he get on his platform and he do his thing, he always make it clear who he's talking to and who he ain't talking to. He left the shit vague so he can play politics behind the video. Because he clearly contacted me and said he wasn't talking to me after I snapped in a text message. But he told me nobody in Leandre specifically were the two people he was talking about. Now I might not know the other supporters who are they Christians or not, but he specifically said he was talking about his Christians brothers.
Yeah, she's dropping all the jewels.
If he told you he wasn't, he lying because he lied to me. But that's what he told me. Brother Pete Anki. And I just had to come on for a second on my way into the plantation and rap with y'all for a bit. Because what I saw last night was the biggest bunch of bullshit that I've seen since I've been on YouTube. Now, I could peep that the biggest bunch of bullshit was people telling Sinetta and Nepal how they feel about him. Now, out of everything that's been going on, that's what he's more mad about. He's upset. He thought that was the biggest bunch of bullshit. Not the polite saga, not the scamming, not all that. People speaking against Sinetta was the biggest bullshit that he ever seen on YouTube. Just want to make sure that that's clear. Not polite. Not Sinetta defending polite and re-victimizing victims and shit. Not Sinetta supporting Sin for the P. None of that. Not Sinetta lying on his wife and saying she stole money and saying that I tried to fuck him. None of that wasn't the biggest bullshit. People who have issues with Sinetta and who don't support him telling them how they feel. That was the biggest bullshit. People who speak out against Sinetta. Peep that. And the reason I say that is this. At the top of the show, knowing how polarizing my guests were, I literally said, we're not doing the negativity. We're not getting into the garbage.
This is just a build, an interview, etc. If you got a beef, if you want to get into that stuff, go somewhere else. If you can't help yourself, this may not be the show for you. But if you respect me, leave that somewhere else. But people can't do that. And then they say things like they rock with me and they rock with the channel. That's a lie. You don't rock with me. Because if you rock with me, you would have did what the fuck I asked. But you can't do that because everybody got their own agenda. If you fuck with me, then your respect for me should be more important than your hatred for my guest. If I ask you to do something in my chat, but silly ass people can't help themselves.
Silly ass people can't help themselves. Now, mind y'all, I was one of the first ones who finally just couldn't take the fake shit no more. Because his friends were being respectful. They did whatever he asked for the disclaimer. Mind you, I didn't see the disclaimer. But I already told him, nigga, you know I'm gonna say shit. I'm gonna say it right now. You already know.
She just declared what he said is right.
How you look at the verbiage and the words he used.
He said his friends would do what he asked. So she clearly disrespected what he set the boundaries on. And she's saying that I wasn't gonna be quiet. I'm gonna say something. So and he already said that he ain't wasn't hearing that. So he again protecting his guests and tried to make it sound like it was cool. And either way, she showed that she's not a good friend either. She don't respect what her people say.
And it's not a situation again of dude is allowing Sanetta and them to disrespect people.
Right.
That he has the same rule for the audience as he does for the guests that he's interviewing. We're not getting into the bullshit or whatever. And she couldn't respect it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, neither one of them were good to each other, though. Like, again, her homie, her bro, told her that he was interviewing the ops, her ops, with with it, also with the understanding of the shit that the ops did to her.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That part, like for one, I'm gonna tell you, if one of y'all would have called me and had that same conversation with me, I would have been like, all right, bet. And I would have went into the chat fuming. Where's the link? Let me up. All this other stuff. It would have been on site for everybody. Blocked and deleted for everybody.
Yeah, but he proved that he cared about his platform over her the same way she cared about her platform over Shaka and VB. That's why it happened the way it happened. That's exactly what it was. Everything we're saying is a blow for what she did first. And she can't take it.
Nope, she can't take it, man. It's
like, she set herself up for this. But that's the part that my thing is like the audacity of you even being mad at this point. Because you've set yourself up for this every step of the way. One, it's karma. Two, you lied to a person that you call your bro about you being okay with the interview. And then even though he says to her, I don't want, none of the beef. And then she's like, oh, well, I'm going to say something anyway. Like, you don't even, you just wanted it. You wanted smoke and now you can't take the smoke. Like,
she proudly admitted that basically she's the one who led the rebellion in the chat, that it was after what she typed that everybody else started following.
They tried to sabotage the man whole thing the whole time. After he said that I don't want no drama over here, do something else. So that was her way of justifying it. After you gave him permission, knowing you was mad during the time he said, I thought it was a little, I think he still wasn't being genuine either by telling her the day of. So he knew too, but he still wanted to do it because he wanted this fake, they think Sarnetta's like DJ Vlad or somebody. Like when they go on his show, they get opportunity. And those doors open up for them. So it's like they ain't even getting nothing out of it except arguments with their own fake friends that they think are friends. And they feel like Sarnetta came through and and shine some light on them, and now they mad because they not the favorites. She knew, according to her own self, that this was a chess move. She fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Because Frankie did do that. It sounded like that's what he was doing, and he used that dude to make her mad, and she should know better than that. But she don't care. She want to take Sonetta down because it's for the win. She think Sonetta some kind of wild game out in the African wilderness somewhere, and she feel like I gotta catch Mufasa, and then I'll be to bring his head back. And I'll be the king of the internet. Like, yo, go somewhere with that.
Clout chasing. It's clout chasing.
Exactly.
It's crazy. All right, here we go.
But that's the
Use it
thing,
for
like,
people who said something.
Oh, go ahead, Jelly.
no, I was just gonna say she's not built for that though. Like she's on this stream is her crying about something that she started. Like even like this conversation in real life would have went no further than my supposed me calling somebody that I know. Oh, my new ex-friend now called me hours before an interview with somebody I don't like. That would have been the history of this whole relationship. But she set herself up for this, and now she wants to cry about it. Like
On the internet.
her
In detail.
impulsiveness. Like how old is she? Like, oh my God,
37.
like
She say
She's
37.
37.
Mm-hmm.
she's 37?
Something's not.
You're saying that like, are you asking or are you shocked?
I thought she was 22.
I'm shocked. I thought she was in her 20s.
I thought she was
Acting like
22 at first. When Shaka told me she was 37, I was like, what? Oh my God. I don't feel so sorry anymore. But then I started feeling sorry again because, I mean, to be honest, it's not looking good. I mean, I don't mind doing, being a little vindictive or poking fun at somebody that's normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry. Or even Sonetta for that matter. He ain't normal, but he's he's older than me. He deserves it. But this one, I just kind of like I feel sorry, man. I can't help it. I'm a sucker. Anyway, let's keep playing it, yo. But don't get me wrong. I get vicious real quick. Hold on.
Something against him. And I'm one of those people who said something against him. I the one who started the shit. And after I started it, your supporters were like, fuck that. He let Mil X say some shit. They finna say some shit. So then boom, they started saying shit. But they wouldn't calling her a bitch and hoes and nothing. They was letting her, you lying. We don't agree with you. That's not cool. They was making fun of her in the bullshit her and Sonetta was saying. But in his mind, we don't care or we don't support him because we finally was like, fuck this shit, DMG. You can be doing this fake phony shit with them, but we're not going to sit up here and just act like we're cool with your interviewing this man. You might be doing this shit for politics and views, but we not standing on this shit. Some people probably felt like because of their religion, why they don't like him. I don't like him because he's a fucking scammer, a scumbag, and I believe he's a fucking perv. And I don't give a fuck about y'all keep saying this man gonna sue me for calling him a pedophile. Go ahead. Because I believe he is. Especially after what he did to me. I believe Ben. You can't get sued because you believe somebody. But go ahead. But I just want y'all to listen to the language, how he's talking to people who were speaking against. And it was some of the people were trolls and some of them were his day ones. And his supporters.
They got to get their shit off. Everybody can tell you how to do it, but they ain't never did it. Go get your own platform and say and do whatever the fuck you want to do. And we good. But you can't tell me how to do it. Because what I'm always going to do is what I want to do. How I want to do it. But
I think she even said that herself.
She said that too.
Yeah, she do.
She said go over there. She even told Shaka go on his platform and confront him.
What if he wrote down all those things and did this shit on purpose? That's what it can't be. It's so many coincidences here. It's like I wonder myself, but anyway, let's see.
It kills me how everybody got this crazy opinion, these conspiracy theories, all of this different stuff that they want to deal with, but they don't want to deal with it themselves. They want you to deal with it. It's like people want to be YouTube cuckolds.
Now, Pete, he's saying people giving into conspiracy theories, even though it's not a conspiracy theory. Somebody gave a testimony that they saw Sonetta come out of a room with an underage girl. But to DMG, it's a conspiracy. I play receipts on top of receipts. Queen Throne play receipts on top of the seats. You got Queen Throne playing receipts on top of the seats. You got Shaka Boo Boo regurgitating everybody else's receipts. He might be a fraud, but at least he's playing receipts. He manipulates it a little bit and edit it. But people literally exposing him. You said
Shaka.
She hates
for
Shaka.
no reason.
Shaka. Yo, they must have had beef in a past life.
No, it's xenophobia, man. It's xenophobia.
Damn.
She doesn't like Shaka. It can only be one reason that I see. I mean, to be honest, I was talking about this before. Like, Shaka's actually just a very stand-up person. How she could just come out here and say those things about him is like, it only shows me that this girl doesn't have any type of respect. Like, she's literally lying on the dude.
Because he stood his ground and called out. That's what I was telling Geely.
She's talking about Shaka. At least he's playing receipts.
Fraud.
At least he's playing receipts. I mean,
she tried to cheapen it and make it different. She said he regurgitating, but anything that we all plan is regurgitation. What Shaka doing is different than Queen's Throne and what me and you been doing.
I mean,
or even what she's doing.
Right.
Exactly. So I don't get it, but she's got it out for Shaka. Like, but I think it's because Shaka called her out.
That's it.
You know what it is? When she did it from that day on, Shaka said, "This is why I'm not messing with Neo X," and that's it. And that's what
he
it
got
is.
numbers. Also, because Shaka got 22,000 subscribers. So they looking at numbers too. And she feel like 22,000 people heard his voice versus hers.
Yep.
That's what it's about. It's about numbers, and her ego was bruised, and she couldn't believe she probably wanted him to hit her behind the scenes and not put that L on her. That's why she was saying to a little while ago, I don't have a reputation of lying. That's a lie. That's a damn lie. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. But see, that's what I'm saying. Right. No matter how small it is, but she done did a lot of them. They done made them big. And that's a problem now. She want to be on the internet like the rest of the people that's delusional with this clean record. Oh, I'm 45 and old. No, you ain't. Ain't nobody on here got a 0 in 0 to 35 and old, whatever, unless nobody knows your business. They're the only ones who got that online. Anybody else, trust me, we all got some L's we done took, or somebody done. There's no way online. People know my real name on here. I mean, that ain't no big thing. They just, people just. I mean, man, please. I had all kind of L's I took, even with family members that had nothing to do with the beef. That's what people do. They did all that stuff. I've been there, done that. And I made a couple.
Taking an L right now in her own representation of herself.
Right. And that's what's gonna make her mad about that, because her people's gonna tell her that. She gonna take it as a threat. It's they just trying to stop me from being the next, Neo Malcolm X or whatever she thinks she is in her mind. And that's not the case. We telling you the mask is causing you the problems. You won't take the mask off. You want to keep letting the mask tell these lies and make you believe and make other people believe that you the real deal, and that's not the case.
Yeah, man, it's weird because she used to come on Shaka's panel often herself, and You know, the only thing that happened from that was when she let Frankie on her panel after he said all those horrible things, you know, and things that's not true. Of course, they lies, you know, but she knows that. But yeah, Shaka said he didn't like that. He called out, said he wouldn't be messing with her no more.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is, you know. She doesn't. It's just admitting that she was wrong about that. She can't do, you know, and she doesn't keep in mind that this is like a record, you know, like it's a recording. You know, people will review this later, and this is her own testimony.
Mm-hmm.
This is her own way of being. She's, you know, putting on record, so it's not a good look. But
out your own mouth, you didn't even know he defended Sin for the P, and you said you got a problem with pimps, but you never said, "Damn, you can't believe Sinetta was rocking with that dude. That was his brother." Yeah, I got him a receipt of him saying Sin for the P, a pimp who got a 14-year-old pregnant, is his brother, and he re-victimized the young girl and blamed.
But where'd she get that from? How'd she find that out? She found it out from somebody else, you know, and she's talking
But
about
those are receipts.
regurgitating. Exactly.
That's right.
You know?
Those are receipts when she do it, but if it's Shaka, oh,
Said
that's
the girl lied
regurgitating.
Exactly. You know, that's
about her age, even though he wasn't even there. He sided with the damn pimp. But it's a conspiracy theory, right? I never thought I'd see the day where standing up and calling out deviant behavior and protecting the Black community and warning them against other dangerous people was a goddamn conspiracy.
Wait a minute.
You sound like a fucking fan.
She was friends with this dude up until that point.
Yep.
She was friends with him. She was friends with him even though he didn't have a real beef with Sonetta. That was her bro when he was hearing that Sonetta said that Sinful the P was his boy. She was still friends.
Yep.
Yeah, she was friends with Sonetta after everything. Even when we told her not to do it, she did it. Went back again,
Like,
and
that's
then
what I'm
took
saying.
phone
How
calls.
was she taking this moral high ground on this dude? Like, both of y'all is sleazy. Like, they have no spine. They have no moral fiber.
Right.
And
She
now
could.
all of a sudden, because you got ops and you want your friend to have ops, and he blatantly just told you that, baby, even though we cool, you ain't that special. Now you got a problem?
Yeah.
All right. Let me mute.
She's in a similar category as Chris Harris.
Right.
You know?
She condemning herself. Everything she said about DMG being friends with a pedo, you was just 10 minutes ago, you was friends with Frankie too. You let him and his chick call you on the phone and record it. I told you, because she thinks she gonna get the one thing from Sonetta that's gonna knock him down, and she gonna be the king of the internet. All this is for clout. And it's delusional. But she did the same thing. You was friends, even if he was fake, you still didn't have no boundaries where this dude shouldn't be able to feel comfortable to call you. Same thing with Meet Your Ex, when she had went live after what it was Thomas Sotomayor said they slept together and showed some text messages. She went live talking about that, and then said that she was going to pay Sonetta $400 to come on her panel, $200 to show up, and $200 after the fact. I'm like, why is y'all still entertaining this fool? But then you gonna pay him, and he calling you all kind of bees and hoes and fat and this and that, and you still wanted to pay him. This how sick they is. Why? What he that's showing you he hurting for money if he allowing you to pay him $400. The same way he took Inky money and then didn't do right by him. He gonna take anything because he don't care. But he don't. It's just ridiculous, man. They all is guilty of the same patterns, and they want to call each other out about, like you said, what moral standing are y'all going by?
It's none. And you know, like Tyrone was saying, I agree with him now, because listening to her just openly, blatantly lie, she's not confused. she's lying on purpose. She knows she's lying, you know, and that makes it look even worse, you know.
That's why, I'm sorry, but that's why she needs to be the F addressed. Because for her to get on that platform and out of her mouth say, yeah, but you wasn't tripping when Sonetta said, and you actually going to do that live stream, had me driving in my car, knowing that I ain't like them and all the things. Like, you're saying all that, but then you say that, oh, your bro, the person that you would protect above like no one else, like you and him against the world when it comes to YouTube, that he was your friend, knowing that your op-ed said things about pimping, child abuse, sexual abuse. But again, you're a fucking advocate. Like, this is my point, that we can sit here and talk about the problems, but these people need to be addressed. She is a problem. She is
Yeah,
a
I agree.
problem.
And she's gaining subscribers every time because people
Like, I
falling
mean,
for it.
oh my God. Like, it's, oh my God. Like, I hate stuff like this. Like, if we're going to use the word, this is the stuff that I hate. Like, when people use, and this is why I said people like her are dangerous, because they involve their audiences into things that can cause them either direct or indirect harm, whether it be indirect by rhetoric and propaganda and all of this pseudo philosophy and understanding and scholarship that supposedly they have, right? Or directly by involving them in things that they end up getting abused in some sort of way. Like with,
Exactly.
the folks that Sonetta will always bring up on his panel. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Like, she is no different than him.
Right.
And she uses advocacy as a way to soften the blow so she can
Mm-hmm.
do bullshit.
And get sympathy.
And get sympathy. Yeah. And then, yeah, exactly. She's
She just ain't asking for money yet, but don't worry.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
grifting is coming.
she's grooming the audience, talking about, yeah, and when I buy the stuff from the Cash Apps that you guys sent me, I'm gonna show you, and then I got this
Mm-hmm.
project. I can't tell y'all now, but this is what. Yeah, it's a whole fucking play.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, she thinks she gonna take Sonetta out the game. That's what this whole thing is. She want to take him out, and she gonna feel vindicated. That's in her mind.
But
That's what she wants.
she can't. She doesn't have the chops to do it, because again, like me and you know, Tarnu, like we've been here for a minute. We
Mm-hmm.
know that Sonetta is completely out of his mind. Will do whatever by all means, any means necessary, and gives
Yes.
no F about the next person. She is too soft. She is not built for that. She is not built to try to fight. And the only reason that she's fighting is because, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what her particular beef is with Sonetta now. Because, I mean, if she would have had a beef, I mean, if you watched him long enough before you go running your ass over there, you would have had a beef from the beginning. Like,
she's
if we're
also
talking about
responding
vetting,
to
like advocacy and all these other things, like you vet the people that you have around you.
Yep. Totally.
Like, come
And it sounds
on.
like she doesn't know. But it also sounds like she might be believing, like some of the things that they're saying kind of got to her.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe, like she said the thing about Nepal. It's not true. I'm not jealous about her body. I'm starting to wonder. I mean, I wouldn't be,
Why even mention that
but
shit? Why
but
even
why?
mention it?
But is she?
She
Yeah,
said that.
yeah, she said it.
She said it early.
I'm like,
Sonetta
When
be
I heard
putting
it,
stuff in
I
their
just
head.
moved past it.
Yeah, Sonetta put stuff in their head and had them women bugging and stuff between each other and fighting amongst each other just for the laughs and whatever else he can get out of it. And that's what a narcissist does. Because they said that about York. York used to have the women up there where he was at doing the same thing, have them going against each other and all kinds of mess. And that's the same thing. And even Sonetta said he thought that she was attractive. And when we listened to the audio when she leaked the phone call, he was like, "Yeah, I thought you was a good looking sister when I first seen it." Like he said it right there. And I'm pretty sure he took that back to mess with Nepal. That's why he said that. Yes, he did.
Well, I mean, she's probably not lying saying that Sonetta is for the streets or whatever like that. She's probably not lying when she says that. But it's still the fact that you're playing around and shit, and then you're trying to tell everybody else that you don't stink.
Or somebody else's fault that you stink.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, oh, let me go play with the dusty kids around the corner. That lights ain't never on. And then you come home with lice, and then you're like, oh, I don't know how I got it.
You know, just because people watch it don't mean they believe her. A lot of times people watch just to see what dirt they're going to hear, what new crap. I mean, you know, it is that sector on YouTube, but I find it really hard to think that people can't, you know, think that highly of her. Like when they listen to this stuff, to me, it's maybe some people fall for the empathy thing, but she's really revealing a lot when she talks. I mean, to me, it's just, you know, like you think really you think the majority of people that listen to her buy this shit?
I don't think so, but I think that the majority that's there are just as, you know, sick, because it ain't for the entertainment. She don't have that much. Like if she had like a little staff, like Sonetta got a whole staff of fools and idiots, you know, you can get a whole lot of laughs at some point. But since people start going to jail and seeing it, it's like it ain't funny now. But I think that they caught with the trigger words. You know, I'm a victim, but I'm standing up for y'all. And she just appointed herself. I'm more pro-black than all of them. That's that. Who told you that?
Right.
I mean, she just fucking got here.
That's what I'm saying.
Like who fucking, excuse me, I don't mean to cuss this much, but who are you? Girl. Who are you? You know what I'm saying? Like you just popping up on the scene, and like you said earlier, we've been here and seen all of the stuff that's transpired from this quote unquote conscious community. And we can tell you from watching it from its inception that it is a dangerous place that has a tendency to harm people in their real life. And then she shows up like, oh, look at me. I've been through some things, but I'm here to protect you. Like, girl, the fuck how? The fuck how? How are you saving me from a predator in this very moment? What tools are you giving me other than telling me that you're not like Shaka? What the fuck do any of those things have to do with each other?
Exactly. Nothing. It's weird. It's weird.
Like the mask is glued the hell on her face. And somebody needs to tell her.
Shaka ain't even talking about it. It's me. What the fuck? She's still over there. Shaka do this. Shaka do that. It's like, what the fuck?
Because Shaka is in her mind her arch nemesis for no reason other than he said he don't want to rock with her no more because he sees through her. That she's not.
And he said it in a nice way.
Yeah, he said it in a nice way too. Okay.
Like you violated a part of me that I have boundaries on, so we can't be cool no more. Like to her, that's fucking fighting words. Like on what planet and under what damn rock do you come from? Like where people actually behave like that. If somebody told me that I had crossed a boundary or that I've done something that's like, you know, that's a red flag, I don't know if I can deal with you. For me, I would want to look to repair it. I want to know, well, what did I do? Well, how did I say it? Well, oh my God, I didn't realize when I did the thing that you interpreted it that way. My bad, right? She wants to make it a beef.
It would have been that simple if she had done it from the very beginning. When they told her this is what happened, if she just had said, I'm sorry, or I apologize, I let that go on too long, that would have been over. It would have been over. But she didn't do that. And they both deserved that. Both of them, they didn't do anything to her. They both deserved an apology from her. But that's not what they got. And she's been talking, especially like he said about Shaka, really bad. But then she puts both of y'all together because she keeps trying to make y'all like her, which is mind-boggling. That's what I don't understand, is how she's trying to make y'all gay like her, as if it's a bad thing. Because if it's a bad thing, then it's bad for her too. You know,
I mean, well, if it's a bad thing, then what does that say about her? Because
exactly.
And every time she says that, that's a lie. So you can't say you don't have a reputation for lying when you outright lying on two heterosexual men who you ain't got no proof of anything otherwise, but you keep saying it. Just like you say you believe Sarnetta is a perv, but you ain't got no proof. You going off the hearsay too, but you keep spreading it. So like, what part of again, that means she don't have a true understanding of truth versus falsehood.
So who's supposed to be suing her?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Somebody was suing her.
Yeah, I remember the last time we talked about her, she kept telling Sarnetta that she's being threatened of being sued by somebody.
She said that Sarnetta dropped two of her names and they can't sue her under those names. They can't subpoena her, so those names they got ain't her real name. I guess it's Sarnetta now.
Because it was somebody else before.
Oh,
because that was the one where she was talking to Sarnetta, like worried because somebody else said that they were going to sue her.
Yeah, you can't say anything you want on the internet, and you can't make any claims about people that aren't, real, that you can't back up, that aren't factual. It's not actually legal. You can find yourself in legal jeopardy, but
that's defamation.
Yeah, but people do it. A lot of people get away with it loosely, trying to bend the rules and everything. And of course, everyone doesn't always want to sue, but it depends on who it is and what the circumstances are. But in any case, the audiences shouldn't look highly upon people that do that, because you can't expect good to come out of that. It can only something bad can come out of it. You have to really have, when you're making claims about people, they need to be serious claims, and by the way, a lot of the stuff, it's nothing wrong with saying, I heard this, or this person says this, or, you can show that, or you can even say, I don't know, but I heard, I mean, you can say all of those things, but, and it seems to me, some of what Neo X is doing is not in good faith. That's all. It's like she's just not trying to be real about it. It seems, it seems to me that I don't know what's behind her. I don't know what's going on, but I know she definitely lied about me. And I know that she doesn't seem to want to admit when she's wrong, when it's painfully obvious, and I also know that it's not a good look, this video she did. It doesn't make her look better. It doesn't heal whatever she's trying to fix. It's not doing it, it's actually doing the opposite, it's, in my view, people logical thinking people, rational people can look at it and just see like, this is not how you react, but on that note, it's late, y'all. It's 7 a.m. over here, so that means I've been on this daggone thing for 7 hours. Yes, that's a long time. So I got to call it a day, but it's been an interesting talk as usual. Yeah, we started off in a whole nother place with the international news. That was also interesting. Fight Doctor came up for a minute, and Afemi also dropped some jewels. And then Tar, yeah, you really got busy on breaking down Neo X from your noon perspective, you know, from the noon science perspective. It was interesting, but I, generally speaking, like, I mean, genuinely, excuse me, I don't wish her any harm, and I hope she gets just if she don't listen to me, because I know maybe she wouldn't listen to me because I've been making jokes, you know, but you know, that's how I deal with things sometimes too. You know, I can tease somebody, she teased me, right?
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. We all need a little laugh.
I played a cartoon. She teased me. She, you know, and then I played my little cartoon of her, you know, of what I thought, and oh my God, where is it at? Oh, here it is. Is it here? Oh, don't tell me I took this damn thing down.
Oh, you deleted it off your StreamYard. Oh no.
I don't know how I did it, but it was so funny. It was hilarious. I gotta find it, but forget it. But you know, if she doesn't listen to me, I hope she listens to some of y'all advice. You know, all of you all are very nice people and intelligent people and critical thinkers. You know, so I hope she could take that advice. She should understand I'm not sitting here alone. This is not just my opinion. You know, and Shaka's not here. You know what I'm saying? So she can't just, like, you know, she doesn't need to. I mean, she could keep focusing on him, but I could tell you he's not worried about it at all. You know, he's focused on something else right now, his studies. So on that note, I'm gonna call it a night, and I appreciate y'all for coming out.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Yes. We will continue this show. What'd you say, Tar?
I'm just saying, true peace, everybody. I'm gone.
Yeah, same to you.
All
right.
Peace, everyone. Thank you, Bennett.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Jelly, for coming up again too. Much appreciated as well. Actually, I need to. I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow once I get. Let me get some sleep. I'm gonna hit you up if you're if you're available. Yeah, so we can chat. Exactly.
All right.
All right. And
Peace, y'all.
Andrea, thank you so much as well.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you sound tired. You get some sleep too.
All right.
And Afemi, you too, brother. Thanks for coming up. It was a good chat today. I'm gonna go back and review the top of the show right now. For those of you all that didn't hear the beginning, it was 7 hours ago. It was good, but go back and check it out if you still got some time. On that note, you know what to do. If you do not like what is being said, the words coming out of my mouth, you can always do what they do when something like this happens.
I sympathize. I mean, a lot of innocent people died.
Peace.
The CIA trained the pilots that flew the planes. War is a game like chess, and innocent people get caught in the crossfire. Billions are spent on military defense, satellites and global intelligence, and it don't make no sense. If we take 70% from the rich in taxes, 40% from the working class in taxes, spend the money on education, healthcare, homes for the homeless, jobs for the unemployed, the crime rate will decline. Time for us to start using our minds. America needs reform, social democracy to replace capitalism. Feed the poor, shelter the homeless, and create jobs. It's simple.
I live my life in a city, overfilled with crime, intoxicated with pity. Suspended in time, every day it's a struggle between life and death. Gotta juggle with fate before my last breath. It's a test, my only quest to beat the odds. So I hold my own when times are hard. I was dealt bad cards, born broke and poor. The lack of food in my gut got me hungry for more. Growing up in the hood, watching the sunset, a great cloud over my head follows my every step. They say life is a gift, so be happy to live. But life in the ghetto is too negative. Drama in the streets, I can't sleep, I'm hearing gunshots. Flying bullets be making bodies drop. My neighborhood is full of crooks with bad looks. Smoking weed, clocking cheese, living like wild G's. DC is giving birth to killers. Baby mothers on welfare and drug dealers. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want George Bush's war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. Born alone, die alone. God set me free from this world of agony. Ain't no love in the streets. Another murder occurred. Another brother got shot. Died from one to the dome. Outlined in chalk. Brotherly love is needed. I see our future depleted when brothers die in the line of crossfire. So many mothers cry, feel the pain of a lost one. Only 21. Tell us what should we do? It's on you. Young, black, and thuggin'. This ain't living. My road dog doing 5 in prison. And I miss him. Gotta follow my vision to keep from going under. We all numbers doing time on the block. Ducking the cops. Take a look in my eyes. Tell me, what do you see? The future is dark and we don't have a clue. Mr. Bush, please open your ears and listen. It's a war going on. America is a prison. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 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 It's the city of politics and phony smiles. Politicians run a game on the low profile. It's the home of the president and first lady. Maybe Bill didn't fuck Monica. Do you think so? I don't know, but to me it's a shame. So many lives being sold for profit and gain. And I dwell on the south side, 4th and L. Living here, watching my people make crack sales. Willie Bowtie is shutting us down. So we rally for the hospital, holding it down. Population control, steady holding us down. So we rally for the homeless, shutting them down. I remember Gary Graham, so I'm kicking the facts. Ain't no love for Bush, cause he killing all blacks. Come on, what's going on in the nation's cap? 30% homeless, hopeless, and most of them black. 2001 was a hectic year. Demonstrations and protests. Power to the people with guns. Fight back, take back, stand up, move up, rise up, stand up, take back, fight back, take back, stand up, move up, rise up, stand up, take back, fight back. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want no racist war. 5, 6, 7, 8. Love, peace, war, and hate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want George Bush's war.